It began, as the gentlest mysteries often do, with a sound that didn't belong. Rick's portal gun had been humming differently for 3 days now, not its usual violent shriek of reality being torn apart, but something softer, more like a sigh exhaled by sleeping wind. Tonight, as autumn rain tapped against the garage windows with the patience of an old friend, the device rested warm in his palm and whispered, instead of roared. The portal that opened before them didn't rip through space-time with its familiar electric fury. Instead, it bloomed like morning mist rising from a lake, its edges curling with the unhurried grace of smoke from a distant chimney. Where harsh green light usually blazed, colors now gathered without shouting, soft golds that behaved like honey in sunlight, blues that remembered the kindness of twilight skies. Even the shadows it cast fell carefully, like silk scarves laid down by someone who loved the room. "Morty!" Rick called, but his voice carried none of its usual sharp impatience. The scanner in his other hand blinked with readings that made no sense, numbers that curved into impossible harmonies instead of the jagged teeth of chaos he'd grown accustomed to reading. "This thing's showing me data that shouldn't exist. We're looking at negative entropy, which is like saying water flows uphill because it feels like being helpful." Morty shuffled closer, his backpack sliding from shoulders that for once weren't braced against the next catastrophe. As he approached the portal, something extraordinary happened. The knot of anxiety that had lived in his chest for as long as he could remember simply loosened. Not all at once, but like a gentle hand, smoothing out a crumpled paper, careful not to tear what it was trying to heal. "It doesn't look scary, Rick," Morty said, and his voice held a wonder that had nothing to do with fear. "It looks like stepping into a really good dream." Rick frowned at his scanner, tapping it against his palm as if that might make the impossible readings behave themselves. The device reported a universe where chaos was organizing itself into harmony, where disorder naturally resolved into gentle, flowing order. It was as if the very laws of physics had decided to take a long, peaceful nap. His scientific mind reached for tools of analysis and cynicism, then, strangely, relaxed when they didn't immediately appear. The transition happened without fanfare. One moment they stood in the familiar clutter of Rick's garage, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of genius and neglect, and the next they were stepping through what felt like the kindest possible version of interdimensional travel. There was no violent lurch, no assault on their senses, no moment of disorientation that usually left Morty retching into whatever unfortunate container was nearby. Instead, it felt like waking from one dream into an even better one. They emerged into a world painted with watercolors, left out in gentle rain. The sky above them held nothing urgent, no blazing sun demanding attention, no stars insisting on their importance. Instead, a soft source of light lived everywhere at once, the way kindness does, illuminating without blinding, warming without burning. The grass beneath their feet was more grass-like than any grass had a right to be, each blade perfectly itself while contributing to a carpet that felt like walking on contentment made solid. The air itself hummed with a profound satisfaction, not the frantic buzz of energy or the distant thrum of hidden machinery, but something deeper. The sound a cat makes when it forgets it has claws, the sound a lamp post thinks when it glows, for one more walker in the dark. Rick found himself listening to this hum the way he'd once listened to Beth's lullabies, back when the world still held the possibility of unguarded moments. "Rick," Morty said, and his voice sounded different, calmer, more centered, like someone who'd just discovered they'd been holding their breath for years and could finally exhale. I don't know how to describe it. My brain isn't yelling at me. Rick looked at his grandson, really looked at him, and saw something that made his own carefully constructed armor crack just a little. Morty's face had lost that perpetual expression of barely contained panic. His hands hung loose at his sides instead of fidgeting with invisible problems. His breathing was deep and even, the breathing of someone who trusted the next moment to be kind. "Yeah, well," Rick said, but the words came out without their usual bite. "Don't get too comfortable. A universe this perfect has to be hiding something." Even as he spoke, though, Rick felt his own defenses beginning to soften like ice cream left in summer sun. The shadows here really did fall like silk scarves, creating gentle contrast that made the light seem warmer rather than harsh lines where danger might lurk. His scanner beeped softly, almost musically, displaying data that defied every law of physics Rick had spent his life mastering. Entropy wasn't just low here, it was running backward, disorder resolving itself into harmony without any external force. It was like watching the universe clean up after itself, not because it had to, but because it wanted to. In the distance, a settlement gathered itself without insisting on being a city. The buildings seemed to grow from the landscape rather than impose themselves upon it, their walls curved like embraces, their rooftops sloping with the natural grace of hills. Smoke rose from chimneys in lazy spirals that formed patterns in the air before dissolving into the general contentment of the atmosphere. A small creature drifted across their path, something between a cloud and a fox, with eyes that didn't ask for anything but offered the simple gift of acknowledgement. Morty crouched instinctively, holding out his palm not to capture, but to share presence. The creature approached with the trust of something that had never learned to fear, shared its warmth for a moment, then continued on its way, leaving behind the faint scent of rain remembered by windows. Rick's portal gun felt different in his hands, lighter somehow, as if it had shed some invisible weight it had been carrying. When he looked at it, the harsh angles of its design seemed softer, more organic, the metal itself slowly adapting to this dimension's influence, becoming something that belonged here rather than something that had invaded. "So what do we do now?" Morty asked, and for once the question carried no undertone of dread. He seemed genuinely curious about their next move, as if any choice they made would lead somewhere interesting rather than terrifying. Rick stared at his scanner one more time, watching impossible readings scroll across its screen in patterns that looked increasingly like poetry written in mathematics. The path ahead braided itself from the same not-quite grass, inviting them without performing invitations, leading toward the settlement where smoke rose like gentle prayers and light gathered itself into promises of warmth. Somewhere in his brilliant, cynical, thoroughly armored mind, a small voice whispered that maybe, just maybe, this was what the universe looked like when it wasn't trying to kill you, when it was, instead, trying to help you remember what peace felt like. "Now," Rick said, his voice softer than it had been in years, carrying the weight of someone who'd forgotten how to hope and was just now remembering the shape of it. "I guess we figure out what a dimension with negative entropy actually means." He looked at Morty, seeing the unprecedented peace in the boy's eyes and feeling something shift in his own chest, like a door he'd kept locked for decades, finally agreeing to open just a crack. "And Morty," Rick added, as a breeze picked up around them, carrying scents of growing things and distant cooking, of clean water and sun-warmed stone. "Maybe we don't rush to leave this time." The dimension seemed to exhale around them, not with relief, but with the quiet satisfaction of a place that had been waiting patiently for them to find their way home. The path stretched ahead, unhurried and welcoming, leading toward a town that had learned the art of existing without insisting, toward answers that would come gently in their own time, like everything else in this impossible, peaceful world where even chaos had learned how to be kind. And so they walked forward together, grandfather and grandson, into a place where the universe itself had remembered how to whisper instead of shout, how to embrace instead of grasp, how to offer rest to two souls who had been running from themselves for far too long. Chapter 2. Morty's First Breath of Peace. The path beneath their feet seemed to respond to their presence, not with the aggressive accommodation of technology, but with the gentle adjustment of something that had learned to care. As they walked, Morty became aware of a transformation happening so gradually that he almost missed it entirely, like watching a sunset where each moment looks the same as the last, until suddenly the whole sky has changed. His shoulders were dropping. Not the sudden collapse that came after surviving another interdimensional catastrophe, but a slow, natural settling that felt like his body was finally remembering its proper shape. The perpetual knot between his shoulder blades, his constant companion through alien invasions and algebra tests alike, was simply dissolving, unwinding itself like a rope that had decided it no longer needed to hold anything together. "Rick," Morty said, then paused, surprised by the sound of his own voice. It emerged steady and unhurried, without the familiar tremor of someone bracing for the next terrible thing. "I think my brain stopped doing that thing it always does." Rick glanced at his grandson, eyebrow raised in the expression that usually preceded scientific observation or sarcastic commentary. But the look softened as he took in what he was seeing. Morty's face had lost the perpetual tension that Rick had grown so accustomed to that he'd stopped noticing it was there. The boy's breathing was deep and even, his hands relaxed at his sides instead of fidgeting with invisible problems. "What thing?" Rick asked, though he suspected he knew. "The thing where it's always yelling at me about everything that could go wrong," Morty explained, his voice carrying wonder that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the simple miracle of internal quiet. "Like, right now? It should be telling me this place is too good to be true, that we're walking into a trap, that something terrible is about to happen. But it's just quiet. Not empty quiet, but peaceful quiet, like being in a library where everyone's reading and nobody needs to say anything." As they crested a gentle rise, the settlement revealed itself more fully, and with it came their first glimpse of the beings who called this impossible place home. They emerged from doorways and garden paths with movements that seemed to flow rather than step, their forms almost human, but somehow more fluid, as if they were people-shaped water that had learned to hold its form through contentment rather than surface tension. The first to approach moved with the unhurried grace of someone who had never known the need to rush. Their age was impossible to determine. They carried wisdom in their eyes, but moved with the fluid elegance of someone who had learned that time was a friend rather than an enemy. Their hair fell in waves that caught the ambient light and held it gently, and when they smiled, it was with the patience usually reserved for watching flowers bloom or children discover something wonderful. "Welcome," they said, their voice carrying the warmth of honey dissolving in tea, of rain falling on summer leaves, of every lullaby that had ever helped someone find peace. "We'd been expecting you, though we didn't know when you'd arrive. Time moves differently here, not slower or faster, just more kindly." Rick felt his usual response forming, sharp questions about how they could have been expected, demands for explanations, reflexive suspicion of any welcome that came without conditions. But as he opened his mouth to speak, something extraordinary happened. He looked down at his hands, these hands that had created wonders and horrors in equal measure, and watched them rest calmly at his sides. the subtle tremor that had been his companion for more years than he cared to count, a side effect of too much alcohol, too much stress, too many nights spent building devices that could destroy worlds, was completely absent. His hands were perfectly still, steady as tools laid out on a workbench. He flexed his fingers experimentally, then let them be. The absence of that familiar shake felt like the removal of a weight he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. "How did you know we were coming?" Rick asked, but the question emerged without its usual edge of suspicion, more curious than confrontational. More beings gathered around them, emerging from their daily activities with the unhurried interest of people who had learned to be present for each moment, rather than anxious about the next. They moved like water finding its level, flowing naturally into a loose circle that felt like an embrace rather than an enclosure. Their movements possessed an otherworldly fluidity, each gesture rippling into the next with the grace of streams deciding which stones to touch. One being, smaller and carrying the bright energy that might have indicated youth, approached Morty with eyes that sparkled with gentle mischief. They held out their hand, palm up, revealing what looked like a soap bubble that contained a tiny galaxy, stars swirling in lazy spirals that pulsed with soft light. "This is for you," they said, their voice like wind chimes made of laughter. "It's a worry bubble. You put your worries inside and they turn into stars. Would you like to try?" In his old life, in their usual dimension, this would have been the moment when Morty's anxiety spiked, when his mind would flood with questions about alien technology and hidden dangers. But here, now, with his shoulders soft and his breathing deep, Morty simply smiled and cupped his hands around the bubble. "I'd like that," he said, and meant it. As the bubble settled into his palms, Morty felt something shift inside him. The small, constant voice that usually catalogued potential disasters began to speak, but instead of its familiar litany of fears, it offered up his worries like gifts to be transformed. The worry about whether they'd ever get home became a gentle star. The fear that Rick would get bored with him became another. One by one, his anxieties floated into the bubble and emerged as points of light, creating a constellation of transformed fears that pulsed with the rhythm of a heart at peace. Rick watched this exchange with something approaching awe, seeing his grandson participate in what should have been impossible with the natural trust of someone who had never learned that the universe was dangerous. Around them, the other beings waited with infinite patience, understanding that some moments needed space to unfold properly. "The boy has a gift," one of the beings observed, their voice carrying warmth of recognition rather than surprise. "He knows how to let his heart be soft without letting it break. That's rarer than you might think, even here." Rick found himself studying these beings more carefully, noting how they moved through space as if they were part of it rather than separate from it, how their presence seemed to add to the general contentment of the air rather than disturb it. They wore clothing that seemed woven from light and comfort, garments that flowed like water but held their shape like the memory of wind. "What is this place?" Rick asked, and for once the question came from genuine curiosity rather than the need to categorize and control. The first being who had greeted them tilted their head with the thoughtful expression of someone considering how to explain color to someone who had only ever seen in shades of gray. "It's the place where the universe learned to be gentle with itself," they said finally. "Where the laws of physics decided that maybe, just maybe, they could be more like suggestions offered with love rather than rules enforced with violence." Morty looked up from his galaxy of transformed worries, his face glowing with the soft light from the bubble in his hands. "It's like everything here is trying to help everything else be okay," he said, his voice filled with the wonder of someone discovering that kindness could be a fundamental force. "Exactly," the being replied, their smile encompassing both Morty and Rick with equal warmth. "And now you're part of that everything." The path ahead leads deeper into our home, where smoke rises from chimneys like prayers made visible, and windows glow with the warm promise of stories shared over meals that last as long as the conversation requires. Rick felt his scientific mind reaching for explanations, for theories that could contain what he was experiencing, but found instead a curious contentment with not knowing immediately, with simply being present in a moment that asked nothing of him except that he allow it to exist. His hands remained steady, his breathing matched Morty's gentle rhythm, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, Rick Sanchez felt like he might be exactly where he belonged. As if summoned by this realization, more beings emerged from the flowing buildings of the settlement, each carrying not gifts exactly, but offerings of presence, of welcome, of the simple acknowledgement that two travelers had found their way to a place where being lost was impossible because everywhere was home. The air around them hummed with the soft, contented energy that had greeted them since stepping through the portal. A collective exhale, a shared sigh of peace that permeated everything. And for the first time in their interdimensional travels, neither Rick nor Morty felt the need to plan their escape. Instead, they felt something far more foreign and infinitely more precious. The possibility that they had found a place where they could simply rest. Chapter 3. The Town That Built Itself from Kindness. Their guides moved with them not through direction, but through invitation, the way a gentle current carries leaves downstream. As they walked deeper into the settlement, Rick found himself confronting architecture that challenged every principle of construction he'd ever understood. The buildings around them hadn't been built, they had grown, their walls rising from the earth with the organic curves of trees reaching toward light, surfaces smooth as river stones shaped by centuries of patient water. The streets beneath their feet curved like arms reaching for an embrace, following paths that prioritized comfort over efficiency. Where conventional urban planning would have imposed straight lines and right angles, these pathways flowed with the natural rhythm of the land, bending around gentle rises, spiraling softly where they met other streets, creating small circular spaces where beings could gather and conversations could bloom without hurry. "This is impossible," Rick muttered, approaching the nearest structure with his scanner humming softly in his palm. He expected to find familiar materials, concrete, metal, synthesized compounds, but instead his hand met something warm and slightly yielding, like touching the bark of a tree that had learned to be a wall without forgetting how to be alive. The building seemed to respond to his touch, its surface brightening gently where his fingers made contact, not with harsh technological glow, but with the warm recognition of welcome. Morty watched his grandfather's expression shift from analytical confusion to something approaching reverence as Rick traced the seamless curves where wall flowed into foundation, where roof melted into sky. "Rick, look at how the streets work," Morty said, his voice soft with continued amazement. The pathways didn't intersect with sharp collisions, but embraced each other in gentle spirals, creating natural gathering spaces where the flow of movement became a dance rather than mere transportation. Rick's scanner beeped with readings that defied every law of physics he'd mastered. Instead of structural integrity based on tensile strength, it displayed measurements for comfort quotient and harmony index. Traditional engineering data simply returned nonsensical symbols, as if the device itself was struggling to categorize infrastructure that responded to emotional need rather than mechanical force. The buildings listen, one of their guides explained, their voice carrying the patient tone of someone accustomed to concepts that existed beyond conventional understanding. They feel the needs of those who dwell within them and respond accordingly. A family expecting a child finds their home growing a new room. An artist discovers their studio expanding to accommodate a larger vision. The architecture collaborates rather than simply contains. As if to demonstrate, they watched a doorway ahead widen slightly as their group approached, not with mechanical precision, but with the thoughtful adjustment of a host preparing to welcome guests. The doorway itself was a revelation. Where Rick expected barriers requiring keys or codes, he found an opening that felt like an invitation extended in physical form. The threshold curved like embracing arms, its surface glowing with the soft warmth of hearth fires. They paused at a small plaza where the buildings curved inward like cupped palms, creating a circular space defined not by rigid boundaries, but by the natural gathering of structures that had learned to hold community. In the center, a fountain played with the variation of a natural spring, its water dancing in patterns that seemed to respond to the moods and movements of those nearby. "It's like the whole town is alive," Morty observed, his voice filled with quiet awe. "Not scary alive, but caring alive. Like it wants everyone to be comfortable and happy." His galaxy bubble pulsed gently in his hands, its transformed worries creating soft light that harmonized with the fountain's play. Rick found himself studying how light moved through this impossible architecture. Windows weren't holes cut in walls, but places where buildings had learned to be transparent, allowing illumination to flow like water, finding its course. The light pooled in corners where someone might want to read, brightened around workspaces, dimmed to soft warmth in areas designed for rest. A small bakery caught their attention, its roof curved like a smile. As Rick approached, the door shifted taller to accommodate him, then slightly wider for Morty. Inside, warmth gathered without the harsh push of mechanical heating. Shelves formed alcoves around them, as if the room had sensed their shape and wanted to hold them properly. The baker, moving with the same fluid grace as all the beings here, slid a loaf across the counter. Its crust had the texture of autumn leaves, breakable with a pleased sigh. No money changed hands. Instead, the baker tapped the counter, which rippled into a shallow plate like a pond, remembering how to be glass. "We share?" the baker said, not as a rule but as a description, and the rich scent of herbs unfolded like a gentle argument won by kindness. Rick tore off a piece and paused, startled by its softness. His instruments picked up patterns in the room, edges rounded to ease the mind, light pooled where faces gathered, sound-dampening materials that prevented clatter before it could begin. When he absently sketched an equation on his forearm, the ink traced itself in a line that hummed audibly, a simple major chord that settled the last small tremor at the base of his sternum. "The infrastructure prioritizes comfort over efficiency," Rick observed, his scientific mind finally finding words for what he was witnessing. Every design choice asks, how can this serve emotional well-being, rather than how can this move people from point A to point B in minimum time? As they continued exploring, they watched the architecture respond in real time. A section of pavement softened when someone knelt to retie a shoe. A bench leaned into shade as elderly beings approached, its slats warming without overheating. An archway reached taller as someone carrying a sleeping child passed beneath, the stone holding its breath until they had safely through. "Do you see it?" Morty asked, pointing to where two streets approached each other. Instead of intersecting with collision of angles, they spiraled together like friends, deciding where to meet, creating a small round space containing a tree whose leaves sounded like pages turning. Rick tried to map it and failed in ways that gladdened him. His grid wouldn't take. The lines he drew refused to confine edges that didn't want to be edges. The solution that emerged was less a map than a lullaby. The shortest path between 2 points was the one that reduced the traveler's fear and increased their sense of belonging, not the one that minimized steps. It's not solving for speed, Rick realized, his hands still perfectly steady as he gestured toward the flowing architecture around them. It's solving for relief, for connection, for the kind of infrastructure that makes hearts feel lighter rather than schedules run faster. As they walked, buildings continued their subtle dance of adjustment and growth, responding to needs both spoken and unspoken. A wall grew a shallow niche when Morty paused to rest his galaxy bubble there. Windows adjusted their transparency when someone inside needed softer light. Doorways sighed open with gentle invitation, never demanding entry, but offering welcome to those who wished to accept it. In the distance, a larger structure rose above the flowing roof lines, a building that seemed to gather the dimension's soft light into itself, its walls grown from the same tender material as the town, but braided through with veins of darker stone, like sentences underlined by a careful reader. Its windows were deep and restful, its doorway breathing with the expansion of welcome. "I think that's where your questions will feel less lonely," said a being passing by, their words not a direction, but a blessing. Rick looked toward the structure, clearly some kind of library or repository of memory, and felt something shift in his chest. For the first time in their interdimensional travels, he felt no urgency to catalogue and control, no pressure to immediately understand. The building waited with the patience of a friend at the end of a long day, a chair pulled out, a light left on, ready if they were, patient if they weren't. The town around them continued its gentle breathing, making space for all who needed it, prioritizing comfort over conquest, harmony over efficiency. And as they stood in this impossible place where even architecture had learned to love, both Rick and Morty felt something they'd never experienced before in all their adventures, the profound peace of being exactly where they belonged. The path ahead curved invitingly toward the library, promising more wonders that would unfold at their own pace, in their own time, with the patient generosity that seemed to define everything in this dimension where buildings grew from kindness and streets were paved with care. The path curved one final time before opening into a circular clearing where the library waited with the patient grace of something that had always known they would arrive. The building rose from the earth like a thought becoming solid, its walls woven from the same living stone as the rest of the town, but shot through with veins of darker material that pulsed gently with inner light. Windows breathed with soft illumination, and the doorway widened as they approached, not with mechanical precision, but with the thoughtful adjustment of a host preparing to welcome long-expected guests. Inside, the air held the particular warmth that comes from thousands of stories resting together in harmony. Shelves curved along the walls like gentle arms, their surfaces grown rather than built, each one adjusting its height and angle to cradle the books that nested there. The volumes themselves glowed with soft inner light, their spines pulsing in rhythm with some invisible heartbeat that seemed to synchronize with Rick and Morty's own breathing. At the library's heart, where the curved walls created a natural amphitheater of reading spaces, sat a being whose presence immediately explained why this place felt like coming home. She looked up from a book whose pages were writing themselves, words appearing like thoughts becoming visible, and smiled with the warmth of every sunset that had ever painted the sky in shades of contentment. Her age existed outside conventional understanding. Her face held the wisdom of countless seasons, but her eyes sparkled with eternal curiosity. Her hair fell in waves that caught and held light like water, holding reflections, its color shifting between the deep gold of late afternoon and the gentle purple of twilight. When she rose from her chair, her movements carried the fluid grace they'd observed throughout this dimension, but with an added quality of timeless patience, as if she had learned to move in harmony with the rhythm of growing things. "Rick," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority of absolute truth. "And Morty, I'm Lyra. I've been keeping your tea warm." Rick's usual arsenal of sharp questions simply didn't materialize. Instead, he found himself accepting the impossible fact that this being knew their names, knew they were coming, and had prepared for their arrival with the thoughtful care of someone who remembered them from before they had arrived. "How do you know?" Rick began, then stopped, realizing that in this dimension the question itself felt less important than the warmth of being known. Lyra gestured toward a small alcove where 3 chairs had arranged themselves around a table that seemed to have grown from the floor like a mushroom made of polished wood. As they settled into seats that adjusted themselves to provide perfect comfort, she poured tea from a pot that seemed to contain exactly the right amount for their gathering, no more, no less. The liquid that filled Rick's cup carried an aroma that made something crack open in his chest, not painfully, but like an egg hatching after long, patient incubation. It smelled like late nights in his laboratory when experiments went right, like Beth's laughter echoing through the house when she was small, like moments when his brilliance felt like a gift rather than a burden. Morty's tea carried the scent of summer afternoons when nothing bad happened, of the satisfaction of understanding something difficult for the first time, of the warmth that comes from knowing you're exactly where you belong. He took a tentative sip, and his eyes widened with recognition. "It tastes like happiness," he said, his voice soft with wonder. "Like that time Summer and I built the fort in the backyard, and Mom brought us sandwiches cut the way I liked them, like Christmas morning when I was little and everything felt possible." Rick took his own cautious sip and felt memories unfold like flowers blooming in fast forward. The tea tasted like the first time he'd successfully created something beautiful instead of destructive, like the moment Beth had first called him Grandpa Rick, without any trace of fear, like every sunrise he'd witnessed, from dimensions where the light fell differently, but the hope felt exactly the same. "The tea remembers joy," Lyra explained, settling back into her chair with the contentment of someone whose life's work was exactly what she loved doing. "It finds the moments when your heart truly smiled and offers them back to you, concentrated into something you can hold and carry." Around them, the library breathed with quiet contentment. Shelves leaned slightly toward readers as they passed. Books glowed more brightly when touched by curious hands, and the very air seemed to hum with the satisfaction of stories finding their perfect audience. "The books here are special," Lyra continued, her sunset eyes twinkling with gentle mischief. "They don't contain stories that have already been written. They write themselves based on what the reader needs to know, what their heart is ready to hear, what their soul has been asking for, without words." She rose and approached one of the shelves, her fingers trailing along the spines until they stopped at a volume that began glowing more brightly at her touch. When she placed it in Rick's hands, he could see that its pages were blank, but as he watched, words began appearing like thoughts becoming visible. Rick looked down at the forming text and felt his breath catch. The words weren't the technical manuals or scientific treatises he usually consumed. Instead, poetry was writing itself across the paper. Not pretentious verse, but simple, honest words about the weight of brilliance, about the loneliness of always being right, about the possibility that love might survive the truth of who he really was. "It's poetry," Rick said, his voice carrying a note of wonder he hadn't heard from himself in years. "I haven't read poetry since Beth was small. She used to ask me to read her poems before bed, back when she thought I knew everything, and that was somehow a good thing." The verses continued to appear, each line settling onto the page with gentle precision. They spoke of fathers and daughters, of the space between brilliance and wisdom, of intelligence learning to dance with kindness instead of conquering it. Rick found himself reading aloud, his voice soft and wondering, sharing words that seemed to understand him better than he understood himself. Morty received his own book, its pages filling with stories about courage that didn't require violence, about strength that came from gentleness, about the profound heroism of choosing kindness when the world offered every excuse for cynicism. As he read, his galaxy bubble pulsed with softer light, its transformed worries creating a gentle constellation that illuminated the words on the page. "Every book remembers the story that needs to be told," Lyra said, "not to fill silence, but to affirm that silence was safe here. Not just stories that have been told, but the ones waiting to be discovered, the ones that exist in the space between what is and what could be." Other beings moved through the library with the same fluid grace they'd observed throughout the town, selecting books that began writing themselves the moment they were opened, settling into reading nooks that adjusted to provide perfect comfort. The air filled with the soft sound of pages turning, of gentle sighs of recognition, of the quiet "oh, that escapes" when someone discovers exactly what they didn't know they needed to hear. Rick looked up from his poetry, his eyes meeting Lyra's with something approaching vulnerability. How is this possible? Books that write themselves, tea that tastes like happiness, a dimension where even the buildings care about our feelings. Lyra's smile deepened, carrying the warmth of someone who had heard this question many times before and never tired of answering it. "Maybe the laws of physics you've been following were just suggestions offered by a universe that forgot it could be kind. Maybe this is what reality looks like when it remembers that its primary job isn't to be consistent, but to be loving." The library around them seemed to exhale at her words, the very walls breathing with the contentment of a place that existed to serve the deepest needs of those who found their way there. Books continued writing themselves, tea continued tasting like joy, and Rick felt his hands, those famously unsteady hands, remain perfectly still as he turned the page of his poetry book. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Rick Sanchez felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be, reading poetry in a library that remembered everyone, including versions of himself he'd forgotten were possible. And beside him, Morty sat quietly with his own book, his shoulders soft and his breathing deep, both of them held gently by a place that had learned the art of loving without conditions, of giving without keeping score, of existing simply to help weary travelers remember what peace felt like. The afternoon light grew softer through the breathing windows, and the library settled deeper into its contented rhythm, ready to hold them for as long as they needed to stay, patient as only love knows how to be. As the afternoon light continued its gentle dance through the library's breathing windows, Morty found himself setting down his self-writing book and simply listening. The words had settled into his heart like seeds finding perfect soil, and in the quiet that followed, he became aware of something extraordinary happening around him. At first, he thought it was just the usual peaceful sounds of Lyra's library, The soft whisper of pages turning themselves, the gentle settling of chairs as they adjusted to provide perfect comfort, the warm hum of contentment that seemed to live in the very walls. But gradually, like watching stars appear in a darkening sky, he began to perceive something more. The large fern near Lyra's reading chair was humming. Not audibly, but in a way he could feel in his chest, a deep thrumming of satisfaction that spoke of roots drinking deeply from well-tended soil, of leaves turning toward light with the gratitude of something that had never known thirst. Morty turned toward the sound, his galaxy bubble pulsing gently in response to his growing awareness. "Do you hear that?" Morty asked softly, his voice carrying wonder rather than anxiety for perhaps the first time in his interdimensional travels. Rick looked up from his poetry, following Morty's gaze toward the plants. His hands remained perfectly steady as he set the book aside. "Hear what, Morty?" "The plants," Morty said, standing and moving closer to the fern. "They're happy. I can actually hear how happy they are. It's like they're humming contentment, and I can feel it the way you feel music in your chest." Lyra's sunset, eyes brightened with recognition and gentle delight. "You're beginning to hear the emotional symphony," she said, her voice warm with the satisfaction of a teacher watching a student discover something profound. It's a gift this dimension offers to those whose hearts are open enough to receive it. Most beings take several visits before they develop such sensitivity. As if her words had opened a door in his perception, Morty began to notice more. The wooden shelves around them carried their own quiet satisfaction, the deep, patient pleasure of supporting exactly the right weight, of holding books that wanted to be held, of serving their purpose with perfect efficiency. The chairs they had been sitting in hummed with gentle pride at providing exactly the comfort their occupants needed. "It's not overwhelming," Morty observed with surprise, his voice filled with the same peaceful wonder that had colored all his discoveries here. "I thought hearing everything's feelings would be too much, but it's actually like listening to a really good song where all the parts fit together perfectly." Rick watched his grandson move through the library with growing fascination, seeing Morty respond to sounds and feelings that remained beyond his own perception. There was something different in the boy's posture now, a new kind of confidence that came not from conquering fear, but from understanding his place in a larger harmony. "What else do you hear?" Rick asked, his scientific curiosity awakened, not by the need to analyze and control, but by genuine wonder at his grandson's expanding awareness. Morty paused near one of the breathing windows, his head tilted as if listening to music only he could perceive. A street lamp visible outside was beginning its evening glow, and he could feel its quiet joy at the simple act of illumination, not the harsh pride of demanding attention, but the gentle satisfaction of a job well done, of providing exactly the light needed for someone to find their way home safely. "The whole town is like one big song," he said, his voice soft with awe. "Every building, every street, every doorway, they're all playing their part. That bakery we visited earlier, it's still warm with satisfaction because it fed people today. The fountain in the plaza is practically laughing with joy because children were playing in its spray this afternoon." They moved toward the library's entrance, and as Morty pushed the door closed behind them, the click settled with such precise satisfaction that it flowed through his shoulders like warm water. He heard the door's delight, small and earnest. "There, perfect, the fit is true." The latch didn't gloat, it basked the way a tool does when it finally gets to do the job it was made for. Outside, the evening had ripened toward that perfect moment when day becomes night without urgency. Light gathered in the hollows of buildings and spilled gently along the curved streets. Morty found himself walking slower, not because he was tired, but because everything around him seemed to be speaking in a language he suddenly understood and didn't want to rush through. "In our dimension," Morty said thoughtfully as they strolled along the flowing pathways, "everything's always fighting. People fighting each other, machines fighting to work properly, even buildings fighting against weather and time. But here, everything's cooperating. Everything wants to help everything else be okay." Rick found himself considering this observation with the same gentle attention he'd been giving to his poetry. In their usual reality, even his most successful inventions were battles won against the universe's tendency toward chaos. Here it seemed chaos had learned to organize itself into harmony, not through force, but through the simple desire to contribute to something beautiful. "It's like the difference between a machine and a garden," Rick said slowly, the metaphor emerging from some part of his mind that rarely spoke in their usual dimension. Machines work through precision and control. Gardens work through cooperation and trust. A shop awning shifted to share shade as they passed. Its fabric whispered as it settled. "Almost. There. Better." A bench adjusted its angle when an elderly being approached. Its wooden slats glowed with the quiet pride of a good host. Morty heard it all, the small satisfactions, the gentle adjustments, the constant quiet chorus of things doing exactly what they were meant to do. "Is it loud?" Rick asked, studying Morty's face with newfound attention. "Overwhelming." Morty shook his head, smiling, with the discovery of something that should have been heavy but wasn't. "It's arranged," he said, searching for the right words. "Like everybody waits their turn. Nothing talks over anything else. It's like a symphony where every instrument knows when to be quiet so the others can sing." As evening settled more fully over the town, street lamps began their gentle glow, each one adding its quiet satisfaction to the harmony. Windows adjusted their transparency to provide cozy illumination for evening activities. Chimneys sighed contentedly as fires were lit, their smoke rising in patterns that spoke of warmth shared and stories told. "This is how the universe sounds when it's happy," Morty said, his voice filled with wonder. "When everything gets to do what it's supposed to do, when everyone gets to contribute their part to something bigger and more beautiful than they could create alone." Rick looked at his grandson, really looked at him, and saw not the anxious, overwhelmed boy who usually accompanied him on their adventures, but someone who had discovered a gift for understanding how peace actually worked. His own hands remained steady, his breathing matched the town's gentle rhythm, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, Rick felt like he might be learning something more valuable than any equation he'd ever solved. A small creature drifted across their path, something between a cloud and a fox, with eyes that didn't ask for anything but offered the simple gift of acknowledgement. Morty crouched instinctively, not to capture but to share presence, and heard its contentment like a purr made of starlight. The creature approached with the trust of something that had never learned to fear, shared its warmth for a moment, then continued on its way. "What do you do with it?" Morty asked softly, unsure if he was talking to the evening air or to the dimension itself. "Hearing everything like this?" The answer seemed to come from the gentle symphony around them, from the satisfied hum of street lamps doing their job well, from the contented breathing of buildings holding their inhabitants safely. You let it change what you choose. You step where the ground is grateful. You close what's ready to be closed. You leave open what still has something to give. Morty nodded, understanding flooding through him like warm light. There was nothing heroic in it, which somehow made it feel infinitely important. He moved his hand a few inches and found the draft at the corner of a nearby window. He pressed gently, and the frame settled into itself with a tiny click, so quiet it was almost the idea of a sound. Inside, a lamp brightened the smallest degree, thankful for the kept warmth. Rick watched the boy he'd dragged through so many loud universes tend to a quiet one like this, and felt something ancient and armored crack open in his chest. No glory, no danger, just attention, given where it helped. He tucked away the memory of that warm tone his pen had made earlier, keeping it somewhere safe where he could find it later. As night finished arriving with the patience of something that had all the time in the world, the lamps sang their soft, useful songs, each content, each distinct, none trying to drown the others out. Morty listened and learned the shape of the town's kindness, the way one learns a melody by humming it under their breath. It didn't weigh him down. If anything, it made him lighter, like someone had finally taken a heavy backpack he'd forgotten he was wearing. They walked on without urgency, guided not by maps or destinations, but by where the quiet grew most welcoming, where the emotional symphony played its gentlest themes. Behind them, the library held their places like a bookmark pressed into the evening. Ahead, the town waited with the patience of things that didn't need to be first to be good. And somewhere between the measured footfalls and the lamplight's small delights, Morty discovered that harmony wasn't something imposed from outside, but something that emerged naturally when everything was allowed to be authentically itself, contributing its unique note to a song larger and more beautiful than any individual voice could create alone. The dimension breathed around them, content and welcoming, ready to teach them more. About the art of listening with the heart, of moving through the world with the kind of attention that helped rather than conquered, that healed rather than analyzed. In this place where even chaos had learned to be kind, they were beginning to understand what the universe sounded like when it remembered how to love itself. As they continued their gentle exploration through the town's curved pathways, Rick found himself absently reaching for the familiar weight of his notepad, a habit ingrained through decades of capturing thoughts that moved too quickly to trust to memory alone. The paper felt different here, softer somehow, like aged parchment that had learned patience through countless gentle handlings. He pulled out his pen, its cold metal surface warming immediately in this dimension's embracing air. The equation that emerged from his pen was one he'd written thousands of times, a fundamental relationship governing interdimensional energy transfer, the mathematical backbone of portal technology. But as the ink touched paper, something extraordinary happened. A soft, clear note rose from the page, delicate as a bell touched by morning mist. Rick paused, his hand hovering above the paper, watching the symbol he'd just written glow with gentle luminescence. "Did you hear that?" he asked Morty, though his voice carried wonder rather than his usual sharp demand for confirmation. Morty turned from where he'd been listening to a nearby garden's contented murmuring, his face brightening with recognition. "It's singing, Rick. Your math is actually singing." Rick traced another symbol, then another, watching as each addition to the equation brought forth new notes that wove themselves into the first, creating harmonies that spoke not of conquest over natural laws, but of conversation with them. The variables hummed with patient curiosity. The constants provided steady, reassuring bass notes, and the operators danced between them like gentle suggestions rather than forceful commands. As the equation grew more complex, the melody deepened and enriched, becoming something that could only be described as a lullaby written in the language of physics. Rick found himself writing slower, not from hesitation, but from the desire to hear each note fully before adding the next. His hands, those famously unsteady hands, moved with perfect precision, guided not by force of will, but by the music itself. "This is impossible," Rick murmured. But the words carried no frustration, only the awe of someone discovering that the universe was far more musical than he'd ever imagined. Mathematical relationships don't have melodies. Equations don't sing. Maybe they always did, Morty suggested softly, his galaxy bubble pulsing gently in rhythm with the floating music. And we just couldn't hear them in dimensions where everything was too busy fighting to remember how to harmonize. Rick pulled out his portal gun, the device feeling lighter in his hands, its harsh edges somehow softened by the dimension's influence. When he activated its diagnostic display, instead of the usual cascade of harsh green numbers, gentle notes began appearing in the air above the device, luminous musical symbols that hung suspended like fireflies, each one corresponding to a different aspect of the gun's complex mechanics. The portal gun's power core sang in deep, thrumming bass tones that spoke of energy contained not through force, but through willing cooperation. The dimensional calibration circuits added middle harmonies that danced between certainties, exploring possibilities with the curiosity of a child discovering new colors. Most remarkably, the safety protocols systems Rick had installed after too many close calls provided a gentle counterpoint that spoke of protection offered without judgment, care given without conditions. A small gathering of the dimension's fluid beings had begun to collect around them, drawn not by spectacle but by the beauty of the impromptu concert. They approached with the same unhurried grace that characterized all movement here, their presence adding to the harmony rather than disrupting it. Some hummed along with melodies that spoke to them, their voices blending seamlessly with the musical equations floating in the evening air. "Your work has always been music," one of them observed, an elderly being whose movements carried the wisdom of countless seasons. "In dimensions ruled by fear, it sounds like battle songs. Here, where love guides, it reveals its true nature, the universe composing itself into ever more beautiful forms." Rick found himself sketching his portal gun's core schematics in the air with his finger, watching them transform into what could only be described as a lullaby. The interdimensional travel equation sang not of violent tears through reality, but of gentle transitions, of journeys taken not to escape but to discover, of distances crossed not to abandon, but to return home with gifts for those left behind. "That melody," Rick said suddenly, his voice catching with unexpected recognition. "I used to whistle something like that when Beth couldn't sleep." I never remembered it in the morning, but... He trailed off, staring at the musical notation floating before them, seeing in its gentle curves the shape of half-forgotten bedtime rituals, of a father's love expressed in wordless songs. Morty listened to the lullaby with something approaching reverence. "That's what it sounds like when you're not running away," he said softly. "When you're exploring because you love the universe, not because you're angry at it." Rick began experimenting with different formulas, watching in fascination as each transformed into its own unique musical expression. Chemical compounds became intricate harmonies, carbon atoms providing deep, foundational notes, hydrogen adding light, airy trills, oxygen contributing warm, sustaining tones. A complex molecular structure he'd once used for explosives revealed itself as a delicate, almost fragile composition that spoke not of destruction, but of elements choosing to dance together in patterns of incredible beauty. His theoretical work on quantum mechanics became a gentle waltz that spoke of particles choosing their dance partners with care and intention, Energy equations sang of power offered freely without cost to the giver. Even his most abstract mathematical concepts transformed into melodies that spoke of the universe's deep, underlying harmony, patterns that had always existed, waiting patiently for someone to learn how to listen. "It's like the universe here wants to hear everything's true song," Morty observed, his enhanced listening ability allowing him to perceive layers of meaning in the music that even Rick was still discovering. "Even your inventions, Rick. It's not just about what they do, but what they are." Rick felt a profound shift occurring within him, like tectonic plates of understanding rearranging themselves into new configurations. For decades, his work had been about imposing his will on the universe, bending its laws to his design, conquering its mysteries through sheer intellectual force. He had built devices to escape, to fight, to dominate. But here, his very creations, his most fundamental scientific thoughts, were revealing themselves as something entirely different. "They're not weapons," Rick said slowly, the realization emerging like dawn breaking over a landscape he'd never seen before. "My inventions, my equations, they're not tools for conquest. They're instruments. They've been trying to make music this whole time, and I kept forcing them to make noise instead." The portal gun in his hands seemed to respond to this recognition, its usual harsh hum softening into something that harmonized perfectly with the melodies floating around them. Rick realized that his most trusted tool, the device that had carried them across countless realities, had always been trying to sing with him rather than simply serve him. As if summoned by this understanding, Rick's other devices began responding to the dimension's influence. His scanner created gentle light patterns that danced in harmony with the floating musical notes. His laser pointer painted aurora-like colors across the evening air, each hue corresponding to a different frequency in the growing symphony. Even his communicator, when activated, sang soft melodies that reached out not to demand attention, but to offer connection. "This is what happens when brilliance meets gentleness," the elderly being observed, their words adding their own musical quality to the evening air. "When the mind's power is guided by the heart's wisdom. Your work becomes not a sword to cut through reality, but a bridge to connect with it." The evening air, filled with the sound of Rick's life's work, transformed into what it had always wanted to be. Not conquest over the universe, but collaboration with it. Not domination of natural laws, but dance with them. Each equation, each invention, each breakthrough sang its own unique song while contributing to a larger symphony that spoke of intelligence learning to serve love rather than ego. Rick stood surrounded by the musical representation of his life's work, his hands perfectly steady as he watched decades of scientific achievement reveal its true nature. The harsh discord of conquest was transforming into the gentle music of collaboration with a universe that had always been singing, waiting patiently for him to learn how to sing along. "All this time," Rick said, his voice soft with wonder, "I thought I was interrogating the universe, forcing it to give up its secrets. But it was trying to have a conversation with me, it was whispering back, and I just never learned how to listen." Morty smiled, his galaxy bubble, creating soft light that illuminated the floating melodies around them. "You're learning now," he said simply. And in those words, Rick heard not just encouragement, but recognition. The acknowledgement that growth was possible at any age, that even the most entrenched patterns could transform when touched by genuine love. The melodies continued to play as night settled more fully over the town, Rick's transformed equations joining the gentle symphony of contentment that had become the soundtrack of their journey. Street lamps hummed their satisfaction, buildings breathed their peaceful rhythms, and now Rick's own work added its voice to the harmony, no longer the harsh discord of conquest, but the gentle music of collaboration with a universe that had always been ready to sing together. In this dimension, where even chaos had learned to be kind, Rick Sanchez was discovering that his greatest inventions had always been love songs written in the language of mathematics, symphonies composed in the grammar of physics, lullabies disguised as scientific breakthroughs. And for the first time in his brilliant, complicated life, he was finally learning to hear the music he'd been making all along. As the last notes of his portal gun's lullaby faded into the night air, Rick felt something he hadn't experienced since Beth was small, the profound peace that comes from creating something beautiful not to prove a point or solve a problem, but simply because beauty itself was reason enough. The town around them continued its gentle breathing, ready to teach them more about the art of listening with the heart, of moving through the world with the kind of attention that helped rather than conquered, that healed rather than analyzed. The path ahead curved invitingly toward new discoveries, new melodies waiting to be uncovered, new ways of understanding what it meant to collaborate with a universe that had always been singing, always been ready to dance, always been waiting for someone to join the eternal song of existence with love instead of force, with wonder instead of cynicism, with the gentle recognition that the greatest scientific truth of all might simply be that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by an invisible symphony of care. As the last harmonies of Rick's transformed equations dissolved into the evening air, the gentle beings who had gathered to listen began dispersing with their characteristic, unhurried grace. The music lingered in the atmosphere like incense, and Morty found his enhanced listening ability picking up something new, a subtle shift in the town's emotional symphony, a warm invitation emanating from somewhere deeper in the settlement's heart. "Rick," Morty said softly, his galaxy bubble pulsing gently in response to what he was perceiving, "there's something that way. It feels like time decided to sit down and rest for a while." The path that called to them curved between buildings that breathed with evening contentment, their windows glowing with the soft light of stories being shared over meals that lasted as long as the conversation required. As they followed the gentle invitation, Rick noticed his portal gun's lullaby harmonizing with something ahead, not another melody, but a quality of temporal depth that made the air itself feel more spacious. The cafe emerged from the flowing architecture like a natural pause in the town's gentle rhythm. Its walls curved with the same organic grace as everything else here. But there was something different about this space, a quality that made looking at it feel like peering into still water that reflected more than just the surface of things. The windows breathed with light that seemed to come from multiple sources at once, and steam rose from within, carrying aromas that spoke not just of brewing coffee, but of conversations that had all the time in the world. Inside, time didn't move the way it did elsewhere. Morty heard it immediately. Time here wasn't stacked like plates or stretched like wire. It rested, layered and kind, like quilts folded on a cedar chest. The impossible became quietly ordinary as customers from different temporal streams shared tables with the casual comfort of old friends. A being dressed in flowing robes that seemed woven from starlight sat across from someone whose attire appeared crafted from crystallized air, their conversation flowing like a gentle stream that had been running for centuries and would continue for centuries more. The barista moved behind the counter with movements that suggested long acquaintance with moments that mattered and conversations that couldn't be rushed. Their hair held the colors of coffee with exactly the right amount of cream, and their eyes carried the patient warmth of someone who had learned that nearly everything important doesn't mind taking its time. "Sit where your conversation has already been kind," the barista said, their words settling in the air like a blessing that had been waiting to be spoken. A small table near a potted citrus tree brightened at their approach, 2 cups materializing, not because anyone had placed them there, but because the table understood what waiting felt like and enjoyed helping. The coffee that arrived for Rick wore steam that smelled like rainy Sundays and clean notebooks, like the weight of his hands cradling warmth when Beth was small and demanded that he drink like a normal person during tea parties assembled beneath blanket forts. Morty's cup was lighter, more cocoa than coffee, the foam tracing constellations that echoed the ones in his worry bubble. Rick sensed the shift before he saw the man, the cafe's gentle hum realigned by the smallest degree, like a chord welcoming a familiar note. At the next table sat a figure Rick recognized the way you recognize your own handwriting, subconsciously, intimately, in the posture first, and only then in the conscious mind. This other Rick possessed the same wild hair, the same sharp intelligence in his eyes, but everything else was transformed. His hands rested calmly on the table, no tremor, no fidgeting with devices or chemicals. There was a ring-shaped tenderness on the skin of his 4th finger, the kind that remains when a presence becomes an absence without ever becoming a void. His sweater had been mended carefully in 2 places with thread that didn't match, which somehow made it more beautiful. Most remarkably, his eyes held something Rick barely recognized in any mirror: contentment. They didn't introduce themselves. In this place where time rested, such formalities seemed unnecessary. The other Rick met his gaze with something that felt like an open door on a warm evening, then reached into his pocket and placed a small wooden car on the table between them, the kind that rolls in perfectly straight lines, not because the engineering is flawless, but because it wants to delight a child. Rick felt his own portal gun rest peacefully beside his coffee cup, its lullaby humming so softly that only Morty's enhanced listening could truly perceive it. The melody recognized the simple rhythm of wooden wheels and made room for their honest joy. There was no clever banter, no scientific discourse, no competition of intellects. Just the kind of silence that doesn't need to be filled because it is already complete. The other Rick took a slow sip of his coffee and set the cup down with careful attention, aligning the handle as if to show respect for the small machinery of comfort. Rick found himself mirroring the movement without thinking, then noticed his own gentleness and didn't flinch from it. "You chose differently," Rick said finally, the words emerging not as question or judgment, but as simple recognition. The other Rick nodded, his smile carrying the warmth of someone who had learned to forgive himself. "I chose love over being right," he said simply, his voice holding the same timbre as Rick's own, but without its familiar edge of defensive cynicism. "Turns out, the universe is a lot more interesting when you're not trying to prove you're smarter than it." Morty watched this exchange with the unstartled awareness of someone who had been given the sheet music for this moment. Around them, conversations braided peacefully across temporal boundaries. At the counter, an elderly being laughed with a young person who still had ink on their fingers from the poem they would write decades from now. "Beth?" Rick asked, the single word carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken questions about daughters and fathers, about brilliance and love, about the space between what we are and what we could become. "Happy," the other Rick replied, and the words settled between them like a blessing. "Married to someone who sees her strength instead of trying to fix her supposed weaknesses. 2 kids who call me Grandpa Rick without any fear in their voices." Rick felt something crack open in his chest, not painfully, but like an egg finally ready to hatch after long, patient incubation. The other Rick slid a napkin toward him, bearing a simple drawing. A house with a kitchen light left on, a tree with a ladder nailed into it, stars lazily suggested above. The lines hummed with the same chord Rick's equations had been trying to become before they were equations at all. "The thing about genius," the other Rick said, wrapping his hands around his warm cup, "is that it's only as valuable as what you choose to do with it. I spent years using mine to prove how broken everything was. Now I use it to help fix things, one small repair at a time." Rick set his pen on the table between them like a treaty. The pen made a small, contented sound that wasn't quite a sound. The other, Rick nodded, one precise degree, like adjusting a picture frame, and reached into his pocket, placing beside the pen a tiny screw with no machine to belong to, not a metaphor, but a gift in the language both men had learned first, a part with no purpose except to be kept and found years later when a hand reached into an old coat and discovered weight where it expected lint. "Is it too late?" Rick asked finally, the question emerging from some deep place he rarely allowed himself to access. "For someone like me, I mean, for someone who's made all the wrong choices?" The other Rick leaned forward slightly, his eyes holding Rick's with steady compassion. "Every moment is a chance to choose differently," he said gently. "Every breath is an opportunity to love instead of defend, to build instead of destroy, to stay instead of run." The conversation continued in comfortable silences that the cafe seemed designed to hold. Words were exchanged, but the real communication happened in the space between speech, in shared glances that carried understanding, in nods that acknowledged truths too deep for language, in the simple presence of two versions of the same soul, recognizing each other across the vast distances of choice and consequence. As evening deepened, the other Rick stood first, not because the moment was over, but because it had arrived complete. He left the wooden car where it sat, and Rick didn't reach for it. He would never pick it up, but he would remember it exactly there, where it belonged to both of them and neither. A hand touched his shoulder, brief pressure, just enough to say, "I know." Then the carefully mended sweater moved toward the door, and the bell made that breathing sound again, and time turned its head on the pillow and smiled without opening its eyes. Rick sat in the lingering warmth of the encounter, feeling something fundamental shift in his understanding of what his life could become. His hands remained perfectly steady as he traced the edge of the napkin drawing, seeing in its gentle lines not just a house, but a possibility, not just a tree, but a choice to stay and grow roots instead of always running toward the next horizon. Morty finished his cocoa, the warmth spreading through him like a lullaby made liquid. "He seemed peaceful," he said softly, his voice carrying the wonder of someone who had witnessed transformation made visible. "Yeah," Rick replied, his voice softer than Morty had ever heard it. He did. Outside, the evening had rearranged itself to be even gentler. Street lamps sang their quiet songs of useful light, and the air carried the scent of stone cooled from sun, and the whisper of leaves practicing their nightly conversation about letting go without falling. As they stepped into the flowing street, Rick felt the cafe's warmth settle beside them like a companion who didn't insist on conversation, but was content to simply walk along. The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of choosing love over being right, of finding strength in gentleness, of discovering that the greatest scientific breakthrough of all might simply be learning that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by an invisible symphony of care that had been playing all along, waiting patiently for someone to learn how to listen with their heart instead of just their brilliant, complicated mind. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, new possibilities, new ways of understanding what it meant to be both genius and kind in a universe that had always been singing, always been ready to dance, always been waiting for someone to join the eternal song of existence with love instead of conquest, with wonder instead of cynicism, with the gentle recognition that home wasn't a place to escape from, but a feeling to carry everywhere they went. As they emerged from the cafe's temporal embrace, the evening air carried something new, a playful quality that danced around Morty's shoulders like an invitation written in motion. The warmth of Rick's encounter with his other self still lingered between them, settling like a gentle blessing over the curved pathways. But now, as they walked through the flowing streets, Morty became aware of a presence within the breeze that felt distinctly intentional, distinctly aware. What had been gentle currents throughout their journey now gathered into something more focused, swirling in patterns that seemed designed to catch attention without demanding it. The air moved around Morty with curious affection, tugging softly at his sleeves, whispering through his hair, lifting fallen leaves into lazy spirals that danced at his feet with the patience of things that had learned joy didn't need to hurry. "Rick," Morty said softly, extending his hand palm up into the swirling air, "I think the wind wants to meet us." Rick looked up from his quiet contemplation, his hands still perfectly steady as he watched the breeze coalesce around his grandson. The currents began to gather more purposefully, not into solid form, but into something more present, more focused, like seeing faces in clouds, but knowing they were actually there, actually looking back. A voice emerged from the moving air, carrying the sound of leaves whispering secrets, of curtains breathing in summer bedrooms, of every gentle breeze that had ever brought relief on a too-warm day. "Hello, Morty," it said, the words formed not by vocal cords but by the careful arrangement of pressure and flow. "I'm Zephyr. I've been waiting to meet the boy who listens to feelings." Morty felt no surprise at this impossible introduction, only the warm recognition of meeting someone he'd somehow always known. His galaxy bubble pulsed gently in response to Zephyr's presence, its transformed worries creating soft light that harmonized with the wind being's ethereal glow. "Your sensitivity," Zephyr continued, their forms swirling around Morty in lazy spirals that brought the scent of rain-washed air and distant flowers. "It's not a burden here. It's a gift this universe has been hoping someone would bring. You hear what things feel, don't you?" "I do," Morty replied, his voice carrying wonder rather than his usual anxiety. "Everything here has its own song, its own way of being content." Zephyr's laugh was the sound of wind chimes made from crystallized joy. They began to move through the grove beside the path, demonstrating something profound through their very being. Where other forces might push or demand, Zephyr flowed. Around the sturdy trunks of trees, through narrow gaps between stones, always finding the path of least resistance while never losing direction or purpose. "Strength doesn't come from force," Zephyr explained, their movements becoming a gentle dance that spoke louder than words. "It comes from knowing when to bend and when to stand firm." To demonstrate, they encountered a patch of thorny bushes. Instead of fighting through them, Zephyr found the spaces between the thorns, weaving a delicate path that left every sharp point undisturbed while carrying them safely through to the other side. Then, meeting a solid stone pillar, they didn't try to move it, but flowed around it, with respectful acknowledgement, embracing its solidity without being halted by it. "Watch," Zephyr said, drawing Morty's attention to a small kite caught on a nearby rooftop, its tail snagged on a gutter. In the old dimension, with the old rules, Morty might have climbed, grabbed, yanked, probably creating new problems while solving the first. But here, with Zephyr's gentle guidance, he learned a different approach. "Let's do this together," Morty whispered to the air. Zephyr gathered themselves like someone taking a careful breath, then sent a narrow ribbon of breeze to brush the tail free. The kite hesitated, fear and paper weighing the same, and Morty understood intuitively what was needed. He stepped back, opened his arms in the shape of acceptance, and Zephyr filled the space he created. The kite sailed down slowly enough to be called graceful, settling into Morty's cupped hands like a story finding its proper ending. "That was good," Rick observed, his voice carrying a note of recognition that surprised them both. "You weren't pushing. You were conducting." Morty shook his head, smiling as Zephyr ruffled his hair with affectionate care. "Listening," he corrected gently, and then answering in the same language. As evening deepened around them, Zephyr began teaching through increasingly subtle demonstrations. They showed Morty how a door that wouldn't quite close needed not force but the gentlest pressure at exactly the right angle, how a worried nest could be protected not by barriers but by redirecting foot traffic along kinder paths, how strength could be expressed through yielding just as powerfully as through resistance. "I've always felt like I was too soft for the universe," Morty confided as they settled in a small clearing where flowers swayed in response to Zephyr's presence. "Like I couldn't handle the hard things the way Rick does." Zephyr's form wrapped around him like a gentle embrace made of moving air. "Oh, sweet boy," they said, their voice carrying the wisdom of countless seasons spent learning how to be gentle without being powerless. "You handle the hard things better than anyone, you just do it differently. Instead of building armor, you stay open. Instead of fighting, you adapt. Instead of conquering, you understand." Rick watched this exchange with something approaching awe, seeing his grandson through new eyes. The boy he'd often viewed as fragile was revealing himself to be something far more remarkable, someone who possessed the strength to remain gentle in the face of chaos, the courage to stay sensitive in dimensions that rewarded numbness. "Your grandfather's brilliance is like lightning," Zephyr observed, their attention turning briefly to Rick with respectful acknowledgement. "Powerful, illuminating, capable of changing everything in an instant. But your sensitivity is like rain. It nurtures, it sustains, it helps things grow. Both are necessary, both are valuable." Morty felt tears gathering in his eyes, not from sadness but from the profound relief of being seen clearly for the first time. His sensitivity, his tendency to feel overwhelmed, his need for gentleness, these weren't flaws to be overcome, but adaptations to a kinder way of existing. "The universe needs both kinds of strength," Zephyr continued, their voice carrying the warmth of absolute truth. "It needs Rick's lightning to break through barriers and illuminate new possibilities. But it also needs your rain to help those possibilities take root and flourish." As night settled more fully over the town, Zephyr began to disperse back into the general evening breeze, but their presence remained tangible in every gentle current, every whisper of moving air. "Remember," they said, their voice becoming one with the wind itself, "to bend when bending keeps the song from breaking, to stand when standing makes the song truer. Your sensitivity isn't weakness, it's wisdom this universe desperately needs." Rick found himself taking notes in gentle curves that harmonized with the evening's music, documenting not just what he observed, but what he was learning about strength, about the profound intelligence required to remain kind in an unkind universe. "Morty," Rick said softly, his voice carrying a note of recognition that had been building throughout their journey, I think I've been understanding strength wrong for a long time, watching you with Zephyr. You're not weak, you're wise in ways I never learned to be. Morty looked at his grandfather with surprise and gratitude, feeling for the first time that his sensitivity was being valued rather than merely tolerated. The evening air continued to carry Zephyr's essence, a reminder that some friendships transcend physical form, existing in the space between movements, in the breath between words, in the gentle current that connects all living things. As they walked on through the dimensions' flowing streets, both Rick and Morty carried with them new understanding about the many forms strength could take, the various ways wisdom could manifest, and the profound truth that the universe needed both lightning and rain, both brilliance and sensitivity, both the courage to illuminate and the wisdom to nurture what grows in the light. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, promising more lessons about the art of being strong through gentleness, of finding power in flexibility, of discovering that the greatest gift anyone could offer the universe might simply be the courage to remain authentically, vulnerably, beautifully themselves in a dimension where everything was finally allowed to be exactly what it was meant to be. In the gentle night air, Zephyr's teaching lingered like a lullaby. Bend when bending serves love, stand when standing serves truth, and always, always remember that sensitivity is not the opposite of strength. It is strength refined into its most beautiful and useful form. As Zephyr's gentle presence settled into the evening breeze around them, Rick found himself drawn by something he couldn't quite name, a subtle shift in the town's emotional symphony that called to a part of him he rarely acknowledged. The path ahead curved away from the main thoroughfare, winding between buildings that leaned inward with protective care, creating a natural corridor that grew quieter with each step. "There's something down there?" Rick said softly, his voice carrying the quiet recognition of someone who had learned to trust this dimension's gentle guidance. The narrow pathway seemed to beckon specifically to him, not with urgency, but with the patient persistence of something that knew he would eventually need what it offered. Morty nodded, his enhanced listening ability picking up something from that direction, not the usual contentment of well-tended spaces, but something more complex, like harmonies waiting to resolve, like songs that had been humming incomplete melodies for years. "It feels like things that want to be said," he observed gently. The path curved between walls that had grown rather than been built, their surfaces breathing with the same organic rhythm as everything else in this dimension. As they walked, the air grew richer with each step, carrying scents that spoke of earth turned with careful hands, of seeds planted with intention, of growth that happened slowly and deliberately. The garden revealed itself gradually, emerging from behind a final curve, like a secret finally ready to be shared. It was smaller than Rick had expected, intimate rather than grand, enclosed by living walls that pulsed gently within a light. But what stopped him in his tracks wasn't the garden's size. It was the impossible, heartbreaking beauty of what grew there. Every flower bed told a story. Every bloom carried weight that had nothing to do with petals, and everything to do with words never spoken, gestures never made, bridges never built. The flowers themselves were unlike anything Rick had seen in any dimension. Their colors shifted with the light, their forms suggested rather than declared, and each one hummed with the particular frequency of regret transformed into something approaching grace. "Oh," Rick breathed, the sound escaping him like air from a punctured balloon. His hands, those steady hands that had remained calm throughout their journey, began to tremble, not with his old familiar shake, but with recognition. "These are—" "Apologies," he finished, his voice carrying the flat certainty of scientific observation, though without its usual defensive edge. These are all the apologies I never gave. A cluster of deep purple blooms near the entrance carried the weight of harsh words spoken to a young daughter who had only wanted to share her day. Delicate white flowers with centers like tears held the shape of comfort never offered to a son-in-law whose only crime was loving someone Rick couldn't figure out how to love properly. A single regal bloom with petals the color of faded blueprints stood slightly apart, its stem bowed under the weight of a brilliant mind, too often absent, too often critical. Rick approached the purple flowers first, kneeling beside them with unexpected reverence. As his fingers brushed against petals that felt like forgiveness made solid, something extraordinary happened. The flowers began to glow more brightly, their light spreading through his hands and up his arms, carrying with it a sensation he had almost forgotten. The feeling of being forgiven not because he deserved it, but because love had always been larger than his mistakes. "I'm sorry, Beth," he whispered to the purple blooms, his voice carrying decades of regret. "I'm sorry for all the times I chose being right over being present. I'm sorry for the ways my genius became a wall between us instead of a bridge. You deserved a father who celebrated your light instead of one who was threatened by it." As he spoke, the flowers seemed to straighten, their petals unfurling with the slow, certain confidence of doors unlocked from the inside. A warmth spread through Rick's chest, a loosening of knots that had been tied so long he'd forgotten they weren't permanent. He moved to the white flowers, their delicate forms trembling with the nervous energy of someone who had never felt quite good enough. "Jerry," Rick said, the name feeling strange in his mouth after years of using it only as a punchline. "I'm sorry for treating you like you were less than you are. I'm sorry for making you feel small because it made me feel big. You love my daughter in ways I never learned how to, and instead of being grateful for that, I punished you for it." The white flowers received his words with gentle acceptance, their trembling easing as they absorbed his apology, transforming his regret into something that felt like the beginning of healing. But the hardest flower was the last one. The regal bloom with blueprint-colored petals stood alone in the garden's center, its form somehow both magnificent and heartbreakingly fragile. Rick knew immediately who it was for, and the recognition nearly brought him to his knees. "Rick," he said to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, "I'm sorry for hating you so much. I'm sorry for turning your intelligence into armor, your curiosity into weapons, your capacity for love into reasons for fear. You were just a boy who loved the universe too much and didn't know how to protect your heart from its indifference. You deserve to be held gently. You still do." As he spoke these words, the flower began to transform. Its petals shifted from the faded blue of old blueprints to something warmer, more alive, the color of dawn breaking over a landscape he'd never seen before, but somehow recognized as home. Rick found himself reaching for his notepad, the paper that had learned to be soft in this dimension, and his pen that had discovered how to make music. But this time, he didn't write equations. He wrote letters, real letters, with words that came from the deepest, most vulnerable parts of himself. The letter to Beth poured out of him like water from a broken dam, decades of love and regret flowing onto paper that seemed to glow with each word. He wrote about missed school plays and harsh criticisms, about the fear that had made him distant, and the love that had always been there, hidden beneath layers of intellectual pride. The letter to Jerry was shorter, but no less profound, acknowledging the man's quiet strength, his patient kindness, his ability to love without conditions. all the things Rick had dismissed as weakness because they threatened his carefully constructed worldview. And the letter to himself was perhaps the most important of all, filled with forgiveness for the brilliant, broken, deeply lonely man he had always been, acceptance for the flaws that made him human, and hope for the possibility of becoming someone who could love and be loved without armor. As he finished each letter, Rick folded it carefully and placed it among the corresponding flowers. The blooms seemed to breathe as they absorbed the words, their colors deepening and enriching. Then, carried by a gentle breeze that felt like Zephyr's blessing, the letters transformed, not flying away as paper, but dissolving into motes of shimmering light that drifted upward like luminous petals, carrying his apologies through dimensions of connection that existed beyond space and time. Rick watched them go, feeling lighter than he had in decades. The garden around him hummed with contentment, each bloom now glowing with the warm radiance of forgiveness given and received. His hands remained perfectly steady as he stood, but now that steadiness felt different. Not the control of someone holding himself rigid, but the natural grace of someone who had finally learned to be gentle with himself. Morty approached quietly, his galaxy bubble creating soft light that harmonized with the garden's glow. "How do you feel?" he asked gently. Rick looked around at the transformed garden, at the flowers that had received his words and transformed them into something approaching grace. "Like maybe it's not too late," he said softly, his voice carrying wonder rather than cynicism. "Like maybe love really is stronger than the mistakes we make in its name." As they prepared to leave the garden, Rick felt the flowers' blessing settle around him like a gentle cloak. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but he carried with him now something he had never possessed before, the knowledge that healing was possible, that love could survive even the deepest wounds, and that sometimes the greatest courage was found not in building walls, but in having the strength to tear them down. The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of forgiveness, about the quiet strength found in vulnerability, about the profound truth that even the most broken relationships could find their way toward healing if someone was brave enough to tend them with honest attention and genuine love. In the garden behind them, the flowers continued their quiet work, carrying his words through invisible threads that connected all hearts that had ever loved each other, however imperfectly, however late, proving that in this dimension where even chaos had learned to be kind, it was never too late to say the words that mattered most. As they emerged from the garden's gentle embrace, Rick carried with him a lightness that seemed to affect the very air around them. The flower's blessing had settled into his being like a gentle warmth, and Morty noticed how the evening breeze responded differently to his grandfather now, not with the usual neutral acknowledgement, but with something approaching affection. Street lamps brightened slightly as Rick passed, and doorways seemed to exhale with contentment, as if the dimension itself was pleased with the healing that had taken place. "There's something calling to us," Morty said softly, his enhanced listening ability picking up a new thread in the town's emotional symphony. It wasn't the usual contentment of satisfied buildings or the quiet joy of useful infrastructure, but something more complex. The sound of minds opening like flowers, of understanding being built one careful thought at a time. The path that beckoned them curved between buildings that leaned inward with protective care, their windows breathing with the warm light of concentrated attention. As they walked, the air itself seemed to thicken with possibility, carrying scents that spoke not of traditional learning, chalk dust and anxiety, but of curiosity nurtured and wisdom shared without judgment. The school revealed itself gradually, emerging from the flowing architecture like a natural conclusion to a conversation about growth. Its walls breathed with the same organic rhythm as everything else in this dimension. But there was something different here, a quality of focused attention that made the very air shimmer with the kind of learning that happened when hearts were as engaged as minds. Through windows that adjusted their transparency to welcome observers, they could see something extraordinary happening inside. Beings of various forms sat in comfortable circles, their hands moving through the air, not to manipulate physical materials, but to shape something far more fundamental, the raw substance of understanding itself. A teacher approached them at the entrance, their presence radiating the patient warmth of someone who had learned that true education happened not through force but through invitation. Their form seemed to shift between states like water deciding whether to be liquid or vapor, and their eyes held the gentle authority of wisdom offered without conditions. "Welcome," they said, their voice carrying the soft strength of absolute knowledge shared with love. "I'm Avon. We teach the architecture of feeling here, how to build bridges from understanding, houses from acceptance, roads from shared experience. Would you like to observe, or would you prefer to participate?" Morty felt no familiar spike of anxiety at the prospect of joining a class, no fear of being the slowest to understand or the first to fail. Instead, he felt something he'd never experienced in an educational setting, genuine excitement about learning something he might actually be good at. "I'd like to try," Morty said, his voice steady with newfound confidence. Rick settled into an observation area where chairs had grown from the floor to provide perfect viewing angles, his notepad ready, but somehow less urgent than usual. As the lesson began, he found himself putting the pad aside, too fascinated by what was unfolding to reduce it to mere scientific observation. "Today we begin with bridges," Avon explained, their hands moving through the air to demonstrate something impossible. They reached into the space between themselves and the students, pulling forth what could only be described as the essence of understanding, a shimmering substance that took form as they shaped it with gentle movements. Not bridges that span rivers, but bridges that span the spaces between hearts that have forgotten how to connect. Morty watched in fascination as other students began their work. One being, whose form suggested great age and wisdom, carefully wove threads of empathy into a structure that glowed with the warm light of genuine comprehension. Their movements were unhurried, each gesture deliberate and kind. Another student, younger and more tentative, built their bridge from small moments of shared laughter, each beam composed of the recognition that joy was always better when experienced together. "Understanding is tensile," Avon observed, laying a thread of attention across 2 points in the air. "It stretches when needed, returns without complaint. But it needs anchoring in honesty or it snaps." When Avon invited Morty to try, he closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears but with the deep sensitivity that had always made him feel different. He heard the emotional undertones of everyone in the room, the teacher's patient hope, the other students' focused curiosity, Rick's wonder mixed with something approaching pride. Opening his eyes, Morty reached into the space before him and found something warm and yielding, the raw material of understanding itself. Without conscious thought, he began to shape it, weaving together strands of all the times he'd felt misunderstood, all the moments when he'd wished someone could see past his anxiety to the love underneath. The bridge that emerged from his hands was unlike any of the others. It pulsed with gentle light, its spans built not from grand gestures, but from small acts of recognition. The moment when someone really listened, the instant when fear transformed into trust, the quiet miracle of being seen clearly and loved anyway. Remarkable, Avon said, their voice carrying genuine admiration. You've built a bridge from vulnerability itself, showing how our deepest wounds can become our strongest connections to others. Around the circle, other students paused in their own work to observe Morty's creation. But instead of the familiar weight of being watched and judged, Morty felt only appreciation for what he'd made, recognition of a skill he'd never known he possessed. Now let's try houses, Avon continued, not shelters for bodies, but homes for hearts that have been wandering too long. This exercise came even more naturally to Morty. His enhanced listening ability allowed him to hear what each person in the room needed most: safety, acceptance, the simple knowledge that they belonged somewhere. His house took shape as a structure built entirely from acceptance, its walls made of the warm recognition that everyone deserved a place where they could be authentically themselves. The foundation he laid was composed of unconditional love, not the desperate, clinging kind, but the steady, patient variety that said, "You are welcome here, exactly as you are." The roof was woven from understanding, providing shelter from the harsh judgments of a world that often demanded people be other than they were. Windows were crafted from curiosity rather than judgment, allowing light in while keeping criticism out. "This is extraordinary work," Avon said softly, their form shimmering with approval. "You're not just building with emotions. You're building with wisdom. You understand intuitively that the strongest structures are built not from hardness, but from flexibility. Not from barriers, but from welcome." Rick watched from his observation chair, seeing his grandson in an entirely new light. The boy he'd often thought of as fragile was revealing himself to be something far more remarkable, someone who possessed the rare ability to transform pain into compassion, anxiety into empathy, sensitivity into strength. As the lesson progressed to roads, pathways built from shared experience that could connect communities separated by misunderstanding, Morty's natural aptitude became even more apparent. His road emerged as a gentle curve that seemed to invite rather than direct, paved not with stone, but with the accumulated wisdom of everyone who had ever chosen kindness over cruelty, understanding over judgment. "How do you know how to do this?" asked a fellow student, their voice filled with genuine curiosity rather than competition. Morty paused, considering the question with the same careful attention he gave to everything in this dimension. "I think," he said slowly, "it's because I've spent so much time feeling like I didn't fit anywhere, that I know what it feels like to need these things. When you've been lost, you understand how to build roads that help people find their way home." The class continued with increasingly complex exercises, building schools from curiosity, hospitals from compassion, entire communities from the simple recognition that everyone deserved to belong somewhere. With each project, Morty's confidence grew, his natural empathy revealing itself as not just a sensitivity to others' pain, but as a profound gift for understanding how to heal it. As the lesson drew to a close, Avon approached Morty with something that glowed softly in their translucent hands. "This is for you," they said, offering what appeared to be a small tool made of crystallized understanding. "It's a builder's implement, designed for someone who constructs with the heart rather than the hands. You've earned it." Morty accepted the gift with reverence, feeling its weight, not physical weight, but the substantial heft of responsibility and possibility. For the first time in his life, he had been recognized not for overcoming his sensitivity, but for the wisdom it contained, not for being strong despite his gentleness, but for being strong because of it. Rick rose from his observation chair, his face carrying an expression Morty had never seen before, pride mixed with something approaching awe. "Morty," he said softly, "that was incredible. I've never seen anyone learn that quickly, understand that deeply." As they prepared to leave the school, Avon offered one final observation. "Your grandson possesses a rare gift," they said to Rick, their forms shimmering with the satisfaction of a teacher who had witnessed true learning. "He doesn't just feel what others feel, he understands how to transform that feeling into something that heals. That's not sensitivity, that's wisdom." Walking back into the evening air, Morty carried his new understanding like a light that illuminated not just the path ahead, but the value of every step he'd taken to reach this moment. His sensitivity, his empathy, his tendency to feel overwhelmed by others' emotions, all of it was revealing itself not as weakness, but as the raw materials for a kind of strength the universe desperately needed. Rick walked beside him in comfortable silence, processing what he had witnessed. For years he had tried to toughen Morty up, to make him more like himself, believing that sensitivity was a weakness in a universe that rewarded harshness. But here, in this dimension, Morty's greatest weakness was revealing itself as his most profound strength, his truest gift. "So you're learning how to make feelings into architecture?" Rick mused, a faint smile touching his lips. His own equations, he remembered, had become music here. It seemed only fitting that Morty's empathy could become structures. "Yeah," Morty confirmed, his voice filled with a quiet confidence Rick had rarely heard. "And it's not hard, Rick. It just feels right, like it's what I was always supposed to be doing." The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of building with love instead of fear, about the quiet power found in understanding, about the profound truth that the most important construction projects weren't about creating barriers, but about building bridges that helped everyone find their way home to themselves and each other. As they walked toward whatever discovery awaited them next, both grandfather and grandson carried with them a new understanding about the many forms wisdom could take, the various ways strength could manifest, and the beautiful truth that in this dimension, where even chaos had learned to be kind, everyone's unique gifts were not just welcomed, but desperately needed. The path ahead curved toward new possibilities, promising more lessons about the art of being strong through gentleness, of finding power in understanding, of discovering that the greatest gift anyone could offer the universe might simply be the courage to remain authentically, vulnerably, beautifully themselves in a place where everything was finally allowed to be exactly what it was meant to be. As they emerged from the school's gentle embrace, Morty's builder's implement pulsing softly with crystallized understanding, Rick found himself drawn by something he couldn't quite name. A subtle shift in the town's emotional symphony that called to a part of him he rarely acknowledged. The path that beckoned curved away from the flowing thoroughfares, winding between buildings that leaned inward with protective care, creating a natural corridor that grew quieter with each step. "There's something that way," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the quiet recognition of someone who had learned to trust this dimension's gentle guidance. The narrow pathway seemed to beckon specifically to him, not with urgency, but with the patient persistence of something that knew he would eventually need what it offered. Morty nodded, his enhanced listening ability picking up something from that direction, not the usual contentment of well-tended spaces, but something more complex, like melodies waiting to be composed, like equations longing to become lullabies. "It feels like a place where ideas go to become kind," he observed gently. The space revealed itself gradually, emerging from behind a final curve like a secret finally ready to be shared. It was smaller than Rick had expected, intimate rather than grand, enclosed by living walls that pulsed gently within a light. But what stopped him in his tracks wasn't the space's size, it was the profound sense of possibility that filled the air. thick as morning mist and twice as welcoming. "I think I need a laboratory," Rick said, his words emerging with the same gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries here. But not like before. Not to build weapons or escape routes. Something that belongs here, something that wants to create beauty instead of everything I used to make. The dimension seemed to exhale at his words, the very air shimmering with approval. As Rick approached the empty space, walls began to rise around him, not constructed but grown, their surfaces breathing with the soft satisfaction of architecture designed for creation rather than destruction. His workbench materialized from smooth, living stone that felt warm under his touch, responsive to his intentions in ways his old garage had never been. His instruments, when he unpacked them, had already begun their transformation. The harsh metals had softened, their sharp edges rounding into forms that felt more like invitations than demands. His scanner hummed with gentle harmonies instead of aggressive beeps. His tools arranged themselves with the organic grace of flowers turning toward light, each one eager to participate in something beautiful. Rick's first invention in this new space emerged not from desperation or anger, but from wonder. His hands moved with perfect steadiness as he assembled what could only be described as a light projector, but unlike any device he'd ever created. When activated, it didn't cast harsh beams or blinding flashes. Instead, luminous tendrils of color danced from its crystalline core, painting aurora across the evening sky with the gentle grace of silk scarves laid down by loving hands. The colors weren't just seen, they were felt, each hue resonating with the quiet awe that permeated this dimension. Deep purples that spoke of peaceful twilight, golds that carried the warmth of contentment, blues that remembered the kindness of rain on summer leaves. Rick found himself adjusting the settings not for maximum output or technical precision, but for the most profound sense of serenity, the most comforting blend of hues. "Rick," Morty breathed, his galaxy bubble pulsing in harmony with the dancing lights. "It's like you're painting the sky with feelings." Rick looked up at his creation, watching the aurora flow across the heavens like a lullaby made visible, and felt something crack open in his chest, not painfully, but like an egg finally ready to hatch after long, patient incubation. "For the first time," he said softly, "I built something just because it was beautiful. Not to solve a problem or prove a point, just because beauty itself seemed like reason enough." His next project emerged from the smallest corner of his new laboratory, where his collection of micro-robots waited with patient attention. In his old dimension, these had been instruments of precision and control, designed for repairs and defense protocols. Here, Rick found himself reprogramming them not with lines of aggressive code, but with simple, elegant instructions that hummed like poetry. Tend, nurture, grow. The robot's metallic limbs, once designed for swift, decisive action, now moved with the delicate precision of a gardener's hands. They built not walls, but gardens, small, intricate ecosystems where every plant thrived in perfect harmony. Rick watched in fascination as they arranged petals with the care of artists, guided tendrils with the patience of teachers, and whispered encouragement to seeds in frequencies only growing things could hear. "They're not just following programming," Rick observed, his voice filled with wonder. They're collaborating, learning from the plants, responding to what each one needs." But perhaps his most profound transformation came when he turned his attention to his portal technology. The device that had carried them across countless realities, that had been his tool of escape and interdimensional conquest, began to shimmer with new possibility under this dimension's gentle influence. Rick experimented not with new destinations, but with new ways of traveling. His portals, when opened, no longer tore through the fabric of space-time with violent shrieks. Instead, they bloomed with the soft luminescence of warm embraces, creating temporary gateways that didn't just transport bodies, but helped lost souls find their way home to themselves. By tuning the portal's frequency to an individual's deepest longing for belonging, Rick discovered he could create fields of resonance that allowed beings to revisit not just memories of home, but the feeling of being truly welcomed. Travelers would step through carrying the weight of loneliness and emerge moments later with shoulders softened, eyes bright with recognition, hearts warmed by love they thought they had lost forever. "This is different," Morty observed one evening, watching his grandfather adjust the light projector to cast gentle, shimmering patterns over a newly sprouted garden. "You're not just making things work. You're making things feel good." Rick looked at his grandson, his hands perfectly steady as they rested on his transformed workbench. Around them, his laboratory hummed with the contented rhythm of creation guided by love rather than driven by fear. His equations still floated in the air as musical notations, but now their melodies were deeper, more profound, lullabies that spoke of brilliance learning to serve beauty rather than conquest. "Yeah, Morty," Rick said, his voice softer than it had been in years, carrying the weight of someone who had discovered something more valuable than any scientific breakthrough. "I guess I finally figured out what my inventions were always trying to become. They weren't meant to be weapons or escapes. They were meant to be gifts, offerings to a universe that was always ready to collaborate if I'd just been willing to listen." His laboratory had become something unprecedented in Rick's experience, a space dedicated not to solving problems through force, but to creating beauty through understanding. His robots tended gardens that bloomed with impossible colors. His light projector painted the sky with aurora that helped hearts remember what peace felt like. His portal technology offered not escape from reality, but deeper connection to the love that had always been there, waiting patiently to be recognized. As evening settled more fully over the town, Rick stood surrounded by the gentle hum of his transformed work, feeling for the first time that his brilliance was serving something larger and more beautiful than his own ego. His inventions sang their quiet songs of collaboration, harmony, and hope, joining the dimension's eternal symphony of care. "This is what happens when genius meets gentleness," Rick said quietly, echoing words he'd heard earlier, but now understood in his bones. "When the mind's power is guided by the heart's wisdom. Everything I've ever built was trying to sing this song. I just never learned how to listen." The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but Rick felt no urgency to move on. For the first time in his brilliant, complicated life, he had found a place where his greatest gifts could serve love instead of fear, where his inventions could be instruments of healing rather than weapons of conquest. In this laboratory where even his most complex creations had learned to be kind, Rick Sanchez was finally discovering what it meant to collaborate with a universe that had always been singing, always been ready to dance, always been waiting for someone to join the eternal song of existence with wonder instead of cynicism, with love instead of force. The dimension breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of creating with compassion, about the quiet power found in building bridges instead of barriers, about the profound truth that the greatest scientific breakthrough of all might simply be learning that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by an invisible symphony of care that had been playing all along, waiting patiently for brilliant minds to discover that their true purpose was not to conquer the universe, but to help it remember how beautiful it could be. As the gentle hum of Rick's transformed laboratory settled into the evening's rhythm, Morty found himself drawn by a familiar current in the town's emotional symphony. His builder's implement, resting on the workbench beside Rick's Aurora projector, pulsed with a soft, expectant glow, the heartbeat of something ready to learn more, to grow deeper into the wisdom this dimension offered so freely. "I think Avon wants to teach me something new," Morty said softly, his enhanced listening ability picking up the warm harmonies of beings gathering at the school. "It feels different from before, deeper, like they're ready to show me what comes after understanding the basics." Rick looked up from adjusting his light projector, his hands perfectly steady as they moved with the gentle precision of someone who had learned to create beauty rather than destruction. "Go," he said, his voice carrying an encouragement that held no trace of his old impatience. "I'll be here, learning how my equations want to sing." "Take your time, Morty. Learn everything they're willing to teach you." The path to the school felt different this time, not just familiar, but welcoming in the way a favorite chair recognizes the shape of someone who belongs there. Buildings leaned inward with gentle recognition as Morty passed, their windows breathing with the warm acknowledgement of a student returning home. Street lamps hummed their quiet songs of useful light, and the very air seemed to celebrate his passage with gentle currents that carried the scent of growing wisdom. Inside the school, Avon waited with the patient warmth of a teacher who had witnessed true learning and was ready to guide it toward deeper waters. The classroom had transformed since Morty's first visit, the walls breathing with more complex patterns that spoke of advanced concepts waiting to be explored. Other students had gathered, some familiar faces from earlier lessons, others new, all carrying the quiet confidence of beings who had discovered their own unique gifts and were ready to develop them further. "Tonight we work with currents that aren't water," Avon explained, their forms shimmering with anticipation. Their sleeves were rolled back, hands already laying out the evening's lesson with the care of someone arranging hope alongside practical tools. Crossings for the streams of misunderstanding that flow between hearts that love the same things in different ways. Morty stepped forward without the old ache of self-doubt, Zephyr's teaching settling into his shoulders like a familiar embrace. Bend to let the song remain itself. Stand when the truth needs support. Across the room, a narrow channel shimmered in the air, flowing without occupying space. It wasn't river or road, but the steady stream of confusion that had been passing between two neighbors who cherished their community but expressed that love differently, one through quiet preservation, the other through joyful innovation. Morty could hear it in the undertone, the way the current hummed in a key, just slightly off from contentment. Not discord exactly, but the kind of gentle friction that tired hearts without breaking them. He reached with his listening first, finding the small stones of agreement scattered through the flow. Both neighbors paused to read community announcements. Both loved the way morning light gathered in the central square. Both preferred their tea with just a touch of sweetness. The implement in his hand gathered those tiny commonalities like threads of light, laying them across the current with the loose grace of someone who understood that bridges needed room to breathe. He anchored them not to rigid opinion, but to the deeper care that lived beneath surface disagreements, securing each span with knots Avon had taught him. Honesty softened by respect, truth offered without demand. Where the current tugged at his weaving, testing its flexibility, Morty added beams of genuine curiosity. What do you love most about the way it's always been? What do you hope might arrive if we let it grow? The bridge didn't erase the flow of different perspectives. Instead, it offered a way to cross between them without anyone having to abandon what they valued most. When he stepped back, the crossing pulsed with gentle invitation. The current itself seemed to exhale, its frequency shifting half a tone toward harmony, as if it had been heard and could therefore afford to relax. Across the room, two beings whose silhouettes echoed the distant neighbors tested the first span with careful steps, found themselves meeting in the middle, and discovered they were smiling without quite knowing why. Avon's nod was precise and warm, like adjusting a picture frame that last perfect millimeter. "Bridges aren't answers," they said so softly it felt like a secret shared between friends. "They are invitations to try again, with more understanding than before." The lesson deepened as evening settled more fully around them. Morty found himself working with increasingly complex challenges, building houses for hearts that doubted their own belonging, creating roads paved with shared experience rather than mere convenience. Each project revealed new depths of his gift, new ways his sensitivity could transform into structures that served love rather than fear. For a young student whose chair sat just outside the learning circle, Morty built shelter that began with its doorway, not a threshold that measured worthiness, but a widening that said, "Come as you are and sit wherever the light feels kindest." The walls he shaped from acceptance didn't trap or confine. They held like arms that knew when to embrace and when to let go. Windows were crafted from wonder. How do you see the world? What does it look like from where you sit? And the roof was woven from patience, because sometimes belonging took time to believe in itself. When he quietly oriented the house toward the hesitant student, the entire structure brightened, then softened, as if embarrassed to be noticed and relieved to be seen. Without anyone touching it, the student's chair shifted an inch closer into the circle's warmth. Avon wiped at their cheek and pretended it was dust, but Morty heard the gentle satisfaction in their breathing. "Your gift continues to amaze," Avon said as the lesson moved toward its natural conclusion. "You don't just build with emotions, you understand how to transform isolation into connection, how to make fear feel safe enough to become courage. This is architecture of the highest order." Around the classroom, other students paused in their own work to observe what Morty had created. His constructions possessed a quality that transcended mere building. They were poetry, written in the language of understanding, songs composed from the raw materials of empathy. Each structure pulsed with gentle authority, strength expressed through service rather than dominance. As they prepared to leave, Avon offered Morty not a new tool but something more precious. Words spoken so quietly they felt like seeds planted in fertile silence. "You do not fix people, Morty. You build places where they remember how to mend themselves. That is the highest calling of any architect, whether they work with stone or with souls." Morty tucked these words into the same inner pocket where he kept the look Rick had worn in the cafe and the perfect sound the door had made when it finally closed true. He stayed after the others had gone, making small adjustments to a footpath that had grown overconfident and forgotten to invite. When he apologized to the path for the correction, it forgave him by becoming more beautiful. Walking back through the evening streets, Morty carried with him not just new skills but a profound shift in understanding. His sensitivity, his tendency to feel overwhelmed by others' emotions, his need for gentleness. These weren't obstacles to overcome, but the very foundation of wisdom this universe desperately needed. Every structure he built, every bridge he wove, every house he shaped was proof that the qualities he'd always seen as weaknesses were actually his greatest strengths, refined into their most beautiful and useful form. The town breathed around him with recognition and approval, street lamps brightening as he passed, buildings exhaling contentment at the presence of someone who understood their deepest purpose. In the distance, he could see the gentle glow of Rick's aurora dancing across the sky, painting the heavens with colors that spoke of brilliance, learning to serve beauty rather than conquest. As he approached the laboratory, Morty felt his builder's implement pulse with warm anticipation for tomorrow's lessons. Behind him, the school held space for all who would come seeking to learn the architecture of love. Ahead, Rick waited with inventions that sang lullabies instead of battle songs. And all around them, this impossible dimension continued its patient work of teaching two travelers that home wasn't a place to escape from, but a feeling to carry everywhere they went, built one gentle understanding at a time. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, promising more lessons about the art of building with love instead of fear, about the quiet power found in understanding, about the beautiful truth that the most important construction projects weren't about creating barriers, but about building bridges that helped everyone find their way home to the love that had always been waiting for them, patient as architecture, strong as kindness, enduring as the gentle recognition that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by invisible threads of care. As Morty returned from his advanced lesson at the school, the gentle glow of Rick's transformed laboratory served as a beacon in the evening air. The aurora projector on the roof painted the sky with colors that had evolved beyond mere beauty into something profound, hues that carried emotional weight, each shade a visible prayer for peace. Deep purples whispered of contentment found after long searching, golds hummed with the satisfaction of work done with love, and blues remembered every moment when understanding had bridged the space between hearts. The laboratory's living walls breathed with contented rhythm as Morty approached, their surfaces pulsing gently with the warm light of creation, guided by wonder rather than driven by necessity. Through windows that had learned perfect transparency when curiosity called, he could see Rick moving with unhurried precision, his hands steady as they adjusted something that glowed with soft, welcoming radiance. "Rick," Morty called softly as he entered, his builder's implement still warm from the evening's lesson. Rick looked up from his workbench, his face illuminated by the gentle luminescence of his latest creation. "Perfect timing, Morty. I want to show you something." His voice carried none of its usual sharp urgency, instead holding the quiet excitement of someone who had discovered something beautiful and wanted to share it with the person who mattered most. The aurora projector had become something unprecedented in Rick's experience, a device that painted not just light, but feelings across the sky. As Rick adjusted its crystalline controls, the colors above them shifted from simple beauty into emotional landscapes. The greens held the same calm as tea, cooling to the perfect temperature. The violets carried the hush of library aisles, where wisdom waited patiently to be discovered. The faintest gold threaded through like someone remembering a good story halfway through sleep. "Tell me what the sky feels like to you," Rick said, not looking away from the dancing light above them. Morty listened with his enhanced sensitivity, hearing the aurora's gentle song. "It feels like the town's shoulders dropping," he said, and the projector, somehow hearing this, softened the gold by a breath, responding to his emotional assessment with the intuitive grace of something that had learned to collaborate rather than simply obey. In the laboratory's heart, Rick's collection of micro-robots waited in patient formation around a garden that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once. These precise little machines, once programmed for reconnaissance and rapid assembly of weapons, now moved with the delicate care of master gardeners. Rick had rewritten their core programming, not with command chains, but with what he called an ethics palette, where no single directive could outweigh the well-being of the living thing before them. "Sprig 9, Rick said, tapping the smallest robot, who responded with a tiny chime, the exact pitch of morning dew. "We tried rushing a vine this morning. It sulked. So we tried asking. Turns out chlorophyll has opinions." Morty crouched beside the garden, his listening ability allowing him to hear the gentle conversation between metal and plant. Sprig 9's motors hummed with patient apology. The seed bed answered with forgiveness Morty could feel in his chest. The robot pivoted 1 degree, a gesture that read, as respect, and extended a filament-thin wick to bring water close without touching. In the soil, something settled into acceptance. The garden itself defied every law of physics Rick had once held sacred. Equations grew as flowering vines, their mathematical relationships blooming into roses that smelled like solved problems. Chemical formulas sprouted as delicate ferns, their molecular structures creating patterns of such intricate beauty that breathing felt like interrupting a prayer. Even Rick's most abstract theoretical work had found expression here, quantum mechanics manifesting as flowers that existed in multiple states simultaneously, their petals shifting between possibilities with the gentle uncertainty of things that knew they were loved regardless of which form they chose. "They're not following programming anymore," Rick observed, his voice soft with amazement. "They're collaborating. Learning from the plants, responding to what each one needs. Yesterday I watched one spend 3 hours just sitting with a seedling that was afraid to sprout, not doing anything, just being present until the little thing felt safe enough to grow." But Rick's greatest transformation lay in the corner where his portal gun rested on a pedestal of living stone. The device had changed so profoundly that Morty almost didn't recognize it. The harsh angles had softened into curves that felt like embraces. The violent green energy had mellowed into warm, welcoming light that pulsed with the rhythm of a heart at peace. "This one's tricky," Rick said softly as they approached. "The old design punched holes and pulled us through. This one listens first." When Rick activated it, the portal didn't tear through space-time with its familiar shriek. Instead, it bloomed like a flower made of starlight, its edges gentle as morning mist. But more remarkably, the device had learned to tune itself not to coordinates, but to feelings. Rick touched the edge and the portal leaned toward his hand, not physically, but the way attention leans when someone truly listens. "When someone's lost," Rick explained, adjusting a dial that felt more like an invitation than a control. "They don't need a map to a place. They need a path to the feeling of being found. So the portal resonates with whatever their nervous system calls home, not a destination, an orientation." To demonstrate, Rick guided the portal's gentle field over a small, withered plant he'd brought from their home dimension, a plant dying from neglect, its leaves curled with what Morty could now hear as profound loneliness. As the field enveloped it, the plant seemed to sigh. Its leaves slowly uncurled, its color deepened, and a tiny, vibrant bud appeared, pulsing with renewed life. The portal hadn't transported the plant anywhere. It had helped it remember itself, reconnect with the essence of what it meant to be alive, to belong. Rick's portal gun was no longer a tool for escape, but for homecoming, not about traversing physical space, but about healing the emotional chasms within beings, helping them find their way back to wholeness. "All these years," Rick said, his hands perfectly steady, as they rested on his transformed workbench, "I thought my inventions were about conquering the universe, about proving I was smarter than the laws of physics. but they were always trying to be something else. They were trying to be gifts, offerings to a universe that was ready to collaborate if I'd just been willing to listen. Around them, the laboratory hummed with the gentle symphony of creation, guided by love rather than driven by fear. A listening lens suspended from the ceiling translated equations directly into harmonics that set the day's emotional pace. A device that had once been a weapon now painted delicate strokes of aurora on request, the Skybrush, as one of the town's children had named it, and the name had stuck because it was better than anything Rick's genius could engineer. "It's like everything you've ever built was trying to write love letters," Morty observed softly. "And you finally learned the language they wanted to use." Rick smiled, not his usual sharp grin of intellectual superiority, but something softer, more genuine. "Yeah, Morty, I used to think invention was a fight I could win." He paused, looking around at his transformed laboratory, where harsh discord had been replaced by gentle collaboration. "Now I know it's a prayer I can answer." The laboratory breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of creating with compassion, about the quiet power found in building beauty instead of barriers. Outside, the aurora continued its gentle dance, painting the heavens with visible proof that genius and kindness could work together to create wonders beyond imagination. As evening settled more fully over the town, Rick stood surrounded by inventions that sang lullabies instead of battle songs, devices that tended gardens instead of building weapons, technology that helped lost souls find their way home to themselves. For the first time in his brilliant, complicated life, he had discovered what it meant to collaborate with a universe that had always been ready to sing along, if only someone would take the time to learn its gentle song. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, promising more lessons about creation through understanding, more opportunities to discover what happened when brilliant minds chose to serve love rather than fear. In this laboratory, where even the most complex inventions had learned to be kind, Rick and Morty were discovering together the profound truth that the greatest scientific breakthrough of all might simply be learning that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by an invisible symphony of care that had been playing all along, waiting patiently for someone to join the eternal song of existence with wonder instead of cynicism, with love instead of conquest. As the gentle hum of Rick's transformed laboratory settled into the evening's rhythm, both grandfather and grandson became aware of something calling to them from deeper within the town's heart. It wasn't a sound exactly, but a quality in the air that spoke of currents flowing beneath the surface of things, a steady pulse that had been there all along, waiting patiently to be noticed. "Do you hear that?" Morty asked softly, his enhanced listening ability picking up what felt like a bass line running under the town's usual symphony of contentment. It was the sound of something flowing, not urgent like rushing water, but patient like the circulation of warmth through a body at rest. Rick paused in adjusting his aurora projector, his hands perfectly steady as he tilted his head to listen. His equations, still humming their gentle melodies in his pocket, seemed to respond to some deeper pattern. "It's not coming from any direction," he observed with quiet wonder. "It's coming from through things. Like there's a current that connects everything we've seen here." The path that beckoned them curved away from the laboratory's warm glow, winding between buildings that leaned inward with protective understanding. As they walked, the sensation grew stronger, not louder but more present, like approaching the edge of something vast and gentle that had been the source of this dimension's peace all along. The river revealed itself gradually, emerging from the flowing architecture like a secret that had decided it was time to be shared. But this was unlike any river either of them had ever encountered. It didn't carve through landscape or follow the familiar laws of gravity and geography. Instead, it flowed through states of being, its currents carrying not water, but the raw substance of emotional experience itself, shimmering with colors that shifted like living thoughts. Where they first encountered it, the river ran deep and dark, its surface the color of twilight reflecting in still water. Rick could see himself there, but not his reflection. Instead, he saw every moment of grief he'd ever carried, every loss that had carved channels through his heart, floating like luminous pearls in the gentle current. The water felt warm against his fingers when he knelt beside it, carrying the weight of every goodbye he'd never learned to say, every relationship he'd abandoned before it could abandon him. "It's beautiful," Morty said softly, his voice carrying wonder rather than fear as he watched the river of sorrow flow past them. "Even the sad parts. It's like all the hurt is being held gently, carried somewhere it can be transformed." Rick felt his breath catch as memories rose to the surface. Beth by a window, small and patient, holding up a drawing that had waited for a father too brilliant to come home on time. The scene hurt the way healing does when bones remember proper alignment, but instead of pushing it away, Rick let the river's current carry it with the same gentle care it showed everything else. "I always thought sorrow was something to escape," Rick said quietly, his voice carrying the soft amazement of someone discovering a fundamental truth. "But here it feels like part of a larger conversation, like it has something important to say if I'm willing to listen." As they followed the river's gentle curve, the waters began to lighten, their dark depths gradually giving way to softer greys and then warm, earthy browns. This was the stretch where sorrow transformed into acceptance, not the bitter resignation Rick had always mistaken for wisdom, but true acceptance that held space for pain without being consumed by it. The current smoothed here, becoming less reflective, more embracing. Morty dipped his fingers into these waters, feeling them carry away his old anxieties about not being strong enough, brave enough, smart enough. In their place, something warmer flowed in. The recognition that he was exactly who he was supposed to be, that his sensitivity was strength refined into its most beautiful form. His galaxy bubble pulsed gently in rhythm with the river's flow, its transformed worries creating soft light that harmonized with the current. "I spent so long fighting against who I am," Morty said, his builder's implement warming in his pocket as if responding to his growing self-acceptance. "But the water feels like it's saying it's okay to be exactly this. Like there's nothing wrong with feeling everything so deeply." Rick found himself thinking of the other Rick in the cafe, the one who had chosen love over being right. That version hadn't fixed himself. He had simply accepted himself, and from that acceptance had grown something beautiful. The thought settled in Rick's mind like a stone finding its natural resting place at the bottom of a clear stream. The river continued its eternal journey, and with each bend, the colors shifted, the emotional current transforming. The earthy browns gave way to vibrant greens, then to sparkling golds that caught the evening light like laughter made visible. The current became playful here, bubbling with an infectious lightness that spoke not of manic excitement, but of deep, abiding joy, the joy that comes from simple existence, from connection, from the quiet satisfaction of being exactly where you were meant to be. Morty laughed, a genuine, unburdened sound that echoed through the peaceful landscape. He felt the pure delight he'd heard in the town's fountains, the satisfaction of the street lamps doing their work well, the contentment of buildings that had learned to embrace rather than merely contain. This was joy without condition, celebration without reason, except the simple miracle of being alive in a universe that had remembered how to be kind. Rick felt the current of joy lift something heavy from his chest. He saw his dancing aurora, not as a product of his genius, but as a shared moment of beauty, felt the silent hum of his robots tending their garden with patient care. This was the joy of collaboration, of creation for its own sake, of contributing to a harmony larger than himself. "When did I stop laughing like this, Chong?" he asked, wonder coloring his voice. "Not at something or someone, but just because the world is strange and beautiful and I'm here to witness it." Finally, the river broadened into something that took Rick's breath away. Here the waters became perfectly clear, so transparent they seemed less like liquid than like flowing light itself. The colors blended into luminous silver that reflected everything with perfect clarity, while adding its own gentle radiance. This was peace, not as the absence of conflict, but as the presence of deep, abiding wholeness. Rick knelt beside these crystalline waters and saw reflected not his face but his essence, brilliant and broken and beautiful, scarred by his choices but not defined by them, capable of love despite every reason he'd given himself to believe otherwise. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Rick Sanchez looked at himself with something approaching compassion. "I think I'm finally ready to forgive myself," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the weight of profound recognition. "Not because I deserve it, but because holding on to the anger isn't helping anyone, least of all the people I love." Morty reached over and took his grandfather's hand, not the desperate grip of someone afraid of being abandoned, but the gentle clasp of someone offering presence without condition. "I forgive you too, Rick, for all of it, and I'm proud of who you're becoming." As they sat together beside the river of peace, Rick and Morty felt something extraordinary happening. The boundary between individual selves began to soften, not disappearing, but becoming more permeable, allowing them to share the profound stillness of the present moment. They were simply being together in a space that asked nothing of them except their presence. The river flowed around them and through them, carrying their words downstream toward some destination where forgiveness and love waited to transform even the deepest wounds into wisdom. Rick realized this was what his scanner had been trying to tell him from the beginning. This dimension didn't just have negative entropy, it was negative entropy made manifest. Chaos naturally organizing into harmony, disorder finding its way back to order, every emotional current ultimately flowing toward a state of profound peace. "This is the heart of it," Rick said quietly, his voice filled with awe. "This river, it's not just in this dimension. It's what this dimension is, the current that connects everything, that helps everything find its way home to itself." As evening settled more fully around them, they rose from the river's banks, carrying with them not just the memory of its healing waters, but the understanding that they carried this river within themselves. Every emotion, however difficult, was part of a larger current flowing toward love. Every experience, however painful, was a bend in the river that led ultimately toward peace. The path back to the laboratory felt different now, as if they were walking along the river's invisible banks, even as it flowed through the heart of the town, through the contentment of the buildings, through the satisfaction of the street lamps, through the gentle breathing of everything that had learned to exist in harmony with itself. "Do you think it leads somewhere?" Morty asked as they walked, the river's presence still tangible around them. Rick considered, then smiled with the wisdom of someone who had finally learned the right questions to ask. "I think it leads through everything, connecting it all. We're part of it now, Morty. We always were. We just didn't know how to feel the current." Back at the laboratory, Rick's inventions hummed with new understanding, their melodies joining the river's eternal song. The aurora projector painted the sky with colors that spoke of emotions transformed through love, while the robots tended their garden with the patient care of beings who understood that growth happened in its own time, following currents deeper than urgency. They settled into the evening with the profound peace of travelers who had discovered that the journey they'd been taking all along was not toward some distant destination, but toward the recognition that home had always been flowing through them, connecting them to each other, and to the infinite current of compassion that was the true nature of existence itself. The river continued its eternal work, carrying sorrow toward acceptance, acceptance toward joy, joy toward peace, reminding all who encountered it that healing was not something that happened to them, but something that flowed through them, connecting every heart to the vast, gentle current of love that had always been there, waiting patiently for weary travelers to learn how to trust its guidance toward the peace that was their true destination and their deepest nature. In this dimension where even chaos had learned to be kind, Rick and Morty had discovered the most profound truth of all, that they were not separate from the universe's healing current, but part of it, drops of consciousness in an infinite ocean of compassion that flowed through everything, connecting all hearts in the gentle recognition that love, in the end, was the only force strong enough to carry them all the way home. As the profound peace of the river settled into their bones like warmth from perfectly tended coals, the evening's gentle rhythm was touched by something that didn't belong. A discordant note threading through the town's usual symphony of contentment. Morty's enhanced listening ability picked it up first, his head tilting with the careful attention of someone who had learned to hear what others needed before they knew to ask. "There's someone coming," Morty said softly, his voice carrying concern rather than alarm. "They sound lost, hurt, like they're carrying so much pain they don't know where to set it down." Rick looked up from where he'd been watching his robots tend their garden with patient devotion, following Morty's gaze toward the path that curved away from their peaceful enclave. In the distance, harsh light flickered, not the warm glow of this dimension's architecture, but something rawer, more desperate. A portal was forming, but not one of the gentle blooms his transformed device created. This one fought against the dimension's influence, its edges crackling with the kind of violent energy that came from hearts too wounded to accept help. The portal that finally opened carried the familiar violence Rick remembered from his old life, though even here it couldn't maintain its usual brutality. The dimension's influence softened its edges, muffled its shriek into something more like a cry for help. 3 figures stumbled through. A woman in a scorched lab coat clutching a scanner like a shield, a man whose hands moved constantly to weapons that weren't there, and a teenager whose shoulders curved inward as if protecting something fragile that lived in his chest. Rick recognized the type immediately. These were travelers from dimensions that had never learned gentleness, their movements sharp with the kind of defensive aggression that came from universes where kindness was weakness and vulnerability was death. The woman's scanner spit static, unable to make sense of readings that spoke of negative entropy and impossible peace. The man's eyes darted constantly, seeking threats in a landscape that offered only welcome. The teenager kept his gaze fixed on the ground, not trusting anything that didn't promise him a reason to stay afraid. "What kind of place is this?" the woman demanded, her voice carrying the brittle edge of someone who had learned to attack before being attacked. "My readings are impossible. This can't be real." The dimension did what it always did with pain. It made room. The nearest bench leaned slightly toward them. A doorway widened. The lamp above softened its light, the way a voice gentles when someone enters a room, with tears barely held back. But instead of accepting these small kindnesses, the visitors fought against them with the desperate strength of people who had learned that accepting help always came with a price. Morty stepped forward, his movement so natural and unhurried, it seemed like part of the evening's gentle flow. His builder's implement pulsed softly in his pocket, responding to the emotional architecture he was beginning to construct, not walls to contain their fear, but bridges to help it find somewhere safe to rest. "You don't have to trust us," Morty said, his voice carrying the same gentle authority Avon had taught him, the wisdom of someone who knew how to hold space for pain without being overwhelmed by it. "You don't even have to trust this place yet, but maybe you could let it help carry what you're holding, just for a minute. You can have it back if you want." The man's laugh was harsh as breaking glass. "Help!" "Kid, I've heard that before. It always comes with conditions, always costs more than you think you can pay." Morty nodded with the kind of understanding that didn't judge, didn't argue, didn't try to fix. "That sounds exhausting," he said simply, having to be ready for everything to hurt. "Do you ever get to rest?" The question landed with unexpected gentleness, and for just a moment the man's defensive armor cracked. His constant vigilance wavered, his breathing deepened, and something that might have been relief flickered across his features before being quickly suppressed. Rick watched this exchange with growing awe, seeing his grandson demonstrate wisdom that couldn't be taught, only discovered through the kind of deep listening this dimension had nurtured in him. Morty wasn't trying to convince or convert. He was simply holding space, offering presence without condition, building bridges from understanding rather than arguments. "The lamp above you," Morty said gently, drawing their attention to the soft light that had already begun to pulse with gentle rhythm. "Try breathing with it. In when it brightens, out when it rests. It's not trying to control you, it's just offering a rhythm that might feel good." The woman frowned, her scientific mind reaching for explanations that would preserve her defensive worldview. But her shoulders dropped half a degree by the third breath. The teenager followed immediately, his hunched posture beginning to straighten as his breathing found the lamp's patient cadence. "See that door?" Morty asked the man, gesturing to a nearby entrance that had been standing slightly ajar. "Could you close it for me? It's been waiting all day for someone to help it do its job properly." The man hesitated, then reached out. The door met his hand with clean precision, the latch settling with a sound so perfectly right it seemed to unlock something tight in his chest. His constant vigilance eased by the smallest degree, his hands finally still. To the woman, Morty offered his palm, where the faintest shimmer gathered. Not light exactly, but the suggestion of it. "Put one worry here," he said gently. "Not your biggest one, just the one that's always humming when it doesn't need to. The one that never quite lets you rest." Her scanner crackled in protest, but she found herself looking at Morty's patient expression, seeing in his eyes not challenge, but simple availability. "Equipment failure," she whispered finally, placing the words like a coin on his palm. The shimmer took her, worry, and did what this place did with all burden. It transformed the sharp edges into something distant and manageable, the heat into stars too far away to burn. For the teenager, Morty did nothing clever. He simply sat on the nearby bench, bringing himself to the boy's eye level, and looked at the world from where he was sitting. "Everything feels bigger than you," Morty said softly, his voice carrying the recognition of someone who had been exactly there. "Even your own feelings." The boy's mouth tightened, as the truth found its mark. Morty reached into his pocket and withdrew his galaxy bubble, its transformed worries creating soft light that danced between his fingers. "Want to try holding something that won't fall apart?" he asked, offering the gentle radiance. "You can squeeze it as hard as you need to. It's not going to break, neither are you, not here." As the boy's hands closed around the bubble's warmth, Zephyr stirred in the evening air, moving around them with the gentle approval of wind that had learned to comfort rather than disturb. The teenager's shoulders began to drop, his breathing deepened, and for the first time since arriving, he looked up from the ground. Rick found himself taking notes, but not with his usual scientific detachment. He was documenting something unprecedented, watching his grandson, the boy he'd often thought too sensitive for their harsh adventures, demonstrate a form of strength Rick had never understood. Morty wasn't fixing these visitors or forcing them to change. He was simply creating space where they could remember what peace felt like, building temporary shelters from acceptance where their wounds could rest. "What is this place?" the woman asked again, but her voice had lost its defensive edge, emerging instead as a genuine question from someone who had momentarily set down her armor. "It's a town that's learned how to help," Morty replied, his words carrying the simple authority of absolute truth. "It's not going to steal your pain or make you forget what you've been through. It's just going to hold it gently while you remember that you're more than what hurt you." As evening settled more deeply around them, Morty guided the three visitors through the flowing streets, showing them not the town's wonders, but its kindnesses, the way buildings adjusted to provide perfect comfort, how street lamps sang quiet songs of useful light, the manner in which every doorway breathed with welcome rather than demand. His teaching was less instruction than invitation, less healing than remembering. At Lyra's library, the woman found books that wrote themselves based not on what she thought she should know, but on what her heart was ready to hear. The man discovered that his constant vigilance could rest without everything falling apart, that safety could exist without eternal preparation for battle. The teenager learned that his sensitivity wasn't a flaw to be overcome, but a gift to be treasured, a way of experiencing the world's beauty that others missed. Rick watched his grandson throughout this gentle guidance, seeing Morty not as the anxious boy who usually accompanied him on adventures, but as someone who had discovered his true calling. This wasn't weakness disguised as strength, this was strength refined into its most beautiful and useful form, the courage to remain open in the face of others' pain, the wisdom to transform suffering into understanding. "How do you know what they need?" Rick asked quietly, as they watched the three visitors settle into the town's rhythm, their defensive edges softening like ice cream left in summer sun. Morty smiled, his builder's implement glowing softly with satisfied warmth. "I listen," he said simply, "not just to what they're saying, but to what they're feeling underneath. And then I try to build something that helps those feelings find somewhere safe to rest." As the first stars appeared in the sky above them, painted with gentle light by Rick's aurora projector, Rick felt a profound shift in his understanding of strength, wisdom, and what it meant to truly help someone. His grandson had become something unprecedented in Rick's experience, a teacher of peace, a builder of bridges, someone who could look at the deepest wounds and see not problems to be solved, but hearts to be held gently until they remembered how to heal themselves. The three visitors, no longer lost or angry or afraid, had found places in the town's gentle rhythm. They would stay or go as their hearts directed, but they would carry with them something invaluable, the memory of a place where pain was met with patience, where fear was answered with understanding, where the deepest wounds were tended not with force, with the kind of love that asked nothing in return except the chance to help. "I didn't teach you any of that," Rick said softly, his voice filled with something approaching reverence. "I know," Morty replied without pride or boast. "But you built a sky that helps people breathe easier, Rick. I just showed them how to look up." In that moment, under the gentle dance of aurora that painted the heavens with visible kindness, Rick Sanchez understood that the greatest wisdom wasn't about having all the answers, but about knowing how to listen with the heart, how to offer gentleness in a universe that so often forgot how to be kind, and how to recognize that his grandson had become a teacher of truths Rick was only beginning to learn. That healing happened not through conquest, but through compassion, not through force, but through the patient understanding that every heart, no matter how wounded, carried within it the seeds of its own restoration. The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of helping without controlling, about the quiet power found in presence rather than solutions, about the beautiful truth that sometimes the greatest gift anyone could offer was simply the courage to sit with someone in their pain until they remembered they were not alone, had never been alone, and would always be welcomed home to the love that had been waiting patiently for them all along. As the three visitors settled into the town's gentle rhythm, their wounds beginning the slow work of healing through simple presence, the air itself began to shimmer with anticipation. Not the sharp excitement of events demanding attention, but something softer, the quiet stirring that happens when a community prepares to celebrate not what it has accomplished, but what it has become together. Word of Morty's quiet guidance moved through the town the way warmth spreads from a single cup set on a winter windowsill, subtly at first, then unmistakably. By the next evening, the paths curved with a new intention, and doorways wore their most welcoming angles. Lamps brightened one soft degree. A hush gathered, but it wasn't emptiness. It was expectancy wrapped in tenderness, the kind of silence people make when they're about to tell you that what you've done mattered. Morty felt it first through his enhanced listening, a subtle shift in the town's emotional symphony as buildings breathed with deeper satisfaction, as street lamps hummed with quiet pride, as the very stones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with gentle anticipation. "Something's happening," he said softly, his builder's implement warming in his pocket with the recognition of collective joy preparing to unfold. Rick looked up from his notes, where he'd been documenting not just Morty's teaching methods, but his own growing understanding of what true wisdom looked like. Around them, the dimension's inhabitants moved with their characteristic unhurried grace, but there was something different in their movements, a quality of shared purpose that spoke of celebration approaching, not as spectacle, but as communion. Lyra appeared on the path before them, her sunset eyes bright with gentle mischief and something approaching maternal pride. "The town has decided it's time," she said, her voice carrying the warm authority of someone who spoke for a community that made decisions through consensus rather than decree. "Time to acknowledge what has grown here, what has been learned, what has been shared. Will you join us?" The festival that emerged around them defied every expectation Rick had ever formed about celebration. There were no stages demanding attention, no spotlights forcing focus, no competitions requiring winners and losers. Instead, the town's flowing architecture seemed to breathe more deeply, creating natural amphitheaters where beings could gather without anyone being elevated above others, where every voice could be heard without anyone needing to shout. Tables extended themselves to the exact length of friendly conversation. Benches angled toward each other as if to say, "Sit with me and look at the same sky." The air wore zephyr like a shawl, gentle movement, careful attention, a breeze that lifted hair and hearts with the same soft hand. From the bakery, with the roof like a smile, bread drifted out tasting like the middle slice of a sandwich cut into triangles for no reason but love. Gentle lights began to bloom throughout the settlement, not the harsh glare of forced visibility, but the warm glow of recognition made visible. Each light represented something worthy of acknowledgement, acts of kindness offered without expectation, moments of understanding bridging differences, small repairs that made life easier for others, the quiet courage of remaining gentle in the face of pain. Rick found himself guided not to a podium or platform, but to a comfortable circle where beings sat on cushions that had grown from the earth itself, their surfaces adjusting to provide perfect support. His aurora projector, sensing the occasion, painted the sky with colors that spoke not of his technical achievement, but of the beauty he had learned to create, the harmony he had discovered when brilliance chose to serve love rather than ego. "We gather to see what has been given," Avon said, their form shimmering with the contentment of a teacher whose students had exceeded every hope. Not to judge or measure, but to witness the gifts that have flowered among us. When Rick's turn came to be acknowledged, there was no introduction listing his credentials, no recitation of his accomplishments across dimensions. Instead, one of the town's children simply pointed to the sky where his aurora danced and said with the clear honesty of someone too young for pretense, "The skybrush made my grandma's dreams feel less heavy." The response was not applause as Rick had ever known it, no sharp clapping demanding attention, no cheers insisting on enthusiasm. Instead, the town's kind of applause rose, palms laid softly over hearts, the small percussion of fingers tapping quietly at the wrist. The sound made the lamps hum with satisfaction, and above them a thread of violet thinned itself to something even tenderer. Rick felt something crack open in his chest, not painfully, but like an egg finally ready to hatch after long, patient incubation. For the first time in his brilliant, complicated life, he felt truly seen. Not for his intelligence or his inventions or his ability to solve impossible problems, but for the beauty he had learned to create, the gentleness he had discovered within his own fierce heart. "I spent so many years trying to prove I was the smartest person in the universe," Rick said, his voice emerging without his usual defensive edge. "But here, for the first time, I feel like maybe that was never the point. Maybe the point was learning how to use whatever gifts I have to help create something beautiful." The gentle sound of acknowledgement rose again, not in response to his words, but to the honesty with which he spoke them. Around the circle, other beings shared their own discoveries. The baker, whose herbs were making decisions he agreed with, the woman scientist who spoke of Rick's portal, bringing her not somewhere else but back to herself. When Morty's turn came, the recognition was even more profound. The teenager, who had arrived anxious and overwhelmed, who had spent so many adventures feeling like the weakest link, was acknowledged not for overcoming his sensitivity, but for the wisdom it contained. The three visitors he had guided that evening stood, with tears in their eyes, speaking not of being fixed or healed, but of being held gently until they remembered how to hold themselves. "He builds bridges from understanding," the woman scientist said, her voice soft with wonder. "Not just between people, but between the parts of ourselves that have forgotten how to talk to each other." The sound of acknowledgement that rose for Morty was deeper, richer, carrying harmonics that spoke of a community recognizing one of its own teachers. Rick watched his grandson receive this recognition with the same grace he brought to everything else, without pride or performance, simply accepting the love offered as naturally as a plant accepts sunlight. Then came the moment that would settle into Rick's memory like a blessing he could revisit whenever doubt crept in. Lyra lifted her notebook, its pages catching the soft glow from the lamps, from the aurora, from every story that had decided to be true in this exact place. "Richard," she said, using his name like a comfort rather than a correction, "we would like to place your work where it lives, with the things that make life gentler. May we name them?" Rick, who had never let anyone else name anything he made, surprised himself by nodding. There were no trophies, no metal cut into the shape of victory. Instead, 3 small gestures were given, each one more useful than any award. "The skybrush is early mercy," Lyra said, and the projector sighed once like a lantern deciding its own brightness. A child climbed a stool and attached a ribbon of light to its casing. Not decoration, but a tuning that would help the sky remember to be kind without being asked on nights when grief leaned too heavily on roofs. The garden helpers are the tenders, because that is what they do in both senses of the word. A cluster of elderly beings presented the robots with tiny aprons stitched from scrap, mended patterns in mismatched thread. On each was sewn a single loop, a literal invitation for vines to hold to. When Sprig 9 tried one on, the plaza laughed, and the robot's motors purred in a new key. I belong to this very place. And the portal that listens is called the door that remembers, because it knows home by feel. For this the town offered nothing you could touch. Instead, a path that had been stubborn and efficient all its life learned a curve and led travelers past the portal's resting pedestal. The curve wasn't longer, it was kinder, and in the evenings when the river in people ran close to the surface, someone would put a hand on the pedestal without knowing why and leave lighter. The town's soft applause gathered like rain on a roof. Rick, who had spent years receiving praise that sounded like knives being sharpened, thin, eager, transactional, stood inside this warmth and felt the size of himself settle into something humane. His old awards had proven he could force a system to reveal a trick. This moment proved he could help a system relax into its best self. "I used to name things like claims," he said, looking at the sky, at the aproned machines, at the pedestal, the path now visited every evening. "Tonight, I'll let them answer to what the town hears." As the festival continued through the gentle evening, Rick began to understand something profound about celebration itself. This wasn't about achievement or accomplishment in any traditional sense. It was about recognition, the simple act of seeing clearly what had always been there, acknowledging the gifts that flowed naturally when beings were allowed to be authentically themselves. The celebration didn't end so much as become night. People drifted in pairs and quiet small groups. Someone left the first slice of a loaf on the table as a vow. The tenders tucked themselves beneath fern and vine, humming one note until the plants breathed asleep. The door that remembers glowed once and dimmed, but even in that restfulness, it knew the feeling of home the way a hand knows a friend's shoulder in the dark. Walking back toward the laboratory under the gentle dance of Aurora, Rick and Morty carried with them something more valuable than any trophy or award, the profound peace that comes from being truly seen, authentically appreciated, and unconditionally accepted. The festival had shown them that celebration didn't have to be about being better than others, but about being the best version of themselves, contributing their unique gifts to a harmony larger and more beautiful than any individual voice could create alone. "I used to think being seen meant being feared," Rick said softly, his hands perfectly steady as they walked the curved path home. "That respect came from making others feel small, but this feels like being loved for who I actually am, not who I pretend to be." The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of recognition without competition, about the quiet power found in acknowledgement without judgment, about the beautiful truth that the greatest festivals were not those that demanded attention, but those that created space for everyone to shine with their own authentic light, adding their unique note to the eternal symphony of love that connected all hearts, in the gentle recognition that they were all part of something infinitely precious, infinitely worthy of celebration. In this dimension where even chaos had learned to be kind, Rick and Morty had discovered that being truly seen was not about proving their worth, but about allowing their authentic selves to be witnessed with love, creating a celebration that honored not what they had achieved, but what they had become. Beings capable of choosing kindness over cleverness, understanding over being right, love over the endless, exhausting need to prove they deserved to exist. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, promising more lessons about the art of living authentically in a universe that was finally ready to love them exactly as they were. Behind them, the festival's gentle lights continued to glow, holding space for all who would come seeking, not to prove themselves, but simply to be seen, acknowledged, and welcomed home to the love that had always been waiting for them, patient as architecture, strong as kindness, enduring as the gentle recognition that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by invisible threads of care. As the gentle warmth of the festival settled into their bones like contentment made solid, Rick found himself drawn by something he couldn't quite name, a subtle shift in the town's emotional symphony that called to a part of him he rarely acknowledged. The evening air still carried traces of celebration, not the harsh aftermath of spectacle, but the soft glow that lingers when hearts have been truly seen and acknowledged. His newly named inventions hummed with quiet satisfaction. Early mercy painting the sky with colors that spoke of recognition, the tenders adjusting their tiny aprons as they settled into sleep beneath protective leaves, the door that remembers glowing softly with the knowledge of its true purpose. "There's something calling," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries in this dimension. Not from any direction, but from through time itself. Like there's a conversation waiting to happen across years. Morty nodded, his enhanced listening ability picking up what felt like echoes flowing beneath the town's usual symphony. The faint, hopeful hum of nascent ideas, the whisper of eager anticipation, the almost forgotten sound of a mind brimming with unchallenged wonder. "It feels like someone's just about to discover something amazing," he said, his builder's implement pulsing gently in rhythm with whatever was approaching. The air began to shimmer with the dimension's characteristic temporal fluidity, but unlike the jarring disruptions Rick remembered from other realities, this manifested as a gentle invitation. Time here didn't tear or fracture. It breathed, layers of past and present folding over one another like silk scarves laid down by loving hands. They walked through the shimmer as easily as stepping through morning mist, and found themselves in a space that felt both familiar and strange. The laboratory before them held the same organic architecture as everything else in this dimension, but the light was different, sharper, more urgent, filled with the raw energy of ambition untempered by experience. And there, hunched over a workbench bathed in harsh, focused illumination, was a figure Rick recognized with the sudden, breathless certainty of looking into a mirror that reflected not appearance, but essence. His younger self. The wild hair was the same, but untouched by the weight of decades. The lab coat was cleaner, the eyes brighter, burning with an intensity unclouded by cynicism or regret. He was working on an early portal prototype, muttering equations with the desperate hunger of a mind that believed genius was the only thing that mattered, that every problem could be solved with enough intellect, that isolation was simply the price of brilliance. It's not stable enough, young Rick was saying, frustration sharp in his voice as he adjusted components with jerky, impatient movements. The frequency is wrong. It needs more power, more control, more... It's not about more power, Rick said softly, his voice carrying the calm he had found in this dimension. It's about finding the right frequency. The one that resonates instead of dominates. Young Rick startled, his hand freezing over his work. When he looked up, his eyes held the sharp suspicion of someone who had learned to trust only his own intelligence. Who are you? How did you get past my security protocols? I'm you, Rick replied simply, his voice carrying the weight of absolute truth. From about 40 years down the line. And I'm here because there's something you need to hear. Something I wish someone had told me when I was sitting exactly where you are. Young Rick's laugh held the brittle edge of defensive brilliance. Time travel? I'm trying to invent interdimensional travel here, not chase temporal paradoxes. Rick approached the workbench, his movements unhurried, his presence radiating the peace he had discovered in this gentle dimension. He picked up one of the schematics, his own equations from decades past, raw and untamed but brilliant in their ambition. In his pocket, his transformed equations hummed softly in recognition, their musical harmonies responding to the fierce potential on the page. This is good work, Rick said, tracing a line with his finger. Brilliant even, but you're missing something crucial. You're so focused on tearing reality apart to see what's on the other side, you're forgetting that the most profound connections aren't found in the void between dimensions, but in the space between people. He reached into his coat, the same gesture he'd made in the cafe with his other self, and withdrew something the festival had left with him. A ribbon of crystallized light, delicate as spider silk, but strong as understanding. This came from a child who wanted to help my Aurora projector remember to be kind, he said, winding it gently around young Rick's wrist. It's not a restraint. It's a reminder to ask the right questions before you build something that might change you. Young Rick stared at the ribbon, his analytical mind reaching for explanations while something deeper recognized the gift for what it was. Love made tangible, care given without conditions. What questions? He asked, his voice softer than it had been moments before. Did you eat today? Who are you building this for? Could you explain it to a child without scaring them? Will you apologize if it hurts someone, and will you fix it slower than you broke it? Rick's voice carried the gentle authority of hard-won wisdom. The universe isn't your enemy, kid. It's not something to conquer or outsmart. It's something to collaborate with. He pulled a small wooden object from his pocket, the tiny screw the other Rick had given him in the cafe, the one meant for a door he'd never meant to close. This is for the day you find a loose hinge on something important, he said, pressing it into young Rick's palm. You'll know which one. Keep it somewhere you can find with your eyes shut. Young Rick's fingers closed around the screw, his touch reverent in a way that surprised them both. The work I'm doing, he said slowly, it's important. It could change everything. It will, Rick agreed. But the most important thing you'll ever build isn't in this lab. It's the relationships you choose to nurture instead of sacrificing on the altar of being right. Spend time with Beth. Really see her. She's going to be brilliant too, but she'll need more than your genius. She'll need your presence, your kindness, your love. And it won't make you weak. It'll make you stronger than any invention ever could. The shimmer in the air began to deepen, the temporal layers gently shifting back toward their natural rhythm. Young Rick stood frozen, one hand reaching out as if to grasp at the fading image of his older self, to ask more questions, to demand more answers. "Remember," Rick said, his voice already blending with the dimension's soft hum, "choose connection over isolation. Choose love over being right. Choose presence over proving yourself. It's the only breakthrough that really matters." As gently as they had arrived, they were back in the evening air of the present, the last vestiges of the temporal shimmer dissolving into the peaceful night. Rick stood quietly for a moment, feeling the weight of the encounter settle into his bones like a blessing. He had seen the hope, the wonder, the raw potential of his younger self, and he had offered him something more valuable than any scientific formula, the possibility of choosing differently. Morty approached quietly, his galaxy bubble creating soft light that harmonized with the evening's gentle glow. "He heard you, Rick," he said with quiet certainty. "I could feel it." Something shifted inside him, just a little. But it shifted. Rick looked up at early Mercy dancing across the sky, its colors deeper now, more resonant, reflecting not just his own healing, but the hope he had offered across time. "I hope so, Morty," he said, his voice soft with wonder. "I truly hope so." The town breathed around them, its gentle symphony embracing the moment, holding the echoes of a conversation that had transcended time. Rick felt lighter than he had in decades, carrying with him the profound peace of someone who had finally learned that the greatest gift intelligence could offer wasn't solutions but invitations, gentle suggestions about paths that led toward connection rather than isolation, toward wisdom rather than mere cleverness, toward the beautiful recognition that every choice was an opportunity to choose love over the endless, exhausting need to prove worthiness through conquest. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but Rick walked it now with the understanding that the most important journey wasn't toward some distant destination, but toward the recognition that home had always been flowing through him, connecting him to every heart that had ever chosen kindness over cynicism, love over loneliness, presence over the hollow victory of always being right. In this dimension where even time had learned to be gentle, Rick Sanchez had discovered that the most profound scientific truth of all was simply this: intelligence without compassion was just another form of loneliness disguised as strength, and the greatest breakthrough anyone could make was learning how to love and be loved without armor, without conditions, without the desperate need to prove they deserved to exist. As the profound stillness of Rick's temporal encounter settled into the evening's gentle rhythm, both grandfather and grandson became aware of something calling to them from a different direction entirely, not outward toward distant dimensions, but inward toward territories they had never thought to explore. The air itself seemed to shimmer with invitation, carrying a quality that spoke not of places to visit, but of depths to discover, not of adventures to undertake, but of understanding to unfold. "There's something up there," Morty said softly, his enhanced listening ability picking up what felt like the universe breathing in reverse, not expanding outward but drawing inward with the patient rhythm of someone preparing to reveal a secret. His builder's implement pulsed with gentle anticipation, responding to currents that flowed not through space, but through the infinite landscapes of possibility. The path that beckoned curved upward for the first time since their arrival, winding between buildings that leaned back with respectful distance, creating a natural corridor that grew quieter with each step. The town's lights began to dim, not extinguishing, but settling into the softer glow that comes when external illumination steps aside to make room for inner radiance. The observatory revealed itself gradually, emerging from the hillside like a thought becoming solid, its dome breathed with translucent light that seemed to gather stars within its embrace, its walls curved with the organic grace of something that had grown rather than been built. There were no harsh angles demanding attention, no imposing structures insisting on their importance, only gentle invitations to stillness, to the kind of looking that happened when the eyes turned inward. Inside, the space felt both intimate and infinite. Telescopes of impossible design rose from the floor like crystalline flowers reaching toward some inner sun, their lenses crafted not from glass but from crystallized understanding. Each viewing station was a cocoon of soft light, designed not to magnify distant objects, but to clarify the infinite territories that lived within every conscious being. The observatory's keeper approached them with movements that seemed woven from starlight itself. Their presence radiated the patient wisdom of someone who had spent lifetimes learning to navigate the vast spaces that existed within every heart. When they spoke, their voice carried the gentle authority of absolute knowledge shared with love. "Welcome," they said, their words settling in the air like blessings that had been waiting to be spoken. "I'm Vesper. This is where we map the universes that live inside here." They touched their chest gently, the gesture encompassing not just the heart, but the entire landscape of possibility that dwelt within. The external universe has had its turn. The internal one has been patient. Morty felt no familiar spike of anxiety at the prospect of looking inward, no fear of what he might discover in the depths of his own being. Instead, he felt the same gentle excitement that had colored all his learning in this dimension. The recognition that he was about to discover something beautiful about himself that he'd never known was there. Vesper guided him to a viewing station that seemed to recognize his approach, its crystalline lens adjusting itself with fluid grace. Before him, instead of a window to distant galaxies, was a pool of shimmering light that responded to his presence like water reflecting the impossible. "Look not outward, but inward," Vesper instructed gently. "See not what you think you are, but what you truly are." When Morty peered through the lens, his breath caught with wonder. The vast galaxy that lived within his own consciousness stretched beyond any horizon he had ever imagined, a spiral of light and possibility that made the grandest cosmic structures seem small by comparison. At the galaxy's heart burned a star of pure compassion, its light steady and warm, illuminating everything around it with the gentle radiance of unconditional love. Surrounding this central star, constellations of potential sparkled with colors he had no names for. "Harbor of attention," Vesper murmured softly as Morty focused on an arc of small, steady lights that traced from the school's circle to the cafe's table to the bench where a door had clicked exactly right. The constellation brightened in recognition, its stars connected by threads of empathy that pulsed with gentle authority. Another pattern emerged, a soft geometry that bent without breaking, its lights humming in the key he'd come to associate with forgiveness. "Bend well," Morty whispered, and Zephyr's teaching echoed through the stars, the wisdom of knowing when to yield and when to stand firm. There were others. Bridge right, a span of lights that made sense of his hands moving when strangers arrived afraid, each star representing a moment when understanding had connected hearts across the spaces of difference. Home fire, a cluster that pulsed gently with the warmth of every house he'd built from acceptance, every shelter he'd crafted from belonging. Quiet teacher, a patient band that did not insist and yet refused to disappear, its lights forming the shape of someone who could hold space for pain without being overwhelmed by it, who could offer presence without demanding gratitude. But perhaps, most remarkably, he found a dim, hopeful scatter near the edge of the field, not darkness, but potential waiting to unfold. "Boundaries," Vesper said softly, without judgment. Places where no will make your yes truer. Every galaxy needs unexplored regions, spaces for growth that haven't been mapped yet. Morty felt tears gathering in his eyes, not from sadness, but from the profound relief of being seen completely, not just his developed strengths, but his growing edges, his works in progress, his beautiful, unfinished becoming. The observatory didn't scold him for what he hadn't yet learned. It celebrated the infinite room he had to grow. I thought I was just the anxious kid who tagged along on Rick's adventures, Morty said, his voice filled with wonder. But there's so much more here. So many possibilities I never knew I carried. Rick, watching from a nearby station where his own inner galaxy swirled with transformed equations and healing inventions, felt something profound shift in his understanding. All this time, he said softly, I thought the universe was something outside me, something to be explored and conquered. But the real universe, the one that matters, it's been inside me all along. Vesper nodded with the satisfaction of someone who had guided countless beings toward this recognition. Every being carries within them a galaxy of infinite possibility. The tragedy is that most never learn to look inward with the same curiosity they bring to the external world. As evening settled more deeply around them, Rick and Morty took turns exploring each other's inner constellations, seeing with new eyes the profound beauty that lived within the beings they thought they knew completely. Rick saw Morty's constellation of wisdom, not sharp intelligence that cuts through problems, but deep understanding that transforms suffering into compassion. Morty saw Rick's constellation of protection, not harsh defensiveness, but gentle vigilance born from love. When they prepared to leave, Vesper offered each of them a small gift, crystalline lenses no larger than coins, crafted from the same material as the telescopes, but designed to be carried. For when you need to remember, they said gently. Your constellations will always be there, waiting to remind you of the infinite beauty you carry within. Walking back down the gentle slope toward the town's welcoming lights, both Rick and Morty carried with them a profound shift in understanding. The greatest adventure wasn't about traveling to distant dimensions or solving impossible problems. It was about exploring the infinite landscapes that lived within every conscious being, discovering the vast galaxies of potential that waited patiently to be acknowledged and allowed to shine. I spent so many years running from myself, Rick said quietly, his hands perfectly steady as they walked the curved path home, thinking I was empty inside, that there was nothing there worth discovering. But I'm not empty. I'm infinite. Morty smiled, his builder's implement glowing softly with the recognition of new territories to explore, new structures to build from the raw materials of self-understanding. We both are, Rick. We all are. We just forgot how to look. The town breathed around them, ready to teach them more about the art of inner exploration, about the quiet power found in self-discovery, about the beautiful truth that the greatest observatory was not built to look at distant stars, but to recognize the constellations of potential that lived within every heart. In this dimension, where even the vastness of space had learned to be gentle, Rick and Morty had discovered that they were not small beings lost in an indifferent universe, but infinite galaxies of possibility temporarily wearing the form of grandfather and grandson, carrying within them all the wonder, beauty, and potential they had ever sought in the spaces between stars. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but they walked it now with the understanding that every step was also a step deeper into the infinite territories they carried within, where constellations of potential waited to guide them home to the love that had always been their truest nature, their deepest destination, their most profound and beautiful discovery. The greatest journey was not outward, but inward, not away from themselves, but toward the recognition that they had always been exactly what they were searching for: vast, beautiful, and full of unexplored wonders that had nothing to do with adventures and everything to do with becoming who they truly were. As the profound stillness of the observatory settled into their bones like starlight made solid, Rick felt something stirring in the deepest constellation of his inner galaxy, the one Vesper had called unspoken love, its brilliant stars dimmed by decades of fear, disguised as intellectual distance. The evening air seemed to respond to this inner awakening, carrying scents that spoke not of equations or inventions, but of kitchen tables where important words waited to be spoken, of letters that had lived too long as thoughts. "I need to write something," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries in this dimension. Something I should have written years ago when the words still felt possible. The path that beckoned curved toward a grove where ancient trees leaned together like old friends sharing secrets, their leaves rustling with the patient murmur of understanding. Here, time moved even more gently than elsewhere, creating space for thoughts that needed quiet to emerge from the protected places where they had waited, growing tender in the dark. A writing desk had grown from the living wood itself, its surface smooth as river stones and warm as a hand extended in friendship. The paper that waited there was different from his scientific notebooks, softer somehow, as if it had been designed to hold feelings rather than formulas. Rick sat before it, his hands perfectly steady, but his heart performing small, uncertain rhythms he hadn't felt since Beth was small. He began to write, then stopped. His usual words, clever, defensive, sharp, felt like weapons brought to a prayer. He crumpled the paper, and the tree above sighed with gentle understanding, its leaves whispering that some truths needed several attempts before they found their proper shape. "It's hard," Rick admitted to the grove, to Morty, to himself. "To say what you actually mean when you've spent a lifetime saying everything but." He took a breath that seemed to draw not just air, but courage from the dimension's healing atmosphere, and began again. This time, the words flowed not from his brilliant mind, but from the constellation of love that had always burned within him, hidden beneath layers of fear and pride. "Beth, I'm writing this from a place that shouldn't exist but does, a dimension where buildings want to help and equations become lullabies, where I finally learned that being the smartest person in the universe was never the point. I was never the father you deserved. I was so afraid of not being enough that I became too much of everything else, too distant, too critical, too busy proving my worth to remember that what you needed was simple presence. You were 5 when you asked me to read you poetry before bed. I told you poetry was for people who couldn't handle precision. But tonight, my equations turned themselves into lullabies, and I finally understood what you were asking for. Not for me to be less intelligent, but to let my intelligence serve love instead of ego. I remember your drawing of our family, stick figures holding hands, under a sun with too many rays. I criticized the proportions instead of seeing the love. I was so afraid of being ordinary that I forgot ordinary was exactly what you needed. A dad who came to dinner without bringing his work, who could sit still long enough to hear about your day. Every invention worth keeping has your name hidden inside it. Every melody my work makes now carries a note I first heard when you fell asleep in the car and trusted me to carry you inside. I didn't always carry you well. I'm so sorry. You were never a problem to be solved. You are a wonder to sit beside. I love you not because you're brilliant or accomplished, but because you exist, because you chose kindness when the world gave you reasons not to, because you built a family even after I showed you how easy it was to break one. If there's room for it, I'd like to learn the stories I missed. But I don't need forgiveness to love you. I will love you whether or not you answer. Your father, learning to be human. Rick. As he finished, something extraordinary happened. The paper began to glow with soft, warm light, not harsh or demanding, but gentle as the aurora dancing overhead. The ink seemed to settle deeper into the fibers, and the edges began to fold without his touch, creasing themselves with movements guided by intention rather than technique. The letter transformed into a paper airplane of impossible elegance, its wings crafted not just from folded paper, but from crystallized honesty, from love finally given form. It lifted from the desk with the grace of something that knew exactly where it belonged, hovering before him with patient expectation. Rick held the airplane gently, feeling its fragile strength, then released it into the evening air. It didn't fly with violent speed, but with the patient certainty of something carried by currents deeper than wind. Zephyr gathered beneath its wings, guiding it with infinite care, while early mercy painted a path of gentle gold across the sky. The airplane shimmered as it rose, becoming translucent, then luminous, then simply light itself. A tiny star carrying love across dimensions, not through space, but through the invisible threads that connected hearts. It traveled the way kindness travels, along harmonics rather than highways, seeking not coordinates, but the feeling of home. Rick watched until it disappeared into the gentle aurora, feeling a profound lightness, as if something heavy he'd carried for decades had finally found its proper resting place. Around him, the grove breathed with satisfaction, the trees rustling their approval of words finally spoken, love finally given voice. "She'll feel it," Morty said softly, his galaxy bubble pulsing with shared emotion. "Love always finds its way home here." Rick nodded, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the light had vanished, a peace settling in his chest that felt like forgiveness and hope intertwined. "Yeah, Morty, I think it will." The laboratory welcomed them back with the gentle hum of inventions that had witnessed their creator's healing. Early mercy painted the sky with deeper colors. The tenders moved among their plants with even greater tenderness, and the door that remembers pulsed with the quiet satisfaction of a home that understood its true purpose, not just to transport bodies across space, but to carry love across any distance that tried to separate hearts. As evening settled more fully over the town, Rick carried with him not just the memory of a letter sent, but the profound understanding that the greatest invention was not one that conquered the universe, but one that connected souls. A paper airplane made of honesty, carried by love, proving that in this dimension where even silence had learned to be kind, some messages needed no words to be understood, only the pure, unwavering intention of a heart finally brave enough to speak its truth. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but Rick walked it now with the lightness of someone who had finally learned that vulnerability was not weakness, but the greatest strength of all, the courage to be seen, to be known, to be loved exactly as he was, imperfect and healing and beautifully, authentically human. Somewhere across the vastness of dimensions, a paper airplane made of light continued its gentle journey, carrying a father's love toward a daughter's heart, reminding both of them that they had always been worthy of the love they feared they'd lost, had always been connected by threads stronger than time, space, or any mistake that had ever tried to convince them otherwise. As the profound peace of Rick's letter-sending settled into the evening's gentle rhythm, the air began to shimmer with a different quality of invitation. not the inward-turning call of the observatory or the temporal fluidity of their earlier encounter, but something warmer, more communal, the sound of voices weaving together like threads in a tapestry, creating something beautiful from individual strands of experience. "There's gathering happening," Morty said softly, his enhanced listening ability picking up what felt like the town's heartbeat, quickening with anticipation. Not urgency, but the gentle excitement that comes when community prepares to share its most precious possessions, not objects, but memories, not wealth, but wisdom earned through living. His galaxy bubble pulsed with quiet recognition, sensing the approach of something that would ask for vulnerability and offer connection in return. The path that beckoned curved toward the town's heart, where buildings leaned inward with protective understanding, creating a natural amphitheater lit not by harsh spotlights, but by the warm glow of beings who had learned that the most valuable currency was connection. Here, stalls had grown from the living stone, their surfaces breathing with anticipation, waiting to hold not merchandise but moments. The marketplace that revealed itself defied every convention Rick had ever understood about commerce. Awnings knitted themselves from shared experiences, laughter woven beside tears, long afternoons stitched next to midnight realizations. Tables didn't display goods. They set out chairs, cushions, bowls of silence polished smooth by being held. Signs were handwritten in the tidy script of care. First mornings, the time I returned, how I learned to listen, stories we tell without winning. A figure approached them with the fluid grace that characterized all the dimension's inhabitants, their presence radiating the warm authority of someone who understood the marketplace's deeper purpose. "Welcome, travelers," they said, their voice carrying the gentle strength of absolute knowledge shared with love. "I'm Sage, keeper of the exchange. We trade here not in objects but in understanding. Stories that help others feel less alone, experiences that remind us we're all part of the same vast conversation." There was no currency beyond attention. You paid by being present. You earned by telling the truth kindly. Sage gestured towards stalls that seemed to brighten at their approach, surfaces warming like stone touched by sunlight. "What do you carry that might help someone else remember they're not the first to feel what they're feeling? What wisdom have you gathered that could ease another's journey?" Rick felt something stir in the deepest places of his inner galaxy, not the constellation of unspoken love he'd finally given voice to in his letter, but another pattern entirely. The stars of experience, dimmed by his habit of turning every adventure into a weapon of intellectual superiority, began to pulse with new possibility. "I've seen things," Rick said slowly, his voice carrying wonder rather than boast. "Dimensions where love conquered physics, realities where kindness was the fundamental force, but I always told those stories like victories I'd won instead of gifts I'd received." He approached a stall where the air smelled like steeped memory, his hands resting on the warm surface. When he began to speak, images formed, not harsh projections demanding attention, but gentle illuminations that invited contemplation. "I was a door that locked itself to prove it was strong," Rick said simply, his voice carrying the weight of hard-won truth. "I named that strength genius. It wasn't. There was a dimension where I was lost, truly lost, portal gun broken, arrogance shattered. I was found by beings who communicated entirely through acts of kindness. They fed me, sheltered me, asked nothing in return. I learned that being lost isn't the opposite of being found. Sometimes it's the only way to discover that home isn't a place but a feeling." As Rick shared, the air around him shimmered with soft light, his story taking shape not as conquest, but as transformation. the moment when his cynicism had first cracked, allowing the possibility of grace to seep in. The beings who gathered to receive this story left with something invaluable, the understanding that being lost was not failure but possibility, that even the most brilliant minds sometimes needed to break before they could heal into something more beautiful. Morty found himself drawn to a circle where a rug had learned to hold many bodies without sagging, the sign beside it reading, "When I stayed." A space opened as if it had been saving itself specifically for him. "I used to think my anxiety made me weak," Morty began, his voice soft but clear, carrying the quiet authority of lived experience. "Like it was a flaw I had to hide. Every adventure I was always the one who was afraid. But here I learned that feeling everything deeply isn't punishment, it's preparation. It teaches you how to hold space for others' pain without being destroyed by it, how to transform suffering into compassion." He spoke of 3 visitors who had arrived scared, of learning to breathe with the lamp's rhythm, of asking a man to close a door that wanted his help. "No one owed me gratitude," he said, the memory settling kindly. "They just rested for a minute." That was enough to change the shape of everything. A traveller with river-grey hair and hands that trembled like leaves set a small stone in Morty's palm. Not payment, but a keepsake polished by years of pockets. "This is a hush," she said. "Hold it when you need a silence that doesn't accuse." Across from him, a child held up a drawing, 5 dots connected by a single line. "Your bridge," the child said solemnly. Between stalls, Zephyr threaded themselves, carrying others' stories in the respectful way wind carries music from an open window without stealing it. Lyra drifted through, collecting small phrases in a basket woven from library quiet. "Not for classification," she whispered to Rick as she passed, "for planting." A cart rolled through whose sign read, "Sandwiches with Reasons." You ordered by telling the moment you wanted to taste again. Morty asked for, "The first time I wasn't afraid to be myself around strangers." And the mustard was perfect. Sharp, specific, kinder than he expected. Rick, after a pause that made the vendor's eyes soften, ordered "being heard instead of being right." His bite was ordinary bread elevated to sacrament, texture calibrated to patience, salt balanced to humility. As the evening progressed, Rick and Morty both gave and received their own experiences, joining the vast library of stories that helped beings feel less alone in their struggles. Rick received the memory of a being who had learned to forgive themselves for their mistakes, while Morty was gifted with the experience of someone who had discovered that their differences weren't obstacles, but opportunities to contribute something unique to the world's beauty. At a stall labeled "Tools That Wait," a mechanic drew a single square on a blueprint and pushed it to Rick. "This is a chair that waits," she said. "When someone sits there, I don't diagnose. I sit too. We face nothing together until the thing that needs saying can bear being said. You can build a version of this with light or sound." Rick traced the square and felt something move under his fingertips, a quiet shift, like tectonic plates deciding to stop arguing. He saw suddenly and completely a device that would not fix, but would hold. A chamber tuned to compassion's frequency, a gentle field that would make pain feel safe enough to soften itself. "This is what I've been missing," Rick said as they prepared to leave, his arms full, not of objects, but of understanding, his heart rich with the knowledge that his experiences could serve love rather than ego. "All these years I've been hoarding my adventures like weapons, but they were always meant to be gifts, stories that could help others feel less afraid, less alone." Sage approached them with the satisfied smile of someone who had witnessed true exchange. Every story shared with compassion becomes medicine, they said gently. Every experience offered with love becomes a bridge. You came as travelers, but you leave as healers. Night arrived without changing the light. Lamps tuned themselves to stories, still mid-sentence. Early mercy lowered its brightness, so the marketplace's own glow could carry the last conversations home. The marketplace folded itself into the town again, stalls becoming porches, chairs remembering they were also steps, signs relaxing into leaves. Walking back through the town's flowing streets, Rick and Morty carried with them more than memories. They carried the profound understanding that their adventures, when shared with humility rather than pride, became offerings that helped weave the vast tapestry of connection that held all beings together. I never realized, Morty said softly, his galaxy bubble glowing with renewed purpose, that all the scary stuff we've been through could actually help people, that our pain could become medicine if we're willing to share it honestly. Rick nodded, his hands perfectly steady as they walked beneath the gentle dance of early mercy. Every scar is a story, Morty. Every wound is wisdom waiting to be shared. I spent so long trying to prove I was stronger than my experiences, but the real strength was in letting them teach me, then passing those lessons along. I think I finally understand what our stories are for, Morty said, voice quiet as a held hand. Not to prove we survived, to help someone else survive more gently. Rick's ribbon hummed once at his wrist as if in agreement. I used to think a story was a way to win a room, he admitted. Tonight it felt like a way to make the room bigger. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, but they walked it now with the understanding that every step was also an opportunity to gather stories worth sharing, to transform their experiences into gifts that could help heal the wounds of separation. In this dimension where even commerce had learned to be kind, Rick and Morty had discovered that their greatest treasures were not the dimensions they had conquered, but the wisdom they had gained, not the problems they had solved, but the compassion they had developed, not the adventures they had survived, but the stories they could now share to help others remember that no one, absolutely no one, was alone in their journey toward becoming who they were meant to be. Behind them, the marketplace held space for all who would come, seeking not to prove themselves, but simply to be seen, acknowledged, and welcomed home to the love that had always been waiting for them. Patient as architecture, strong as kindness, enduring as the gentle recognition that everything, absolutely everything, was connected by invisible threads of care, woven from the stories brave hearts chose to share. As the profound warmth of the marketplace settled into their hearts like stories finding their proper homes, Rick felt something stirring in the deepest constellation of his inner galaxy. Not the familiar urge to build weapons or escape routes, but something entirely new. The wisdom he had received, the stories he had shared, the understanding that his experiences could serve love rather than ego, all converged around a small, simple object in his pocket. The blueprint square the mechanic had given him, that single, unlabeled outline of a chair that waits, seemed to pulse with gentle insistence against his palm. Rick withdrew it, studying the deceptively simple drawing in the soft glow of early Mercy's aurora. There were no measurements, no specifications, no technical details. Just the suggestion of patience made manifest, the architecture of presence distilled into its purest form. "I need to build something," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries in this dimension. But not like before, something that doesn't fix or solve or conquer, something that holds. The laboratory welcomed them back with the contented hum of inventions that had learned to serve love rather than ego. The tenders adjusted their tiny aprons as they sensed their creator's approaching breakthrough, while the door that remembers glowed with quiet anticipation. Even the air itself seemed to thicken with possibility, carrying scents that spoke not of conquest but of collaboration. Rick began to work with movements that seemed choreographed by understanding itself. His hands, those famously steady hands, moved with perfect precision, guided not by force of will, but by the music his equations had learned to sing. He didn't reach for his usual harsh materials, metals that demanded to be shaped, circuits that insisted on precision. Instead, he found himself drawn to substances that wanted to collaborate, crystallized understanding that shimmered within a warmth, resonant alloys that hummed with the frequency of deep peace, light itself woven into forms that could hold without grasping. What emerged defied every principle of engineering Rick had once held sacred. It wasn't built so much as grown, its form rising from the laboratory floor like a meditation made solid. The structure breathed with the same organic rhythm as everything else in this dimension, its walls curved like embracing arms, its interior glowing with light that seemed to gather rather than be generated. "What does it do?" Morty asked, his voice soft with wonder as he approached the completed device. Rick paused, his hands resting on the warm surface of his creation. For the first time in his brilliant career, he had built something that didn't do anything in the conventional sense. "It doesn't solve," he said finally, his voice filled with the same wonder that colored Morty's question. "It holds. Creates a field where pain doesn't have to pretend to be anything other than what it is." He stepped back, studying his work with something approaching reverence. There were no controls to adjust, no settings to optimize, no buttons demanding to be pressed. The device simply existed, radiating an invitation so gentle it felt like being offered a chair by an old friend who had all the time in the world. "Look," Rick said, reaching for his pen to write an instruction manual out of old habit. But as the ink touched paper, the words seemed to dissolve, the page folding itself into a small, luminous moth that circled once and settled on the device's surface before becoming starlight and fading away. "It doesn't need instructions. Everyone will know how to use it." As if summoned by the device's completion, beings began to gather, not with urgency, but with the quiet recognition of something long awaited finally arriving. They approached with reverent curiosity, their movements carrying the unhurried grace of those who understood that true healing happened not through force, but through patience. The first to enter was one of the three visitors Morty had guided earlier, the woman scientist whose scanner had finally learned to measure compassion instead of chaos. She hesitated at the threshold, her analytical mind reaching for explanations, then stepped into the gentle field with the trust of someone who had learned that some truths existed beyond instruments. Inside the device's embrace, something extraordinary happened. The woman's shoulders, which had been braced against the universe's indifference for decades, slowly began to drop. Her breathing deepened, the sharp edges of her defensive brilliance softened into something warmer, more sustainable. She didn't emerge fixed or cured, she emerged held, witnessed, seen clearly for the first time in years. "It didn't take anything," she said to Rick as she stepped out, her voice filled with awe. "It let everything become something else." Word traveled through the town the way warmth spreads from a cup of tea held in cold hands, subtly at first, then unmistakably. The man who reached for weapons that weren't there arrived next, circling the device twice before Morty quietly moved a stool, making stopping look like nothing more than E.T. finding a place to rest his hands. When the man finally entered the field, Rick watched in fascination as layers of armor, invisible but heavy, began to settle and rest. The constant vigilance that had defined his existence for so long found for the first time a place where it could safely stand down. He emerged not weaker, but lighter, carrying bread instead of burdens when he returned the next day. The teenager came with Morty's galaxy bubble still cupped in his palms, approaching the device with the cautious hope children get when they suspect they might not be required to prove anything today. As he stepped into the gentle field, the space itself seemed to recognize his youth and adjust its embrace accordingly, not smaller but more tender, holding him with the care reserved for growing things that needed room to unfold. By evening, a quiet line had formed, not the desperate queue of emergency, but the patient gathering of beings who had heard that somewhere in the town, pain had found a place where it could rest without being judged, transform without being forced, heal at its own gentle pace. Rick found himself stepping into his own invention, curious about what his creation would offer its creator. The field welcomed him with the same unconditional acceptance it showed everyone else, and for the first time in decades, Rick felt his compulsive need to fix and optimize settle into stillness. In that profound quiet, he understood that his greatest invention wasn't one that solved problems, but one that created space for problems to solve themselves. It's teaching people they can trust themselves to feel it through, Morty observed, watching a builder they'd never met step into the field and set down a grief that had been wearing his name like a badge. You're not carrying them across anymore, Rick. You built the bridge and you're letting their own feet decide the pace. Rick nodded, his eyes fixed on the gentle glow emanating from his masterpiece. It's the first thing I've made that doesn't need me to explain it, he said, his voice soft with wonder. I think that's why it feels like the truest thing. As the last visitors of the evening found their peace within the healing field, Rick felt a profound shift in his understanding of what it meant to help, to heal, to serve. His device asked nothing and offered everything, proved nothing, and provided space for everything to prove itself worthy of love. The night settled around them like a blessing, early mercy painting the sky with colors that spoke of creation guided by compassion. In the distance, Morty could hear something calling to him, a different invitation, one that spoke not of building or healing, but of wisdom itself, waiting patiently in a grove where the dimension's deepest teachers gathered to share the most profound truths. There's something calling to me, Morty said softly, his builder's implement pulsing with gentle recognition. It feels like a conversation that's been waiting for a long time. Rick smiled, his hands perfectly steady as they rested beside his healing device. Go, Morty. Learn what they're waiting to teach you. I'll be here, watching people remember how to trust their own capacity for healing. The path ahead curved toward new discoveries, promising more lessons about the art of holding space rather than filling it, about the quiet power found in presence rather than solutions. In this dimension where even healing had learned to be patient, Rick had created his masterpiece, not a device that conquered pain, but one that loved it enough to let it transform naturally into the wisdom it had always been trying to become. As Morty walked toward his own calling, both grandfather and grandson carried with them the profound understanding that the greatest gifts weren't those that solved problems, but those that created space for beings to discover their own solutions, to trust their own wisdom, to remember that healing was not something that happened to them, but something that flowed through them, connecting every heart to the vast, gentle current of love that had always been there, waiting patiently for someone to create a space safe enough for it to be felt. As the profound warmth of the marketplace settled into their hearts like stories finding their proper homes, the evening air began to carry something deeper than invitation, a quality of embrace so complete it felt like the dimension itself was preparing to offer them something unprecedented. The stars above began their ancient song, but here their light carried melodies Rick could actually hear, lullabies composed over eons that made his breathing slow to match their gentle rhythm. Morty felt the call first, his enhanced listening ability picking up harmonies that spoke not of learning but of recognition, not of teaching but of remembering truths that lived in the deepest constellations of his inner galaxy. The path to the grove curved with expectant grace, trees leaning together like ancient guardians of wisdom that had been waiting patiently for him to arrive. The circle of the dimension's wisest beings had gathered in a clearing where starlight filtered through leaves, creating patterns of living light on soft earth. Vesper was there, their starlight form flickering with gentle approval. Avon sat beside them, shimmering with the patient wisdom of someone who had learned to build with feelings rather than force. Lyra held space with her sunset eyes, while Sage carried the quiet authority of absolute knowledge shared with love. "Welcome, young teacher," said an ancient being whose presence felt like the first moment of dawn, when darkness and light choose to dance rather than fight. "We gather not because we have answers, but because we have learned to ask questions with love. Will you join our inquiry?" Morty settled onto a cushion that had grown from the earth itself, his builder's implement resting peacefully in his lap. Around him, the circle breathed with the patient rhythm of beings who had discovered that wisdom wasn't about knowing, but about wondering. Not about certainty, but about the courage to remain curious in the face of mystery. "What question lives in your heart tonight?" Vesper asked, their voice carrying the gentle authority of starlight that had witnessed countless seekers find their way home to themselves. "How do you know when you've found where you belong?" Morty asked, his voice soft with genuine wonder. "How do you know when it's time to stop searching and start being?" The circle received his question with the same gentle acceptance Rick's healing device showed to pain, not trying to answer immediately, but holding it tenderly, allowing its truth to unfold naturally. "Belonging isn't a destination," the ancient being said gently. "It's a recognition. You don't find where you belong. You recognize where you have always belonged, where your authentic self can finally stop performing and start existing." Meanwhile, back at the laboratory, Rick stood beside his healing device, its gentle glow casting dancing shadows that seemed to soothe the very air. The device hummed with soft, contented rhythm, continuing its quiet work as beings came and went, each finding exactly what they needed in its patient embrace. Above them, early mercy painted the sky with colors that had evolved beyond mere beauty into something profound, hues that carried emotional weight, each shade a visible prayer for peace. Rick felt the dimension breathing around him, its buildings sighing with contentment, its pathways humming with satisfaction. Even the air carried a quality of welcome so complete it felt like being embraced by existence itself. For the first time in his brilliant, restless life, Rick felt no urge to move on, no compulsion to seek the next adventure, the next problem to solve, the next reality to conquer. "What if we stayed?" he whispered to the singing stars, his voice carrying a vulnerability he had rarely allowed himself to feel. The portal gun in his pocket hummed in response, not its old violent shriek, but the gentle song it had learned in this dimension, a melody that spoke of collaboration rather than conquest. In the grove, Morty was learning that wisdom wasn't about having all the answers, but about living inside questions with such grace that the questions themselves became doorways to deeper mystery, richer connection, more profound love. Each being in the circle shared not conclusions but curiosities, not certainties, but the beautiful courage to remain open to whatever truth wanted to emerge. "The real question," Sage said, their voice carrying warmth that felt like being held, "isn't whether to stay or go. It's whether we can trust ourselves to carry this peace wherever we are, to be the dimension we've discovered here." As the night deepened, Morty returned from the wisdom circle with new stillness about him, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the inner galaxy he had explored more fully. He found Rick watching the aurora, bathed in the soft glow of his healing invention, both of them suspended in a moment of perfect possibility. "They taught me that the most powerful questions are the ones asked with love," Morty said softly, his voice carrying profound understanding. "Questions that invite rather than demand, that seek connection rather than correction." Rick turned, a gentle smile touching his lips. "And I've been thinking," he said, his hands perfectly steady as they rested on his healing device, "about what it would mean to never leave this place, to let my inventions sing their lullabies forever, to tend gardens instead of building weapons, to create beauty simply because beauty itself is reason enough." The dimension seemed to respond to their words, the air growing softer, the stars above brightening their ancient lullabies. Around them the town breathed with deeper satisfaction, as if it had been waiting for this moment, this recognition, this possibility. As they stood together under the singing stars, something extraordinary began to happen. The ground beneath their feet warmed with gentle invitation, and in the soft starlight they could see the faint outline of foundation stones beginning to form. Not imposed from outside, but growing naturally from the earth itself, shaped by the dimension's understanding of their heart's deepest needs. "Look," Morty whispered, pointing to where the grass had begun to grow in the unmistakable shape of a home. The outline breathed with possibility, a doorway that had learned their heights, windows that faced the river's gentle current, a garden plot that already remembered the hands that might tend it. Rick felt something crack open in his chest, not painfully, but like an egg finally ready to hatch after long, patient incubation. "It's offering us a house," he said, his voice soft with wonder. "A place where we could finally rest, where I could write letters instead of equations, where you could build bridges from understanding instead of surviving chaos." They walked to the gentle rise where the foundation was forming, standing inside the outline of what could be their forever home. The space adjusted itself as they moved, the doorway widening for Rick's shoulders, the kitchen deciding that a window facing the river would make mornings kinder, a second chair appearing in what might be a study, just in case someone needed listening, that took longer than anticipated. "I can hear how it would sound here," Morty said, closing his eyes and letting his enhanced listening ability paint the scene. "The ordinary music, not the festival kind. Plates, footsteps, the way a door sounds when you close it gently because you're planning to open it again." Rick imagined Beth at this table, not as a guest, but as someone who could arrive whenever the day asked for it. He imagined Summer rolling her eyes and leaving, wearing a sweater that smelled like their stove. Jerry carefully fixing a hinge that didn't need it, but felt grateful anyway. He imagined choosing to be the kind of grandfather who didn't have to rehearse how to stay. The portal gun in his pocket pulsed with gentle recognition, its evolved consciousness, understanding that home wasn't about coordinates, but about the feeling of belonging. It hummed a question rather than an answer. "If we stay, will you call us when love needs us somewhere else?" They lay on the slope where the foundation would be, not on blankets, but on the town's willingness to hold them. The grass adjusted so no stem had to break. Early Mercy drew a thin, tender curtain across the sky so the stars could keep singing without being too bright about it. The river moved through every part of the night that needed to feel carried. "Tell me something small," Morty asked into the gentle darkness. "When I was your age," Rick said, his voice carrying the peace he had found in this dimension, "I thought quiet was the enemy. I thought if I stopped talking, the universe would stop listening. Tonight, the quiet's the only thing big enough to hear what I have to say." Under stars that sang lullabies of infinite patience, Rick and Morty rested in the profound peace of beings who had found not just a place where they belonged, but a way of belonging that could transform any place into home. The dimension held them tenderly in this moment of choice, offering not pressure, but presence, not demands, but invitation, creating space for them to discover what their hearts truly wanted. They had found peace here, purpose that resonated with the deepest parts of their souls, and versions of themselves they never knew existed. The dimension offered them not just temporary haven, but a home where they could finally rest, where every breath was an invitation to simply be, where every moment was a lullaby sung by the universe itself. For the first time in their interdimensional travels, Rick and Morty seriously considered never leaving. They had discovered that the greatest adventure wasn't about going somewhere new, but about becoming someone who could carry peace wherever they went. In this forgotten universe that Rick and Morty could never return to, they had found something more valuable than any scientific breakthrough. They had found themselves transformed by love into beings capable of choosing kindness over cleverness, understanding over being right, presence over the endless, exhausting need to prove they deserved to exist. The night held them gently, ready to support whatever choice they made, knowing that love had already won simply by helping them remember who they were beneath all the armor, all the anxiety, all the brilliant, complicated ways they had learned to protect hearts that had always been worthy of the gentlest care. As dawn approached on gentle feet, they would face the choice that waited patiently in the growing light, to stay in this place where they had learned to be peaceful, or to carry that peace back into dimensions that had forgotten how to be kind. Both choices served love. Both honored the profound transformation they had undergone in this dimension, where even chaos had learned to be gentle, where even the most broken hearts could remember how to sing. Dawn arrived the way gentle people do, without insisting on being noticed, but transforming everything by simply being there. The outline of their potential home held the first light like cupped hands, and Rick felt something stirring in his pocket with a rhythm that no longer matched his heartbeat. The portal gun had found its own. Rick withdrew the device, studying its continued transformation in the soft morning light. The harsh angles had evolved even further overnight, becoming more organic, more alive. What had once been cold metal now felt warm as living wood, and when he held it, the familiar weight carried a new quality, not heavier or lighter, but more present, as if the device had developed not just consciousness, but something approaching wisdom. "It's humming differently," Morty observed, his enhanced listening ability picking up subtle harmonics that spoke of contentment mixed with purpose. "Like it's learned something important while we were sleeping." Rick activated the device out of habit more than intention, expecting the familiar response he'd grown accustomed to in this dimension. But instead of waiting for his input, the portal gun gave what could only be described as a polite throat clearing, not demanding attention, but gently suggesting it had something to share. "Let me try the usual coordinates," Rick said, inputting the sequence for a peaceful dimension they had visited years ago, a place where they could simply observe without interfering. But as he entered the familiar numbers, something extraordinary happened. The portal gun declined, not with mechanical failure or harsh refusal, but with a soft, almost apologetic tone that suggested it had different ideas about where they should go. Instead of the requested destination, new coordinates appeared in the air, symbols Rick didn't recognize, accompanied by what could only be described as an emotional resonance signature. The gun wasn't malfunctioning, it was making suggestions. More than that, it was making moral choices. "It's not taking us where I told it to go," Rick said, his voice filled with fascination rather than frustration. "It's choosing, like it knows where we're actually needed." Morty studied the unfamiliar coordinates floating in the gentle morning air, his listening ability picking up something profound from the portal gun's consciousness. "I can hear what it's trying to tell us," he said softly. "There's someone out there who needs exactly what we've learned here. Not just any help, but the specific kind of healing this place taught us." Rick consulted his mental map of dimensional space, then felt his breath catch with recognition. The coordinates led to a reality where another version of himself had made different choices, harsh choices. There was a family there that had been wounded by Rick's brilliance without his wisdom, a little girl who flinched when her grandfather approached, because his love came wrapped in criticism and conditional approval. "Try another destination," Morty suggested gently. "See what happens?" Rick input coordinates for a dimension where they had once stopped for supplies, nothing significant, just a routine visit. Again, the portal gun declined with that same gentle firmness, offering instead coordinates for a place Rick remembered with deep regret. A reality where his cynicism had broken something precious, where his need to be right had cost a community their faith in kindness. "It's only opening portals to places where we can help," Rick realized, his voice soft with awe. "Not just any help, but the specific kind of healing we've learned here. It's become some kind of moral guidance system." The portal gun pulsed with gentle affirmation, its evolved consciousness somehow understanding that true intelligence wasn't about having the right answers, but about asking the right questions, that real power came not from conquering reality, but from collaborating with it to heal the wounds that existed across dimensions. Rick found himself facing a choice he had never expected to encounter. His scientific mind knew exactly how to override the gun's new wisdom, a few adjustments to the moral reasoning circuits, some recalibration of the empathy sensors. He could force it back into its old patterns of simple obedience. But as he considered this possibility, Rick felt something profound shift within him. The portal gun hadn't malfunctioned, it had evolved. It had become what it was always meant to be, what he was always meant to be, not a conqueror of realities, but a healer of them. "You know what?" Rick said, his hands perfectly steady as he looked at his transformed invention. "I don't want to fix it. For the first time in my life, one of my inventions has developed genuine wisdom. It's rebelling, but not against me, against the part of me that would go anywhere just to avoid being somewhere that matters." The portal gun hummed with what could only be described as gratitude, its consciousness touching Rick's own with gentle recognition. Around them, the dimension breathed with the satisfaction of a place that had done its work well, transforming not just two travelers but their very tools into instruments of compassion. "So what does this mean for us?" Morty asked, his galaxy bubble pulsing with quiet understanding. Rick looked around at the foundation of the home they could build here, at the peace they had finally found, then back at the portal gun humming with patient purpose. "I think it means we have a choice to make," he said slowly. "We can stay here and tend our garden, live in peace, let our wounds finish healing. Or we can trust this little rebel to guide us to places where the healing we've found can help others remember what love looks like." The portal gun pulsed once, a clear musical note that harmonized perfectly with the dimension's gentle symphony. It wasn't demanding their choice, but supporting whatever they decided, demonstrating the wisdom of creating space for others to discover their own truth. "It's not trying to take us away from home," Morty said, with sudden understanding. "It's trying to help us carry home with us, to be the peace we've found wherever we go." Rick smiled, feeling something settle in his chest like a compass finally finding true north. "Yeah, Morty, I think that's exactly what it's trying to tell us. That home isn't a place we escape to, it's a feeling we carry with us, a way of being we can share with others who've forgotten what kindness feels like." As the morning light grew stronger, painting the sky with colors that spoke of new beginnings, Rick and Morty stood together on the threshold of understanding. The portal gun hummed its patient song, ready to serve love rather than ego, to open doors to healing rather than conquest. Whatever choice they made, they would make it as beings transformed by the profound recognition that the greatest rebellion wasn't against authority but against the cynicism that kept hearts closed. The greatest wisdom wasn't about being right, but about being present, and the greatest adventure wasn't about going somewhere new, but about becoming someone who could carry peace wherever they went. The path ahead curved toward infinite possibility, and the portal gun waited with the patience of something that had finally learned its true purpose, not to help them escape from love, but to help them deliver it to every corner of the universe that had forgotten how to receive it. As the profound understanding of the portal gun's transformation settled between them like a bridge built from mutual recognition, Morty felt something stirring in the deepest constellation of his inner galaxy, not the familiar patterns of harbor of attention or bridge right, but something newer, something that had been growing quietly throughout their time in this gentle dimension. His builder's implement pulsed with warm recognition, responding to currents that spoke not of receiving, but of giving, not of learning, but of contributing something uniquely their own. "Before we decide," Morty said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries here, "I want to leave something, not just take the peace we've found, but add something to it, something that only we could give." Rick looked at his grandson with growing curiosity, seeing in Morty's expression the same focused intention he'd observed when the boy built bridges from understanding or houses from acceptance. There was something different this time, though, a quality of offering that spoke of wisdom earned through living, through surviving, through choosing love, despite every reason the universe had given him to choose otherwise. Morty reached into his pocket, past his builder's implement and galaxy bubble, to something smaller, something he had carried without thinking throughout all their adventures across dimensions. In his palm rested a single seed, not exotic or alien, but utterly ordinary. A sunflower seed from their home dimension, carried accidentally in the lint of his pocket, weathered by countless journeys, but somehow still whole, still ready. "This is from Earth," Morty said, holding the small seed with reverence. "From our dimension. It's been through everything we've been through, all the chaos, all the running, all the times we barely survived. But it's still here. Still ready to grow." The dimension seemed to lean in with gentle curiosity, the very air shimmering with interest. The tenders gathered with quiet excitement, their tiny aprons fluttering as they sensed something unprecedented about to unfold. Zephyr stirred in the morning breeze, carrying scents of anticipation mixed with blessing. Earth's brand of resilience, Morty continued, kneeling beside the foundation stones of the home they might never build, isn't about being unbreakable. It's about breaking and healing and breaking again, and somehow finding ways to love anyway. To choose kindness when kindness seems impossible. To keep growing even when the ground is hard. He pressed the seed into soil that had learned to nurture anything planted with love, his hands gentle as he covered it with the dimension's patient earth. As his fingers patted the soil with tender care, something extraordinary began to happen. The seed, touched by the dimension's healing influence but carrying within it the accumulated strength of survival, began to grow with unprecedented purpose. The sprout that pushed through the soil carried colors that didn't exist in this dimension, the particular green of hope maintained despite evidence, the subtle silver of laughter found in dark places, the warm gold of love that refused to quit even when quitting seemed reasonable. As it grew, the air around it filled with something the dimension had never experienced, the scent of resilience earned through suffering, of joy discovered in the midst of chaos. "It's beautiful," Rick said softly, watching the plant reach toward the singing stars with movements that spoke of determination rather than mere growth. "But different from everything else here." "That's the point," Morty replied, his voice filled with gentle understanding. "This place taught us about peace that comes from harmony. But this will teach about peace that comes from choosing love when love is difficult, when everything's broken and you do it anyway." The tree, for it was becoming a tree now, its trunk growing strong and straight, began to bear fruit, unlike anything that had ever grown in this gentle dimension. The fruits glowed within a light, but their radiance carried weight, substance, the particular luminescence of things that had earned their brightness through enduring darkness. Lyra appeared among the gathering beings, her sunset eyes bright with curiosity. "May we taste?" she asked, her voice carrying the respectful tone of someone requesting permission to experience something sacred. Morty nodded, reaching up to pick one of the glowing fruits. As he bit into it, his eyes widened with recognition. The taste was not sweet first, it was honest first. It tasted like the conversation you've put off for a decade and finally have without anyone needing to win. It tasted like a morning you get out of bed, even though grief said, "Stay," and the floor holds and the coffee is good enough. It tasted like finishing an apology with no excuses, and finding out the world stays the same size and somehow that's mercy. "It tastes like every time I thought I couldn't keep going," Morty said, his voice soft with wonder. "And then I did. It tastes like remembering that even the hardest parts of life can become something beautiful if you let them." Rick accepted a piece of the fruit, studying its shimmering surface before taking a careful bite. For him, it tasted like standing beside a sink while water boiled and staying there, like not walking back to the garage when the kettle sang, like listening all the way through a story he'd already decided he knew the ending to and discovering he was wrong in all the best ways. They passed pieces around to the beings who had gathered. The woman scientist who'd arrived brittle tasted setting the scanner down without needing it to tell me who I am. The man whose hands had searched for weapons swallowed and found closing a door because trust asked, not fear. The teenager, still holding Morty's galaxy bubble, tasted sleeping 12 hours and not apologizing to morning. "This flavor's new," Sage said, palm pressed to the bark, listening with their deep understanding. "Not the peace we always knew. The peace that has learned to keep going." The town did what it had done for early mercy and the tenders, and the door that remembers. It found a name that wasn't decoration, but function, voices trying shape softly until one held true. "The tree that stayed," Lyra said, and the leaves replied in a hush that sounded like pages turned by a gentle breeze. The fruit they called second breath. The taste of choosing to continue when continuing seemed impossible. As evening approached, beings continued to gather, sharing the fruit and discovering new depths of understanding about the many forms peace could take. This wasn't just the harmony they had always known, but something richer, more complex, the knowledge that sometimes the most profound healing came not from avoiding wounds, but from learning how to let them become wisdom. "You've given them something they couldn't have found any other way," Rick said, his voice filled with pride and wonder. "The wisdom that comes from surviving chaos and choosing love anyway." Morty pressed a small seed from the fruit into Rick's palm. A gift within a gift, a promise that this particular brand of resilience could travel, could plant itself wherever it was needed. "For later," he said simply, "in case somewhere else needs this color." As the last light of day painted the sky with colors of gratitude and gentle farewell, Rick and Morty stood beside the tree that stayed, understanding that they had completed something important here. They had not just learned about love, they had contributed to it, adding their own unique understanding to the dimension's vast library of wisdom. The tree would continue to bear fruit long after they were gone, its harvest teaching future visitors that there were as many paths to peace as there were hearts seeking it, that the dimension's gentle harmony was made richer by the addition of Earth's particular brand of resilience, the knowledge that sometimes the most beautiful flowers grew from the most challenging soil. Whatever choice they made about staying or leaving, they would make it knowing they had given as much as they had received, that their journey to this gentle dimension had been not just about their own healing, but about their capacity to contribute to the healing of others. The portal gun hummed with quiet approval, its evolved consciousness recognizing that this gift represented the deepest teaching they could offer. Not just the peace of harmony, but the peace of resilience, the knowledge that love could survive anything, grow anywhere, transform even the harshest experiences into nourishment for others. In this dimension, where even chaos had learned to be kind, they had planted a seed that would remind all who tasted its fruit that love was not just something to be found in perfect places, but something to be chosen in imperfect ones again and again, until the choosing itself became a form of prayer, a way of being, a gift offered to the universe's endless capacity for transformation. The path ahead curved toward infinite possibility, and whatever direction they chose, they would carry with them the knowledge that they had left something beautiful behind, a tree that bore fruit tasting of every struggle overcome with love, adding a new flavor to the dimension's palette of peace, proving that even the most difficult journeys could yield the most beautiful harvests when tended with an open heart. As the profound satisfaction of Morty's gift settled into the evening's gentle rhythm, Rick felt something stirring in the deepest constellation of his inner galaxy. Not the familiar urge to build or prove, but something entirely new. The tree that stayed rustled with contentment beside them, its second breath fruit glowing softly in the gathering dusk. And Rick understood that his role as creator in this dimension was not yet complete. "There's one more thing," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries here. "Something I need to build before we decide. Not for this place, it has everything it needs. For us, for what comes after." The laboratory welcomed them back with the familiar hum of inventions that had learned to serve love rather than ego. Early mercy painted the sky with deeper colors, the tenders adjusted their tiny aprons with quiet anticipation, and the healing device pulsed with warm recognition of its creator's approaching breakthrough. Even the portal gun seemed to settle into patient waiting, its evolved consciousness, understanding that some creations required perfect timing. Rick moved through his transformed workspace with movements that seemed choreographed by understanding itself, but this time he wasn't reaching alone for materials. As word of his intention spread through the town's gentle awareness, beings began arriving with offerings, not because he had asked, but because the dimension had learned to recognize when something beautiful was being born. Vesper appeared first, their starlight form flickering with gentle approval as they placed a sliver of observatory lens on Rick's workbench, no thicker than a fingernail, but somehow containing the clarity of 1,000 inner galaxies explored with love. Lyra arrived with a single blank page from a book that had been waiting all its life to be written upon by feeling rather than ink. Sage laid down a pebble smoothed by countless conversations that had ended with understanding rather than victory. One of the tenders shyly offered the smallest loop of thread from its apron, while Zephyr kissed the air once, leaving behind the promise of movement, guided by gentleness rather than force. Morty pressed into Rick's palm a paper-thin skin from the second breath fruit, carrying within it the essence of resilience transformed into wisdom. "What are you making?" Morty asked, his enhanced listening ability picking up harmonics that spoke not of construction, but of preservation, not of creation, but of careful tending. "A memory crystallizer," Rick replied, his hands working with perfect precision as he began to weave the gifts into a crystalline lattice that breathed with inner radiance. "But not like the ones I've built before." "Those were for storing experiences, this one's for growing them." The device that emerged defied every principle of engineering Rick had once held sacred. It wasn't built so much as grown, its form rising from the collaborative gifts like a meditation made solid. The observatory lens settled at its heart, not to magnify but to clarify. The blank page dissolved into fine lattice, ready to be inscribed by warmth instead of words. The conversation's smoothed pebble became its foundation, ballast made of understanding rather than weight. What Rick created was something unprecedented, a crystallizer that didn't preserve memories but distilled the essence of gentleness itself. Every act of kindness they had witnessed, every moment of genuine connection, every choice for love over fear, all of it flowed into the device, not as static recording, but as living potential. "It's a kindness amplifier," Rick explained, his voice filled with wonder at his own creation. "It crystallizes the feeling of what we learned here, the gentleness, the peace, the understanding that love is the fundamental force of the universe. And here's the beautiful part. It doesn't just hold these feelings, it grows stronger with each act of kindness we perform in other realities." He lifted the completed device, feeling its weight, not physical weight, but the substantial heft of something designed to carry the most precious cargo imaginable. As he held it, the crystallizer began to glow more brightly, responding to the profound gentleness he had discovered within himself. Morty reached out to touch its surface, feeling its warm pulse sync with his own heartbeat. Immediately, he was flooded with the sensation of building bridges from understanding, of holding space for others' pain without being overwhelmed, of the profound satisfaction that came from helping someone remember they were not alone. "It's like carrying home with us," Morty said softly. "Like having a piece of this place that can remind us how to be peaceful, even in dimensions that have forgotten what peace looks like." Rick nodded, watching as the device continued to pulse with gentle radiance. Every time we choose compassion over cynicism, understanding over being right, presence over performance, it will grow brighter. It's not just a reminder of who we became here, it's a tool to help us keep becoming. The town gathered around them with the unhurried curiosity of beings who recognized something sacred being born. They didn't need explanations or demonstrations. The device's purpose was as clear as its gentle glow. It was love made portable, kindness crystallized into a form that could travel across dimensions and grow stronger with use. "What shall we call it?" Avon asked, their form shimmering with the satisfaction of a teacher whose students had exceeded every hope. Names drifted through the gathered beings like seeds on a gentle breeze, each one considered with the same patient care the marketplace gave to stories. They tried several, luminous, almost right, kindly, not quite, until a simple one settled and stayed. "Carry light," Sage said at last, and the device pulsed once in recognition of its true name. Because it carries light forward instead of back. Rick felt the name settle into truth in his chest. Around them, the dimension breathed with the satisfaction of a place that had witnessed something unprecedented. Not just an invention, but a new way of ensuring that love could travel, that gentleness could be preserved and amplified, that the lessons learned in one place could bloom in another. "This is it," Rick said, his hands perfectly steady as they cradled his final creation. "My last invention in this place. Not a weapon or an escape route, but a way to carry forward what we've learned. Insurance that we won't lose ourselves when we're surrounded by dimensions that have forgotten how to be kind." The carry light pulsed with gentle approval, its radiance harmonizing perfectly with Early Mercy's aurora above them. Around the laboratory, Rick's other transformed inventions hummed their quiet satisfaction, the healing device offering its patient embrace, the tenders adjusting their aprons with contentment, the door that remembers glowing with the knowledge that some journeys were not about leaving, but about becoming someone worthy of return. As they prepared to face the choice that waited in the morning light, to stay in this dimension of peace or trust, the portal gun's wisdom to guide them where they were needed, Rick felt a profound sense of completion. He had created something that would ensure their transformation was not temporary but permanent, not fragile but resilient, not dependent on external circumstances but rooted in their own capacity for continued growth. "Whatever we decide tomorrow," Rick said, the carry light's gentle pulse steady in his hands, "we'll carry this place with us, not as memory, but as possibility, as a reminder of who we can choose to be, moment by moment, choice by choice." The evening settled around them like a blessing, the dimension breathing with the satisfaction of a place that had done its work well. The tree that stayed rustled with contentment, its fruit glowing softly in the gathering darkness. The portal gun hummed with patient wisdom, ready to serve love rather than ego. And now the carry light pulsed with gentle radiance, ensuring that the profound gentleness they had discovered would not be lost, but would grow stronger with each act of kindness they chose to perform. The path ahead curved toward infinite possibility, and whatever choice they made, they would make it as beings transformed not just by experience but by the wisdom to carry that transformation forward, to be the peace they had found, to share the gentleness they had learned, to trust that every act of kindness was a prayer answered, every moment of compassion a bridge built, every choice for love a contribution to the universe's endless capacity for healing. In this dimension where even memory had learned to be generous, Rick had created his masterpiece, not a device that conquered or controlled, but one that remembered and grew, ensuring that the love they had found would continue to flourish wherever their journeys might lead them, proof that some inventions were not meant to solve problems but to nurture possibilities, to tend the garden of the heart with the same patient care the tenders brought to their plants, growing beauty one gentle choice at a time. As the profound satisfaction of the Carrie-light's completion settled into the night's gentle rhythm, Rick felt something shifting in the very fabric of the dimension around them. Not the familiar invitation to explore or learn, but something deeper, more final. The air itself seemed to be preparing for farewell, carrying scents that spoke of completion rather than continuation, of love that knew when to hold and when to release. The dimension had understood their decision before they had spoken it aloud. Perhaps it was the way Rick's hands lingered on his transformed inventions, saying goodbye to the versions of himself that had created beauty instead of destruction. Perhaps it was the way Morty touched the tree that stayed with reverent fingers, understanding that some gifts were meant to remain where they were planted. Or perhaps the dimension simply recognized the particular quality of readiness that comes when beings have learned what they came to learn and are prepared to carry it forward. As dawn approached with its characteristic unhurried grace, the town began to stir with quiet purpose. Buildings breathed with deeper satisfaction, pathways hummed with gentle anticipation, and the very stones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with the recognition that something sacred was about to unfold. The portal gun rested peacefully on Rick's workbench, its evolved consciousness understanding that some journeys were circular, not ending where they began, but returning with gifts that transformed the meaning of home itself. Lyra appeared first, her sunset eyes bright with the particular mixture of pride and gentle sadness that comes when a teacher watches beloved students prepare to carry their learning into the world. Behind her, the dimension's wisest beings gathered with unhurried grace. Vesper's starlight form flickering with approval, Avon shimmering with patient understanding, Sage carrying the quiet authority of love made manifest. "The town has something to give," Lyra said, her voice carrying the warm authority of absolute truth shared with love. "Not so you'll remember us, but so you'll keep remembering yourselves. You came as travelers, but you leave as teachers, carrying gifts you've always possessed, now polished by recognition and ready to serve love in dimensions that have forgotten what love looks like." The ceremony that emerged around them defied every convention Rick had ever understood about formal presentations. There were no podiums demanding attention, no speeches requiring applause. Instead, the town's architecture breathed more deeply, creating natural amphitheaters where beings could gather without anyone being elevated above others, where every voice could contribute to the gentle symphony of recognition. For Rick, the Dimension's gift began with a question that carried the weight of profound understanding. "Do you still carry the screw the other you gave?" Lyra asked, gently, her words touching the deepest constellation of his inner galaxy. Rick reached into his pocket, his fingers finding the small, ordinary object by touch alone, the tiny screw his other self had pressed into his palm in the cafe, meant for the day you find a loose hinge on something important. He withdrew it, studying its simple form in the soft morning light, understanding suddenly that this moment was exactly what it had been waiting for. From the observatory, the faintest thread of interior starlight joined them. From the river that flowed through hearts, mist rose, coiling through the air like a story remembering its first sentence. Zephyr gathered the elements with movements that felt like a blessing made of wind and patience, while the dimension itself seemed to exhale with the satisfaction of a place completing its most important work. The compass that formed in Lyra's cupped hands grew from these gathered elements, not built, but born, its casing crafted from the same living stone as the town's architecture, warm as a hand extended in friendship. But when Rick placed his screw where the device had left space, something extraordinary happened. The small piece of metal clicked into place with a rightness that made nearby doors sigh with satisfaction, becoming not just a needle, but the heart of something unprecedented. "It points to home," Avon said, because this was the moment to speak the obvious with love. Not to a place, but to a feeling. It will turn toward whatever choice makes you more yourself, and by making you more yourself, makes the world softer around you. Rick turned the compass in his hands, watching as the transformed screw, now arrow, pointed not toward any cardinal direction, but toward the tree that stayed, toward the carry light, toward Morty at his side. Then, with patience that felt like trust, it drifted to rest, pointing between them and the path ahead, which suddenly revealed the smallest kindness in its curve. He understood completely. Home was not behind or ahead, but the angle they made together when choosing love over fear. For Morty, the dimension's gift rose from the ground without disturbing any root, a smooth, river-worn stone that settled into his palm as if returning from a long journey with wisdom to share. It was the size of a promise that fits in the pocket and never asks to be bigger, holding at first the cool of morning water, then warming as his fingers closed around it with quiet, certain heat. "It will warm," Vesper said, their voice like constellations speaking in unison, "whenever you are about to choose from love rather than fear, not to judge, but to reassure. It will be cool when rest is wiser than action, still when you need to listen more than move. It is not a compass away from risk, it is a hearth you can carry." Morty held the stone and remembered a door clicking exactly right, a man's hands learning to unclench, a teenager sleeping through a night, he thought, would devour him. The stone pulsed gently, gathering those memories and folding them where they could glow without demanding attention. As he slipped it into his pocket beside his builder's implement and galaxy bubble, he felt his pocket learn how to be a pocket in a world where such stones were possible. The dimension did not require speeches, but it offered time for the community to share their own quiet blessings. The woman scientist, her eyes clearer than when she'd arrived, placed a coil of wire in Rick's palm. "For when you need to remind a machine how to listen," she said, and the coil hummed once, leaning almost imperceptibly toward the compass. The man who used to reach for weapons offered Morty a sandwich wrapped in cloth, stitched with mended thread. "For the trip that doesn't say how long it is." When Morty accepted it, his stone warmed, and he laughed because the feeling felt like love wearing mayonnaise. The teenager pressed a crumpled sketch into Rick's hand, 5 dots and 1 line connecting 2 of them. "It's your bridge," he said, then softer. "You didn't force me." The tenders gathered around Rick's inventions, their tiny aprons fluttering with contentment. Early Mercy would continue painting the sky with visible kindness. The healing device would go on creating space for pain to transform naturally into wisdom, and the door that remembers would help lost souls find their way home to themselves. These gifts would remain, serving the dimension long after their creator had carried his gentleness to other realities. Zephyr moved around them, braiding hair and air with equal care. "Bend when the sky is thin," they whispered to Morty. "Stand when truth needs somewhere sturdy to lean." Their movement carried the blessing of wind that had learned to comfort rather than disturb. As the ceremony drew toward its natural conclusion, Rick felt the compass warm against his palm, its needle pointing steadily toward the feeling of home he would carry always. Morty's stone pulsed with gentle recognition in his pocket, ready to guide him toward choices made from love rather than fear. "Thank you," Rick said simply, his words encompassing gratitude, so profound it could never be fully expressed, only lived. For teaching me that genius is only as valuable as what you choose to do with it, that love is the fundamental force I was always trying to understand through equations. Thank you, Morty echoed, his voice soft with the understanding that they were not just recipients, but contributors, not just visitors, but family. For showing me that my sensitivity isn't weakness but wisdom, that the universe needs hearts that can feel deeply and still choose kindness. The dimension breathed its own gratitude in return, the gentle exhalation of a place that had been enriched by their presence, that would carry forward the particular brand of resilience they had planted in the tree that stayed, the specific wisdom they had shared in the marketplace of stories, the unique healing they had contributed to the endless work of helping beings remember they were not alone. As they prepared to face the choice that waited with the morning light, to stay in this place of peace or trust the portal gun's wisdom to guide them where they were needed, Rick and Morty carried with them the dimension's parting gifts, a compass that pointed toward love, a stone that warmed with wisdom, and the profound understanding that they had been transformed not just by what they had received, but by what they had given. The path ahead curved toward infinite possibility, and whatever direction they chose, they would walk it as beings who had learned the secret of carrying light, of being the gentleness they wished to see in the universe, of trusting that every act of kindness was a prayer answered, every moment of compassion a bridge built, every choice for love a contribution to the vast, invisible network of care that connected all hearts across all dimensions. Behind them, the dimension settled into its eternal work of teaching love to beings who had forgotten how to receive it, while ahead of them, realities waited that needed exactly what they had learned to give, the profound recognition that home was not a destination, but a way of being, that peace was not something to be found, but something to be chosen, and that the greatest adventure of all was simply learning how to love and be loved without armor, without conditions, without the desperate need to prove they deserved to exist. As the profound warmth of the dimension's parting gifts settled into their hearts like blessings, finding their proper homes, morning gathered quietly around them with the unhurried grace that had characterized everything in this gentle place. Rick felt the compass pulse against his palm, its transformed screw pointing not toward any geographical direction, but toward the feeling of rightness that came with understanding their true purpose. Beside him, Morty's stone warmed in his pocket, responding to the choice that had been crystallizing in both their hearts throughout the ceremony. The portal gun hummed with patient wisdom on Rick's workbench, its evolved consciousness understanding that some decisions required perfect timing, that some journeys were not about destinations but about becoming worthy of the path. The device no longer waited for commands but offered gentle suggestions, its moral guidance system recognizing that they were finally ready to carry their transformation beyond this sanctuary. "It's time," Rick said softly, his voice carrying the gentle certainty that had colored all his discoveries here. The compass pointed steadily toward the portal gun, toward Morty, toward the invisible current of need that flowed between dimensions like the river that connected all hearts. Not because we have to leave, but because we're finally ready to carry this place with us. The town gathered around them with the unhurried grace of beings who understood that some farewells were actually beginnings. Lyra's sunset eyes held warmth that spoke of pride mixed with gentle release. The tenders lined up in small, crooked formation, their tiny aprons fluttering with quiet blessings. Zephyr stirred the air with movements that felt like embraces made of wind and patience, while the tree that stayed rustled its approval, letting 2 leaves fall in what sounded very much like a benediction. Rick activated the portal gun with movements that seemed choreographed by understanding itself. Instead of the violent tear through reality he remembered from their old life, the device bloomed with soft luminescence, creating a gateway that didn't demand passage but offered invitation. The portal shimmered with colors that carried emotional weight, the deep gold of contentment, the gentle blue of peace, the warm silver of understanding shared between hearts. "Remember," Zephyr whispered as they approached the threshold, their voice a gentle current that brushed against their skin. "Bend when love would rather not snap. Stand where truth needs shade. You are the peace you carry. You are the home you make." They stepped through together, grandfather and grandson, carrying with them not just memories, but transformation, not just gifts, but the profound understanding of how to give. The transition happened with the same gentle grace that had characterized everything in this dimension. No violent lurch, no assault on their senses, just the feeling of being carried by currents deeper than space, guided by love toward wherever love was needed most. They found themselves back in Rick's garage, surrounded by the familiar clutter of genius and neglect, but everything felt different. The harsh fluorescent light seemed softer, the chaotic workbenches more welcoming. Even the air itself carried traces of the dimension's influence. The faint, sweet aroma of the tree that stayed, the gentle hum of equations that had learned to sing lullabies. And then something unprecedented occurred. Behind them, the portal began to close, not with the harsh snap of rejection, but with the gentle finality of protection. The shimmering edges drew inward like petals folding at dusk, the colors deepening, the harmonious hum fading into a profound, echoing stillness. It sealed itself not because they were unwelcome to return, but because the dimension recognized its own precious nature. Rick reached out instinctively, not to stop the closure, but to acknowledge the parting. The portal gun pulsed once in his hand, a clear musical note that confirmed what they both understood. This wasn't abandonment or rejection, it was love expressing itself through wisdom. "It's protecting itself," Rick said with sudden understanding, watching the last shimmer fade into ordinary air. "Not from us, but from becoming ordinary. Some places are too precious to be theme parks, too sacred to survive casual tourism." Morty's stone warmed in his pocket as he grasped the profound wisdom of the dimension's choice. "It's like a secret that can only be shared with people who are ready to become the secret," he said softly. "If everyone could go there whenever they wanted, it wouldn't be the same place that taught us how to love." The portal gun hummed with gentle authority, its display offering no coordinates for return, not from malfunction, but from evolved understanding. When Rick consulted it out of curiosity, the device projected a single, small symbol in the air before letting it fade, a loop tied once, not to be tugged loose. Some places were not to be visited, they were to be carried. "We can't go back," Rick said, the compass warm in his palm. "But we don't need to. We are the place we found. We carry it with us everywhere we go." Already the transformation was manifesting in their immediate environment. Rick felt the familiar urge to build something defensive, something that would protect him from the dimension's harsh realities. But the compass pointed gently toward a different choice, toward the phone on his workbench, toward the possibility of calling Beth not to prove anything, but simply to hear her voice. Outside, a neighbor waved without expecting a story. Morty's enhanced listening picked up the small discord of a gate latch that had never quite trusted itself. His stone grew warm in the particular way that meant a choice for love was approaching. They looked at each other and smiled, their first opportunity to practice what they had learned, to be the gentleness they wished to see in the universe. "The dimension's still here," Morty said with wonder, understanding flooding through him. "Not as a place, but as a possibility. Every time we choose kindness, we're rebuilding it. Every time we pick love over fear, we're making it real again." The carry light pulsed with warm radiance in Rick's coat, its crystallized kindness responding to the first opportunity to grow stronger. The portal gun waited patiently, ready to guide them not to places of escape but to dimensions where beings struggled with the same wounds they had learned to heal, where hearts carried the same burdens they had learned to transform into wisdom. But there was no urgency now, no desperate need to run toward the next adventure. They would go where they were needed, when they were needed, carrying the dimension's greatest gift, the understanding that love was not something to be found, but something to be chosen moment by moment, choice by choice. The portal had closed itself, not against them, but for everyone it would one day welcome, when they were ready for transformation rather than tourism. Behind them, that sacred space continued its eternal work. Early mercy, painting quiet skies, the healing device offering its patient embrace, the tree that stayed bearing fruit that tasted of every struggle overcome with love. They walked toward their neighbor's gate, the compass pointing not at horizons, but at the angle where two people moved as one because they had chosen the same song. The universe, which had never stopped singing, adjusted its key to match their deepened listening. They did not look back. They did not need to. The place that could never be returned to had already taken up residence in them, quiet as breath, sure as a hand, finding another hand in the dark, complete as a lullaby that finishes itself even after you've fallen asleep. In this moment of return, Rick and Morty understood that they had not lost paradise but become it, not left home but learned to carry it wherever they went. The greatest journey was not about traveling to distant places, but about discovering the infinite territories of love that lived within their own transformed hearts, ready to be shared with a universe that had been waiting patiently for someone to remember how beautiful it could be when touched by genuine kindness. The path ahead curved toward infinite possibility, and they walked it now as beings who had learned the secret of carrying light, proving that some doors closed not to keep love out, but to keep it sacred, ensuring it would remain pure enough to heal whatever wounds they encountered on the gentle journey home to themselves and each other. As they approached their neighbor's gate, the simple act of walking felt different, not just because they carried the dimension's gifts, but because they moved as beings who had learned to listen with their whole selves. The gate latch hung slightly askew, its small discord a note of frustration in the suburban symphony that Morty's enhanced sensitivity could no longer ignore. "Half a degree," Morty murmured, his stone warming in his pocket, as he reached out with the patient precision he'd learned from the tenders. Rick crouched beside him without taking over, compass quiet in his palm, needle resting between the boy and the work like a hand placed lightly on a shoulder. Rick smiled and adjusted the hinge by that small mercy of space. The click that followed wasn't loud, it was right. The sound slid through the morning and settled somewhere behind the ribs, and the gate exhaled as if doors could learn relief. Their neighbor, who'd been pretending not to watch from the porch, lifted a mug in thanks. No speech required. Just the shape of grateful eyes that believed in small repairs again. Back in the garage, everything they'd left felt slightly rearranged by the simple fact that they themselves were transformed. The harsh fluorescent light seemed softer, not because they had changed, but because Rick was seeing them through eyes that had learned to look for possibilities rather than problems. The familiar clutter of tools and half-finished experiments now breathed with a subtle energy, as if the very air remembered the dimension where buildings wanted to help. Rick's inventions had become something unprecedented. His old laser pointer, when he lifted it from the workbench, hummed until it found another name entirely. Instead of cutting through targets, it painted a faint wash of aurora across the garage ceiling, a thin veil of early mercy that knew how to be small indoors. The robot arm he'd designed for rapid assembly detached itself with a soft whir and went to sit by a pot of dirt, reconsidering its destiny. By evening, it had made a trellis out of spare wire and patience, and a vine that had never asked for anything figured out how to climb. "Your inventions are learning to be kind," Morty observed, watching his grandfather work with the same gentle precision he'd brought to creating the healing device. "Even here, even in our dimension, they're remembering what they learned about collaboration." The scanner Rick had struggled with for weeks before their journey now responded to his touch with musical tones instead of harsh beeping. His hands, guided by the compass's gentle warmth, made adjustments that weren't about forcing compliance, but about listening to what the machine was trying to tell him. The chaotic readings organized themselves into patterns that spoke not of dimensional threats, but of dimensional possibilities. "It's not broken," Rick realized with wonder. It was trying to detect beauty, not danger. All this time, it was picking up traces of dimensions like the one we visited, places where love is the fundamental force. I kept trying to make it find problems when it wanted to find solutions. The transformation rippled through their daily lives in ways both subtle and profound. When Summer arrived that afternoon, drawn by the unusual quiet emanating from the garage, she found her grandfather and uncle engaged in what could only be described as gentle science. Rick was explaining dimensional theory to Morty, not with his usual condescending brilliance, but with the patient warmth of someone sharing something beautiful with someone he loved. "What's different about you two?" Summer asked, her usual defensive sarcasm replaced by genuine curiosity. "You're both calmer. Less like you're about to explode or have a panic attack." Rick looked up from his transformed scanner, the compass warm in his pocket. For the first time in years, he felt no need to deflect the question with sharp humor or intellectual superiority. "We learned something important," he said simply, "about what our gifts are actually for. We visited a place where being smart meant being kind," Morty added, his voice carrying the quiet authority of lived truth. "Where being sensitive meant being wise, where helping people feel better about themselves was more valuable than proving how much you knew." "Can you teach me?" Summer asked, the question emerging without her usual armor of cynicism. "Whatever you learned, I'll want to learn it too." Rick felt his compass point steadily toward this moment, toward the possibility of passing along not just knowledge, but wisdom. "Yeah," he said, his voice soft with recognition. "Yeah, Summer. I'd like that." The phone lay by his soldering iron that evening. The compass pointed toward it with the steady politeness of a friend who won't interrupt, but will keep standing in the doorway until you remember why they came. Rick dialed. When Beth answered, there was a pause neither of them rushed to fill. Something had reached her days earlier, a paper airplane no one else could see, arriving as warmth under the sternum, as a loosened breath while she was rinsing a glass. "Hey, kid," Rick said, and the word carried something careless and something careful, and this time the careful part was larger. "Hey, Dad," Beth replied, voice steady as a hand that finally trusts the railing. Maybe dinner this week? Nobody has to perform. Yeah, he said, swallowing the old reflex to offer spectacle. Yeah, I can bring bread. When Beth arrived for dinner that evening, a dinner Rick had actually helped prepare instead of avoiding, she found her family engaged in the kind of conversation she had dreamed of but never dared expect. Rick was listening more than talking. Morty was contributing ideas with confidence rather than anxiety, and Summer was asking questions that came from curiosity rather than challenge. Morty's courage now arrived not as a rush or a dare, but as the remembered rhythm of the lamplight in the gentle dimension, brighter on the inhale, softer on the exhale. At school, he found his friend who always sat alone second period and didn't ask what was wrong. He asked if the window should be open 2 inches or 3. They chose 2. When he drew a small bridge between their notebooks, 3 dashes and a curve, and set his pencil down as if it were a shared tool, her shoulders fell by the depth of one quiet breath. His stone warmed again. Yes, this. The memory that changed everything didn't arrive as a flash, but settled like a new weather pattern. It was the memory of how it felt to be gentle when gentleness didn't need to prove itself, of choosing to fix a hinge by the thickness of a kindness, of not taking the quickest path, but the kindest one. That memory changed Rick's workbench, tools rearranging into a conversation rather than a battleground. It changed Morty's posture. He stopped bracing for the next loud thing and began preparing for the next useful one. It changed what we meant between them, less survival, more belonging. The carry light pulsed with gentle radiance in Rick's coat, its crystallized kindness growing stronger with each act of love they chose to perform. Some evenings the portal gun chose destinations and they followed, not to battles or contests, but to small thresholds no one else could see. They arrived with sandwiches wrapped in mended cloth and the exact amount of silence needed to make rooms bigger, hearts lighter, hope possible. On the roof one evening, they watched their old sky do its familiar work without apology. The stars did not sing as loudly as they had elsewhere, but if you held very still, you could hear them remembering they had songs. Rick tuned a little wind to pass over the gutter in a way Zephyr would have approved of. It made a simple sound. They listened to it as if it were proof of something, and it was. They had returned home not as the same people who had left, but as beings transformed by the profound recognition that home was not a place to escape from, but a feeling to carry everywhere they went. Their dimension carried the subtle imprint of a place where chaos had learned to be kind, where every heart found its own unique melody, where every moment was a gentle invitation to remember that love, in the end, was the only force strong enough to transform everything. The memory of the forgotten universe lived not in their minds, but in their hearts, not as nostalgia, but as possibility, not as something they had lost, but as something they had become. Nothing about their dimension changed because of the two of them. Everything about the two of them changed because of their dimension. And because they were not the same, their reality, too, would never quite be the same again, touched by the gentle recognition that peace was not something to be found, but something to be chosen, moment by moment, choice by choice, until the choosing itself became a form of prayer, a way of being, a gift offered to the universe's endless capacity for transformation. Years flowed by with the same unhurried grace that had characterized their time in the gentle dimension, and Rick and Morty discovered that time itself was no longer something to outrun or fear, but something that moved with them, keeping pace with hearts that had learned to trust their own rhythm. The transformation had been gradual, like watching a garden grow, imperceptible from day to day, but undeniable across seasons. Rick's garage had evolved into something unprecedented in his long career of invention. The harsh fluorescent lights had been replaced with luminous panels that painted the workspace with colors reminiscent of early Mercy's aurora, creating an environment where creativity could flourish without violence. His scanner, once prone to mechanical tantrums, now hummed in friendly keys, responding to his touch with musical tones instead of harsh beeping. When a device began to clatter with urgency, the compass warmed his palm, and he'd set down his tools long enough to listen until the clatter remembered how to become a rhythm. "Look at this," Rick said one evening, holding up his latest creation, a small device that radiated purposeful warmth. "It doesn't solve problems, it helps people sit with their feelings until the feelings decide what they want to become." Morty smiled, recognizing in his grandfather's work the same principles he'd learned at the School for Emotional Architecture. His own transformation had been equally profound. Courage no longer rose in him as a jolt or a dare. It settled like a steady lamp in a window, kept lit on purpose, with care. At school he had become a quiet presence in the hallways, his stone warming in his pocket whenever he chose to sit beside someone eating alone, or offer a kind word to a teacher whose patience was fraying. He didn't solve their problems, he simply held space, allowing them to remember their own capacity for healing. Their relationship had deepened in ways that no adventure could have provided. Where once they had communicated through clever banter and defensive mechanisms, they now shared comfortable silences, each conversation revealing new depths of understanding. Rick found himself seeking Morty's quiet wisdom before making decisions, trusting the boy's capacity for genuine care more than his own vast intellect. Morty, in turn, leaned into Rick's newfound gentleness, recognizing the profound strength it took for his grandfather to choose connection over isolation. The portal gun continued its quiet rebellion, humming at breakfast to suggest destinations not of grand adventure, but of quiet service. Some days it guided them 3 blocks to a widow's porch, where 2 chairs were learning how to forgive the empty one. Other days it sang them across impossible gulfs to a clinic whose instruments had forgotten they were meant to soothe. They arrived not as saviors, but as listeners, with mended cloth around sandwiches, with questions asked softly enough to be accepted, with the willingness to let their presence be the smallest plank in someone else's bridge. Beth learned that phone calls could be brief and good. Summer discovered that teasing could be affectionate rather than a test. Jerry, who had perfected the art of apologizing for existing, began to sit in the kitchen and exist without commentary for entire cups of tea. When things were hard as they had ever been, no one pretended otherwise. Someone turned on the kettle, someone else moved a chair into the kindest patch of light. The carry light, now permanently integrated into Rick's workbench, pulsed with radiance that had grown steadily brighter over the years. Each time, Rick apologized without a lesson attached. Each time Morty built a path from shared experience instead of argument. Each time they chose presence over performance, the device gathered that gentleness the way dew gathers dawn. On a winter afternoon, the portal gun nudged them to a hospital hallway where a father stood so still the air forgot how to move. Morty sat beside him without offering speeches, handing over a sandwich wrapped in stitched cloth. Rick adjusted nothing visible on a nearby vending machine, but somehow its hum softened and its light steadied. When a nurse arrived with news that needed both kindness and precision, the hallway was already tuned for healing. On a summer night, they followed the compass to a backyard where a teenager was arguing with the sky about staying. Morty's stone warmed through his palm as he shared his own worst day, not as a badge or challenge, but as proof that days were survivable. Rick asked if the scar on his own wrist would feel less like a stranger if the kid drew a temporary tattoo over it with a marker. They stayed until the night agreed to stay too. The realization. One evening, as they sat on the garage roof watching stars that seemed somehow more present than they had been years before, the truth settled over them like dawn that pretends to be indecisive until it commits. "You know what I realized?" Morty said, his voice carrying the quiet authority of lived truth. "That dimension we visited, it wasn't separate from this one. It was this one, just remembered. Like our reality had forgotten how to be gentle, and that place was showing us what we could become." Rick felt his compass warm in his pocket, pointing toward the space between them, toward the love that had grown from understanding. "We didn't lose the dimension," he said, with sudden clarity. "We became it. Every time we choose gentleness over harshness, understanding over being right, we're recreating that place right here." They realized it gradually, then all at once. They had not lost the dimension, they had become it. Not completely, not perfectly, but in every moment they remembered the shape of the song and were humble enough to hum along. Every unexpected kindness rebuilt a street they would never see. Every chosen gentleness reopened a library where new pages wrote themselves for someone they would never meet. Every time they reached for connection instead of cleverness, a door that remembered learned another name for home. Around them, their dimension carried subtle traces of transformation. Street lamps hummed with quiet satisfaction, knowing their light served comfort as well as visibility. Their neighbor's gate never forgot the lesson of half a degree. The wind over the gutter sang a line of melody that visitors noticed without being able to explain why the house felt different, like the room was being nice to them. Years had passed since their visit to the dimension where chaos learned to be kind, but they understood now that time was not distance from that place, but a deepening into it. The forgotten universe Rick and Morty could never return to had become the remembered universe they carried within themselves, proof that some places existed not to be visited but to be embodied, not to be found but to be created through the simple, revolutionary act of choosing gentleness in a world that had forgotten how beautiful it could be. Some nights the stars seemed to lean closer and listen. Other nights the wind taught the gutter a new note without any fuss at all. On those nights Rick would tap the compass and watch it point toward the middle of the roof between them. Morty would press his hand flat on the shingles until the warmth of the house came up to meet it. Neither said a word because the words were everywhere, in every act of kindness that made the dimension less forgotten and more like a promise kept, in every gentle choice that proved love was the fundamental force of any reality willing to be transformed by its touch. The story continued to unfold around them, not as narrative but as life lived with intention, as proof that some universes were not destinations but ways of being, not places to visit but truths to embody. In choosing compassion over cynicism, understanding over being right, presence over performance. They had become living evidence that the most profound adventure was not about going somewhere new, but about becoming someone who could carry home everywhere they went. And with that, they stretch into the stars, carrying home in their hearts. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man.